The video begins with footage of a dungeon. Hunter Kang Dokil welcomes viewers to the Any Raid channel. He mentions that today's monster is a C+ grade creature and that he will show how to attack an arachne. He explains that arachnes live in groups, similar to ants, and are classified as a spider species, but they're very different from Earth spiders. Instead of attacking immediately, these creatures spit out spider webs first. Suddenly, the arachnes begin to attack instead of spitting webs. Kang Dokil, surprised, blocks an attack and tells the cameraman to stop filming. He agrees. The cameraman, Miang Si-woo, the protagonist, shocked that the arachne shouldn't be attacking. The original fighting style of the arachne is not direct combat, but hunting. They spit webs to entangle their opponent first, then inject venom into the immobilized target, causing them to die slowly. Because of this, there's no way they would charge forward directly. Kang Dokil is frustrated and tells Miang Si-woo that they should talk later. Si-woo is also confused about why things have changed. Kang Dokil fights and tirelessly kills the group of arachnes. After defeating them all, he wonders why the arachnes didn't spit out spiderwebs first. Si-woo thinks that the arachnes might have been in such a desperate situation that they had no choice but to rush at their prey directly. Kang Dokil asks Si-woo if he's going to continue acting this way. Si-woo apologizes, but Kang Dokil punches him in the stomach, questioning if apologizing fixes everything and reminding him of the danger he faced because of Si-woo. He tells Si-woo to conduct his investigations properly, expressing frustration that this is why those without special abilities are inadequate. Si-woo reflects that he isn't awakened, but his ability gained afterward is traitless, meaning it's not particularly useful in the hunter industry. To survive, he has chosen to analyze monsters and teach hunters how to effectively combat them. Kang Dokil angrily states that he almost died because of Si-woo. He boasts that if it weren't for him, everyone would have died. Kang Dokil's lackeys tremble in fear as they notice something behind him. Kang Dokil realizes there's a monster. As the monster attacking, he dodges, then starts running for his life. Others scream that it's an elite monster and flee in different directions. Kang Dokil considers his survival options and decides to use Si-woo as bait. He kicks Si-woo down, blaming him for the situation due to his poor investigation. Si-woo, frustrated, curses Kang Dokil as they abandon him and escape. As the monster approaches Si-woo from behind, he feels helpless, unable to control his own body. Thoughts of his mother flood his mind, reminding him of her plea to protect his little sister, Seo-ah. Determined not to die here, especially for Seo-ah's sake, Si-woo grabs a sword and stands up to confront the monster. With newfound resolve, he charges at the monster, determined to survive no matter what. However, just as Si-woo rushes towards the monster, a sudden beam of light strikes it with immense force, sending Si-woo flying backwards. Confused and disoriented, Si-woo wonders aloud what is happening. Si-woo's eyes widen as he sees a man with blonde hair appear before him. Confused, he wonders who this person is. Suddenly, a powerful blast catches their attention, and a white-haired man arrives on the scene, demanding to know the whereabouts. Si-woo is now even more puzzled by the appearance of this new figure. The white-haired man attacks the blonde-haired man aggressively, declaring that he won't let him escape any longer. As they engage in a fierce battle, Si-woo is left bewildered, unable to understand why these two are fighting. Overwhelmed by the intensity of their clash, Si-woo struggles to comprehend the sheer power they possess. He realizes that these individuals are formidable beings capable of making both arachnes and elite monsters tremble in fear. Si-woo is left wondering about the identities and motives of these overpowering figures. As they continue their intense battle, the white-haired man demands the blonde-haired man reveal his hiding place, expressing frustration with his defiance. In response, the blonde-haired man insists they still have a long way to go in their conflict. He begins gathering power into his hand, preparing for a decisive move. The white-haired man challenges him, warning that continuing this way will not leave either of them unscathed. Undeterred, the blonde-haired man declares he doesn't mind, confident in leaving possibilities open. Turning to Si-woo, he apologizes for involving him in the chaos, but Si-woo remains bewildered by the unfolding events. Once more, their powers collide in a massive explosion. The blonde-haired man smirks while the white-haired man screams in response to the impact. Si-woo, overwhelmed by the sheer force and magnitude of their clash, finds himself unable to remain standing amidst the chaos. After the intense battle concludes, the blonde-haired man tells Si-woo that he will entrust something to him. As the power around them intensifies, Si-woo is left bewildered. When the dust settles, Si-woo finds himself alone. As Si-woo steps back, he accidentally steps on a mobile phone. Picking it up, he He questions why there would be a smartphone in such a place. Suddenly, a message appears on the screen. Confirm new manager. Checking connection path. Manager position succession completed. Siwoo is utterly confused by this unexpected message. The mobile phone then notifies him about GodTube and welcomes him as the manager. Siwoo is left completely baffled and uncertain about what all of this means. Kang Dokil and his team manage to escape from the dungeon. Frustrated, Kang Dokil complains about their bad luck, questioning the odds of encountering an elite monster in a C+ dungeon. Ji Minchul thanks him, acknowledging that they all survived thanks to him. Deuna praises his decision to use Siwoo as bait, calling it a great choice. Kim Ji-woo commends Kang Dokil's experience, noting that it was expected from a rank B hunter like him. Kang Dokil proudly responds that he didn't name their channel "We Shall Raid Everything" for no reason and was prepared for such challenges. Just then, Siwoo emerges from the dungeon, cursing Kang Dokil. Hearing Siwoo's voice, Kang Dokil is shocked and turns to see him, realizing that Siwoo survived. Kang Dokil is incredulous that Siwoo managed to escape the dungeon. Siwoo attempts to punch Kang Dokil, but his strike is easily blocked, and Kang Dokil hits Siwoo in the face. Kang Dokil mocks Siwoo, reminding him that he is a rank F hunter and expressing disbelief at his survival. He then adds that it works out for him since he was too lazy to find a new editor. Siwoo, furious, retorts that he won't continue working for someone who tried to kill him. Kang Dokil counters by reminding Siwoo that he had begged for the job, crying about needing money for his sister's medicine. He claims that he helped Siwoo out of generosity and insists that Siwoo still owes him and must pay him back. Siwoo confronts Kang Dokil, saying he has developed a habit of recording everything because Kang Dokil used to complain a lot. Siwoo mentions he has a video of Kang Dokil leaving him behind and threatens to upload it, predicting it will get many views. Kang Dokil retorts that he could kill Siwoo, but Siwoo counters that while he might die, Kang Dokil would go to prison and lose his successful channel. Kang Dokil then threatens Siwoo's sister, warning that she won't be safe if the video gets uploaded. He orders others to pack up their things and leave, dismissing Siwoo by saying they will find a new editor. As they leave, Siwoo warns Kang Dokil not to harm his sister. He have no idea what he'll do next. Siwoo is curious about a platform called GodTube, which he thinks of as God's channel. He compares it to Nuttube, a free website where anyone can upload videos. On Nuttube, the most popular channel is the Hunter channel. Siwoo imagines that gods from mythology, legendary figures, and heroes run these channels. He's puzzled by the blonde-haired guy, why he gave him this phone, and everything is confusing. Siwoo believes that if these mythical figures are really running Nuttube channels, they would probably start with at least 1 million subscribers. Siwoo decides to give the platform a try, thinking it doesn't look bad. The system notifies him that to become a member, he needs to watch and learn from the Insight S+ Traits lecture. He subscribes to Zhuge channel, making it 1 out of 3 subscriptions completed. By doing so, he acquires the Insight S+ trait. Siwoo is astonished because S+ is a theoretical classification, not a real rank. It was rumored that the 13 heroes who fought against the Demon Lord might have had S+ traits. He's speechless, thinking he got such a powerful trait just by subscribing to a channel. He doubts its reality because he doesn't feel any different. He wonders if it's because Insight S+ enhances observation and intelligence, which might not produce immediate noticeable changes. Siwoo opens Hercules' channel and subscribes to it, thinking that any changes from this subscription would be noticeable. The system notifies him that he has subscribed to Hercules' channel, making it 2 out of 3 subscriptions completed. By subscribing, he acquires the Superhuman Strength SS trait. Shocked at how easily he obtained SS rank strength, Siwoo hits the table. The system immediately notifies him that he has used Superhuman Strength, and its proficiency has increased slightly by 0.1%. Siwoo is stunned, thinking, did he actually get an SS rank trait? This confirms that the trait is real, as he can feel the impact of his new strength. Siwoo is stunned by acquiring an SS rank trait just by subscribing on GodTube. He's confused and wonders aloud about the nature of GodTube. The system notifies him that his Insight S+ proficiency has slightly increased by 0.1% due to his hard thinking. Siwoo questions whether he needs to reach 100% proficiency to fully harness the Insight S+ trait. Seeking guidance, he watches a personal training video from Hercules. In the video, people react with shock as Hercules effortlessly lifts an entire mansion with his immense strength. Siwoo is left speechless, feeling inadequate compared to Hercules' abilities. He thinks to himself, what is this, how he is supposed to follow that? He then thinks he understands why he only has 1 subscriber. He can never do that. In an attempt to withdraw from Hercules' channel, Siwoo discovers he's unable to unsubscribe. Hercules points at Siwoo and tells him he can come in whenever but can't leave whenever. Siwoo is shocked because he's receiving multiple notifications that he can't unsubscribe from. He tries to unsubscribe but the system informs him that once subscribed, he can't easily unsubscribe. Siwoo with paler face says, he can't unsubscribe. Hercules then says he'll see Siwoo tomorrow. Just then, Siwoo gets a call and wonders who's calling him. When he sees that it's Kang Dokil calling, he thinks why Kang Dokil is contacting him. Siwoo directly asks Kang Dokil what he wants. Kang Dokil replies cryptically, suggesting that Siwoo has nowhere else to go. Siwoo suspects Kang Dokil called him just to taunt him. Kang Yuyun tells Siwoo he wants to discuss business, but Siwoo dismisses it as nonsense. Kang Dokil chides him not to be rude, reminding him they used to work together recently. Siwoo insists Kang Dokil get to the point as he doesn't want to waste time. Annoyed, Kang Dokil reveals that SH Group has asked them to stream together. Siwoo is surprised because SH Group is Korea's top financial company. Recently, the granddaughter of the group awakened 2 S-rank traits as a hunter, indicating they are expanding into the hunter industry as well. Kang Dokil mentions that SH Group is expanding their business and wants to venture into streaming. He asks Siwoo for his opinion on joining them. Siwoo flatly refuses, saying he's not interested. Undeterred, Kang Dokil offers Siwoo 5K per video. This offer shocks Siwoo. Kang Dokil then asks if Siwoo wants to join now, but Siwoo still declines with a smirk. Kang Dokil emphasizes that 5K per video is 10 times more than what he usually pays Siwoo, suggesting it's a beneficial deal for both. He asks Siwoo how much he wants instead. Siwoo confidently states he wants 50K per video. Kang Dokil reacts angrily to Siwoo's demand, questioning if Siwoo truly believes he's worth that much. Internally, Kang Dokil wonders if Siwoo is aware of the substantial payment he receives from SH Group. System notifies insight proficiency slightly increased to 0.2%. Siwoo explains his reasoning for why the SH Group is interested in streaming with Kang Dokil instead of other S-rank hunters. He points out that Kang Dokil's granddaughter recently acquired 2 S-rank traits, which would naturally draw the attention of SH Group's chairman, Han Taizan. Siwoo suggests that Han Taizan would want his granddaughter to learn the basics of hunting monsters, as it's fundamental for hunters. Siwoo further emphasizes that Kang Dokil's streaming channel success, with 210K subscribers and profitability, is attributed to Siwoo's unique strategies for hunting monsters. Siwoo asserts that Chairman Han Taizan approached Kang Dokil not because of Kang Dokil himself, but because of Siwoo's knowledge and strategies. Kang Dokil, frustrated, still finds Siwoo's demand of 50K per video excessive. Siwoo, sensing Kang Dokil's hesitation, suggests he find another way, such as getting a loan or finding someone else if he can't meet Siwoo's terms. The next day, inside a B-class dungeon, Siwoo asks Kang Dokil when he will wire the rest of the money. Kang Dokil replies that he will send it as soon as their mission ends and then asks when Han Charon is arriving. They hear footsteps and turn around to see a girl who introduces herself as Han Charon, saying she will be joining the raid and they should depart immediately. Siwoo thinks to himself that Han Charon is very pretty but might be difficult to get close to. He also thinks that as long as he gets his money, he'll just focus on getting his job done. As they venture deeper into the dungeon, they come across a monster. Charon identifies it as a black troll. Kang Dokil agrees, acknowledging it as a B-plus class monster, highly dangerous even among B-class creatures due to its near-immortal regenerative abilities. Those who don't know how to attack it may lose their lives. Kang Dokil instructs Charon on how to handle the monster, following advice he received from Mang Siwoo. Kang Dokil explains the strategy known to the public for defeating the black troll: tear its body apart, destroy its heart, and sever its head to prevent regeneration. Suddenly, Han Charon grabs her sword, rushes toward the monster, and with determination, leaps into the air. She swiftly stabs the monster's heart and then cuts off its head in one fluid motion. Landing gracefully, she surprises Siwoo and Kang Dokil. Charon remarks casually, "That was easy." Impressed, Kang Dokil acknowledges her flawless execution with just a brief explanation, praising her as expected of an S-class hunter. Charon modestly brushes off his praise, saying he's flattering her. Siwoo notices the sword is quite special and asks Charon about it, suggesting it might be a weapon of Aurelian, which he had only heard about. Charon examines the sword and estimates its value to be around 20 billion. Siwoo is visibly impressed, and Kang Dokil reacts with surprise. Sharon then mentions that she hasn't fully grasped the sword's potential yet, having only encountered one troll so far. She proposes moving deeper into the dungeon to gain a better understanding. An hour later, after hunting down all the monsters in the dungeon, Sharon feels more confident about her assessment of the sword. She states there are no more trolls left and suggests they wrap up their mission. Kang Dokil acknowledges Sharon's hard work, to which she responds she's leaving now. Kang Dokil bites his lips and thinks to himself that he hoped this would be a good opportunity to get noticed by the SH Hunter Guild. However, he feels he couldn't contribute much and now faces losing 50 million won to Meng Si-woo. Si-woo, guessing Kang Dokil's thoughts, feels pleased about it. Suddenly, they hear some movement. Sharon asks what it is. Kang Dokil sees this as his chance and suggests it might be an elite monster based on its size. Si-woo, however, realizes that it's not just an elite monster, but actually a boss monster. A boss monster tries to attack the group with its fist, but Sharon blocks the attack with her sword. Kang Dokil is stunned by the sight of the monster and tells his subordinates to run away. As the boss monster withdraws its fist, Sharon falls to the ground. The monster then attacks and hits Kang Dokil's subordinates. While running away, Kang Dokil thinks about how he must survive and escape, regardless of the SH group or Sharon. He repeats to himself that he needs to run and cannot die here. As he runs, the boss monster catches up to him. He trembles with fear seeing the monster in front of him. Kang Dokil thinks he is doomed. Just as the boss monster is about to attack him, Sharon swiftly intervenes and blocks the attack with her sword. The monster increases its strength, sending Sharon flying and hitting the ground hard. As she lies on the ground, the boss monster throws its fist at her. Seeing the punch coming, Sharon grits her teeth, thinking she must dodge. She quickly gets up, jumps into the air, and slashes at the monster with her sword, but it doesn't cause any damage. The boss monster looks at her angrily, shocking her. The monster throws another fist at Sharon, but she steps back quickly, avoiding it. It then throws another punch, which Sharon blocks with her sword. As Si-woo watches the events unfold, he thinks to himself that they can't win against the boss monster. Even though Han Sharon is a hunter with 2 S-class traits, she is still a beginner lacking experience. He concludes that their situation is hopeless. Si-woo realizes that his only choice is to leave Han Sharon behind and run away, or else he will die too. Si-woo thought to himself that the situation would not be easy. Even though Han Sharon is a hunter with 2 S-class traits, she is currently an inexperienced beginner. Si-woo felt that they couldn't win. He considered his options, either abandon her and run away, or trust in the unknown strength of the Gatube's SS rank super strength. Kang Dokil ran away in front of Si-woo, who noticed him fleeing with a desperate expression. Si-woo's face turned pale as he recalled a previous dungeon incident where Kang Dokil had insulted him as a useless ranker and used him as bait for an elite monster. Seeing Sharon struggling with the monster, Si-woo thought they couldn't win. He felt that he had to run away or risk dying a meaningless death. Standing in front of the boss monster, Si-woo screamed to draw its attention. Internally, he thought about how money and prestige are useless if you're dead. However, he realized that if he left Han Sharon behind and ran away, he would be no better than Kang Dokil, who had abandoned him before. Determined, Si-woo rushed towards the boss monster. Their fists collided, causing the boss monster to withdraw in pain. Sharon, shocked, thought to herself that he had deflected the monster's fist and wondered who this person was. Si-woo revealed his Hercules dive aura as he approached the boss monster, his fist glowing with energy. He and Sharon stood together, ready to face the formidable foe. The boss monster threw another punch, which Si-woo blocked with his right side, absorbing the impact. Both Si-woo and the boss monster increased their power, neither willing to back down. Si-woo then gave Sharon a signal, saying it was time. Sharon looked at the boss monster, then leapt into the air, gripping her sword tightly with both hands. Seeing an opportunity, she aimed for the monster sharply. With a swift and powerful strike, Sharon stabbed the boss monster. To ensure her safety, she kicked the monster to push herself away, maintaining her distance as she landed back on the ground. Sharon leapt into the air again and, with one powerful slash, cut off the boss monster's head. As they looked at the lifeless body, Si-woo wondered if it was truly over. However, sensing something odd, Si-woo used his insight, S+ trait. He realized that boss monsters, being variants, often undergo double transformations, meaning a physical transformation was still possible. Just then, the boss monster's head regenerated, and it caught Sharon in its fist, causing her to scream in pain. Si-woo thought, if Han Sharon dies, it's all over. But there's nothing he can do. If all the traits he gained from Gatube are real, Even though they are weak now, and if all of them are his strength, he can buy a little time. Determined to save Charon, Siwoo readied himself to use every bit of his power to hold off the monster and create another chance for them to defeat it. Siwoo bravely leaps onto the boss monster's massive fist and grabs hold of one of its fingers, attempting to pry Charon free from its tight grip. Despite Charon urging him to run away, Siwoo refuses and instead tells her to aim for the monster's heart. With a determined effort, Charon manages to break free from the monster's grasp, though it's a struggle. Understanding Siwoo's plan now, Charon rushes towards the monster with her sword in hand. Siwoo shouts loudly, urging her to trust him and go forward. The boss monster shifts its focus to Charon, momentarily forgetting about Siwoo. Sensing something disrupting its movement, the monster turns to look at Siwoo, who is holding onto its fingers and stopping its motion. Siwoo smiles as he faces the monster. Meanwhile, Charon takes advantage of the distraction. She jumps onto the monster's arm and slashes it as she ascends. The monster roars in agony. With her keen eyes, Charon spots the monster's heart and leaps onto it, stabbing it fiercely with both hands gripping her sword tightly. Siwoo, watching Charon in action, realizes he can only hold on for another half-second at most. Knowing there's no time to explain fully, he shouts to Charon that the ogre has two hearts. Charon, surprised by this revelation, repeats two? But Siwoo trusts her intuition to understand. As the boss monster attacks Charon with its other hand, she quickly evades. Siwoo knows she must locate the remaining heart herself. Charon leaps into the air, gripping her sword tightly, and lands on the right side of the monster's chest, stabbing it. Meanwhile, Siwoo leaves the boss monster's fingers and jumps into the air, declaring, "Now stop resisting and die." The system notifies him that his abilities are temporarily increased. As Charon steps down from her attack, Siwoo focuses his full strength, striking the monster with a powerful attack from above. With that final blow he ends the boss monster life. As Siwoo defeats the boss monster, Charon initially thinks they've won. However, after the battle, Siwoo is covered in bruises, his head bleeding, and his clothes stained with his own blood. Concerned, Charon calls out to him, but he doesn't respond. As Siwoo walks towards Charon, he collapses just a few steps away from her. Charon is bewildered and worried about what could be happening to him. As Siwoo wakes up, he's surprised to find himself in a hospital. Charon says he's awake, and when Siwoo looks at her, he sees Charon sitting beside his bed. Upon seeing her, his face blushes, and he calls out her name in surprise. Siwoo asks why he's there, and Charon explains that he was badly injured, so she brought him to the hospital. She details how his muscles were torn, there were ruptures all over, and even his ribs were broken. Charon then asks, more importantly, how his body is feeling. Siwoo internally feels she's too close for comfort. Suddenly, Charon leans in even closer to Siwoo and touches his forehead. Siwoo's face turns even redder as he blushes under her touch. Charon's intense gaze leaves Siwoo shocked. She notices he seems feverish, which causes Siwoo to feel even more flustered. Charon then gently asks for Siwoo's name, mentioning he hasn't introduced himself yet. Siwoo, still dazed by the situation, manages to say his name, Myung Siwoo. Internally, Siwoo wonders why Charon is asking for his name when she likely saw it in his hospital records upon admitting him. However, Charon explains that she wanted to hear it directly from him. Siwoo remains silent for a moment, pondering if Charon somehow read his mind or used her purported sixth sense, which is supposedly an S-rank ability. He begins to consider that if her abilities are real, they might not be the fraudulent claims he initially thought them to be. Charon acknowledges that Siwoo might still be disoriented from waking up, but she proceeds to make a proposal to him. Siwoo is taken aback by her offer. He asks if it's because of how he handled the ogre, to which Charon confirms. Then, Charon drops a bombshell. She offers Siwoo a salary of 1 billion won. Siwoo is completely stunned and speechless at this unexpected offer. Charon continues, mentioning that they would also share profits from monster carcass byproducts based on Siwoo's contributions. Siwoo is overwhelmed by the proposal, thinking it's incredible to be offered such a high salary along with additional benefits from monster carcass profits. Charon reveals that she knows about Siwoo's younger sister suffering from hemophilia and being treated at their hospital. She offers free medical care for Siwoo's sister as part of their agreement. Siwoo's expression darkens upon hearing about his sister's condition, and he asks what he needs to do in return for these benefits. Charon explains that Siwoo would be responsible for strategizing how to handle monsters during their hunts. Later that night, lying in bed, Siwoo reflects on his decision. He realizes he may have rushed about the offer. Eventually, Siwoo decides to decline the offer. He informs Charon of his decision, and she acknowledges it, expressing understanding. Despite this, she assures Siwoo that due to him saving her life, she will still cover his sister's medical expenses at their hospital. Siwoo resolves to believe in the potential of GodTube, where he gained the Insight, S+, and Super Strength, SS, skills. He firmly believes in the reality of GodTube as a channel of gods, capable of reducing even S-rank hunters to mere footnotes in comparison. Siwoo sees no reason to limit these possibilities by accepting Charon's offer, despite its tempting benefits. However, his main concern remains finding a way to cure his younger sister Seo-ah's incurable disease, hemophilia, which becomes his top priority moving forward. Siwoo reflects on his younger sister, Myung Seo-ah, who contracted hemophilia during a sudden dungeon break long ago. This disease prevents blood from clotting and currently has no cure in modern medicine, only treatments that can alleviate symptoms to some extent. Siwoo considers the possibility of using abilities gained from GodTube to find a cure for Seo-ah. He believes that learning from these abilities might hold the key to curing her disease. However, he acknowledges that the ingredients typically used in treatments for hemophilia are expensive and rare, making them inaccessible for most people. Siwoo opening his broken laptop. He says he needs a substantial amount of money. He considers starting by editing a video that could potentially earn him 50 million won. While watching dungeon clips, he sees Charon mentioning her sword, valued at 20 billion won. This sparks an idea in Siwoo's mind: what if he starts making and selling equipment? He calculates that he could potentially earn hundreds of billions of won this way. However, Siwoo faces a challenge. He only has one subscription left, and additional subscriptions require a membership costing 100 million won. Determined to find a solution, Siwoo decides to learn metallurgy and create weapons. He opens the Hephaestus channel, subscribing to it as his first step towards learning the skills needed for crafting high-value items. Siwoo's jaw drops in astonishment as he receives a notification from the system. He subscribed to Hephaestus's channel. Acquired Divine Metallurgy SS+. He is shocked that simply subscribing granted him such a high-ranked ability in Divine Metallurgy. Siwoo proceeds to open a Hephaestus video where he learns about the first and second enhancements. Hephaestus emphasizes a crucial point: when enhancing weapons, one must not fear failure. He stresses the importance of perseverance in a time where many people lack it, urging practitioners to be prepared for the possibility of the weapon being destroyed during the enhancement process. Siwoo's face pales as he contemplates the advice from Hephaestus about preparing for the possibility of destroying a weapon during enhancement. He questions why such a risky approach is necessary and reflects why are all gods like this. Suddenly, the system notifies him. He fixed the knowledge of incorrect metallurgy. Divine Metallurgy, SS, proficiency has slightly increased. Divine Metallurgy, SS, proficiency, 0.1%. The next morning, Siwoo starts exercising in the hospital park. Nearby, a brown-haired nurse remarks to her colleague about how much Siwoo's health has suddenly improved. The black-haired nurse expresses some uncertainty about it. Hearing their conversation, Siwoo himself realizes that his health has indeed improved significantly. The brown-haired nurse mentions that according to the attending physician, Siwoo's recovery is exceptionally fast, even for a hunter. She adds that he might be discharged as early as tomorrow. Siwoo is surprised by this news, thinking to himself, he's already ready to be discharged, it's faster than he thought. Meanwhile, the system notifies Siwoo that his proficiency in Super Strength, SS, has slightly increased to 1.01%. Siwoo thinks about the potential consequences of using his Super Strength skill too frequently, knowing it could damage his muscle fibers if overused. Despite this concern, he resolves not to neglect his training. His sister, Seo-ah, approaches him calling him Oppa. Siwoo is glad to see her. Seo-ah informs Siwoo that he will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Siwoo acknowledges this news, mentioning it turned out that way. Seo-ah expresses her worry when Siwoo was first admitted to the hospital, recalling how serious his condition was initially. She mentions her surprise that he is being discharged after just a week when they initially thought he would need to stay for a month. Siwoo wonders if Seo-ah is disappointed because he's leaving the hospital sooner than expected. Siwoo smiles gently and pats Seo-ah's head affectionately, advising her not to neglect her treatment even when he's not around and assuring her that they don't need to worry about finances. Seo-ah acknowledges that she receives free treatment, thanks to Charon Uni's consideration. Siwoo is surprised and taken aback to hear Seo-ah refer to Charon as Uni. Seo-ah explains that Charon asked her to call her Uni because Charon doesn't have any siblings and wants to treat Seo-ah like a sister. Siwoo reacts with disbelief, asking when this happened. However, He quickly refocuses and asks Seo-ah if she has personally met Han Charon. Seo-ah confirms that she has met Charon and mentions that Charon even visits her at the hospital sometimes. Si-woo is surprised to learn that Charon has visited Seo-ah at the hospital several times without him noticing. Seo-ah explains that Charon checks in on them occasionally, especially when Si-woo is exercising. Si-woo reflects on Charon's busy schedule as a high-ranking hunter and wonders if her visits are still part of her effort to recruit him. Seo-ah teasingly suggests that Charon might have a crush on Si-woo, which he dismisses emphatically. Seo-ah laughs and mentions that his brother is quite popular among the nurses, who talk about him daily. Si-woo tries to redirect the conversation, urging Seo-ah to go inside quickly and stop wasting time, as he have plans to go. Curious, Seo-ah asks where Si-woo is going. He replies with determination that he needs to start earning money. Si-woo, the protagonist, enters an F-ranked dungeon alone for the first time to hunt monsters. He admits to feeling nervous due to his lack of experience. As he ventures further into the dungeon, moments later, he hears the approach of monsters and he sees goblins. Groups of goblins rush toward Si-woo, aggressively throwing stones at him. No longer able to hide as he used to, Si-woo runs towards the goblins to evade their attacks. He remarks on the overwhelming number of goblins attacking him, noting that their group behavior is more intense than he anticipated. As the goblins rush towards Si-woo, and one of them attacks him with its weapon, but Si-woo dodges the strike. With no weapon in hand, Si-woo uses his bare fist and punches the goblin with such force that it splits into two pieces. Si-woo is surprised by his own strength, thinking to himself that the goblin exploded, realizing he might be stronger than he realized. The other goblins look on in astonishment as Si-woo confidently walks towards them, clenching his fist and inviting them to bring it on. Later, he successfully clears the dungeon. Si-woo brings the goblin corpses to Master Seo's workshop and asks how much can be made from them. Seo Pal Guang responds critically, noting that Si-woo brought scraps instead of proper ingredients. Despite Si-woo's silence, Seo Pal Guang agrees to teach him how to smelt the corpses. Seo Pal Guang emphasizes the art of hammering, highlighting that it requires more than just strength. Seo Pal Guang, now in his 40s, is a skilled craftsman who spent his youth mastering metallurgy. Over 20 years, he has become known as a dexterous awakened artisan, admired for his passion and skill in crafting. Seo Pal Guang remarks to Si-woo, just because there are good materials doesn't mean one can easily get A-grade or S-grade equipment. Si-woo watches in surprise as Seo Pal Guang demonstrates his craft. After showing Si-woo an example, Seo Pal Guang instructs him to try it himself. Si-woo says that he understands. Seo Pal Guang observes Si-woo from a distance and ponders whether his name is Myung Si-woo. He is intrigued because Si-woo hasn't requested commissioned equipment, apprenticeship, or guild membership. Instead, Si-woo is the first to ask to rent the workshop's facilities and is willing to pay for it. Seo Pal Guang allows this out of curiosity about Si-woo's intentions but remains critical of Si-woo's hammering technique. Seo Pal Guang reflects on how people nowadays underestimate metallurgy due to games and online tutorials. He recalls his own 20-year journey to master the craft and is disappointed by Si-woo's apparent distraction with his smartphone, suggesting he might think learning from online videos is sufficient. However, Seo Pal Guang's disappointment turns to surprise as he hears a distinct rhythm in Si-woo's hammering. His eyes widen in astonishment as he realizes Si-woo may have more skill and potential than he initially thought. Later, Soon Trading CEO Kim So-yoon arrives at the workshop and announces her presence. Seo Pal Guang recognizes her and confirms her identity. Kim So-yoon says only a cute girl like herself would visit such a sweaty workshop. Seo Pal Guang questions why she doesn't send someone else. Kim So-yoon explains that she made a deal specifically with him, as he is renowned as the best blacksmith in Korea, so she have to come herself every time. Seo Pal Guang remarks that Kim So-yoon is buttering him up as a typical businessman. Kim So-yoon introduces herself confidently as the CEO of So-yoon Trading, emphasizing their high-quality goods. She then presents materials mentioned previously and discusses payment. During their conversation, Seo Pal Guang interrupts, directing attention to items wrapped in cloth, warning about their sharpness. Kim So-yoon mentions a recent equipment delivery to SH Group, highlighting their business agreement. Kim So-yoon becomes increasingly irritated upon hearing the sound of Si-woo hammering. Kim So-yoon is frustrated and shouts loudly for quiet because the conversation is being drowned out. Si-woo ignores her and starts humming. Kim So-yoon observes a weapon made by Si-woo and thinks he looks clueless but capable of making something like that. Seo Pal Guang asks for her opinion. She criticizes the weapon, noting its crude shape and dull blade, and she comments that it can't be used. Seo Pal-gwang then reveals that the weapon was made using only the bones of goblins and kobolds, which leaves Kim So-yoon speechless. Seo Pal-gwang says despite the materials being in a bad state, it's Siwoo first time hammering. Kim So-yoon expresses surprise, questioning if Seo Pal-gwang has taken on a disciple due to the impressive hammering skills. Seo Pal-gwang clarifies that he only made a suggestion, he did not take on a disciple. Internally, Seo Pal-gwang is astonished by the proficiency of the Siwoo wielding the hammer, considering it unlikely that they are a novice. Seo Pal-gwang remarks that no one else could craft a weapon from materials like goblin and kobold bones. He adds that Siwoo had even refused an offer to become his disciple. Kim So-yoon is left speechless by this revelation that Siwoo turned down such an opportunity. She watches Siwoo intently as he continues diligently working on making weapons. Kim So-yoon remains silent without saying anything, watching Siwoo. Finally, Siwoo successfully creates a proper weapon for the first time. The system notifies them that he created an equipment from trash materials, and his proficiency in divine metallurgy, SS, slightly increases to 0.7%. Siwoo considers how to sell the weapon he crafted from trash materials, but he's uncertain about the process. Kim So-yoon notices his hesitation and asks if he plans to sell the sword. When Siwoo turns to respond, she introduces herself as Kim So-yoon, the CEO of So-yoon Trading. Siwoo thinks So-yoon Trading, he's heard of that company. A company that primarily operates in the hunter industry, valuing trust and reliability above all. Because of this, it is quite well known in the hunter industry. Kim Seo-ah states that in South Korea, they exclusively deal with top quality items and expresses interest in buying the sword Siwoo crafted. Siwoo inquires about the price, to which Kim So-yoon responds after inspecting it, it's 1 million won each. Siwoo agrees to the transaction with So-yoon Trading. Following the successful deal, Siwoo begins producing weapons at a rapid pace. With the help of his equipment, Kim So-yoon efficiently concludes her business dealings. Kim So-yoon arrives at the workshop filled with excitement, exclaiming about So-yoon Trading officially signing a contract with SH Group. Siwoo responds by asking if he should congratulate her. Kim So-yoon expresses her gratitude to Siwoo, acknowledging that meeting delivery schedules and maintaining high equipment quality are crucial for building trust in business. She credits Siwoo for his role in their success, holding his hands and thanking him sincerely. Kim So-yoon assures Siwoo that if there's anything he wants, he just needs to ask, promising to fulfill his wishes no matter what. Kim So-yoon tells Siwoo to check his account, prompting him to look at his phone. Siwoo initially sees the deposit from So-yoon Trading and begins counting the numbers, thinking it might be less than expected. Kim So-yoon asks him how much it is, and Siwoo replies, it's 2,800. She corrects him, urging him to check again. Siwoo counts the digits carefully once more and suddenly realizes the correct amount. With excitement, he exclaims, 280 million. This moment marks a turning point for 23-year-old Myung Siwoo as he becomes slave to the money. Siwoo sits alone, repeatedly checking his bank balance on his phone. He calculates that he now has enough money to join the GodTube membership and treat Seo-ah. Siwoo decides to subscribe to 3 channels, Hwa Tuo, known as the legendary physician, Hippocrates, the father of medicine, and Hyo-jun, a foundational figure in Korean traditional medicine. However, Siwoo realizes that subscribing to all 3 channels costs 300 million South Korean won per month. Considering his current financial situation, he concludes that he can only afford to choose one subscription out of the 3. Siwoo sits silently, deep in thought, but he can't maintain that composure for long. Frustrated by his financial limitations, he becomes overwhelmed and makes a rash decision, subscribing to a channel. Meanwhile, Seo Pal-gwang discusses the challenges of working with high brittle materials like ceramics, noting that they are difficult to polish. He explains that sometimes it's necessary to minimize polishing due to these materials' characteristics. Despite Siwoo's confusion, Seo Pal-gwang reassures him that even high brittle materials can be processed effectively through precise machining techniques. Kim So-yoon enters the workshop and Seo Pal-gwang asks why she keeps coming. She explains that today, she's there because of Master Myung Siwoo. Siwoo expresses his happiness upon seeing her and mentions he was waiting for her. Kim So-yoon is surprised and asks if he really was waiting for her. Siwoo reminds her of her previous offer to get anything he needed. He asks can she get what's inside the paper. Kim So-yoon confidently takes the paper and assures him, she can. Kim So-yoon reads out the list of items Siwoo wants to buy. Siwoo asks if they are difficult to obtain, to which Kim So-yoon responds that she can get them, but they are very expensive. Siwoo then asks how much they would cost. Kim So-yoon estimates at least 300 million South Korean won, but she believes she can negotiate it down to around 200 million South Korean won. Siwoo is shocked by the high cost, feeling like it's a bombshell to him due to its enormity. Siwoo considers the necessity of acquiring materials to master the divine skills learned through the God Tube membership, particularly the divine medical skills of Hua Tuo, which are challenging to improve without specific herbs and knowledge. He reflects on how without Kim So-yoon's help, obtaining these materials would have been impossible. Kim So-yoon notices Siwoo's dilemma and asks if she should get the materials for him. Siwoo, with a heartbroken expression, agrees. Siwoo calculates his finances. He received 284 million South Korean won from Kim So-yoon but spent 280 million South Korean won, leaving him with a current balance of 4 million South Korean won. He realizes he also has a subscription fee of 100 million South Korean won due at the end of the month. Concerned about needing more money immediately, Siwoo contemplates increasing his workload by manufacturing more equipment, but recognizes he needs millions, not just a small amount. Suddenly, an idea strikes him as he recalls something. He remembers the days about streaming. Siwoo thinks he forgot MeTube and he could potentially earn money through this platform. In the metro train, a boy scrolls through his phone, disappointed at finding nothing interesting to watch. He then comes across a video uploaded by Siwoo on MeTube and wonders what it's about. Curious, he opens the video. The video starts with footage of hippopotamuses, and to the boy's surprise, Siwoo appears dressed in a hippopotamus cosplay. Siwoo proceeds to act like a hippopotamus, immersing himself in the role as the video progresses. Siwoo removes his mask and begins explaining to the viewers. He starts by saying, "Do they know that Hamadan isn't actually a horse?" The boy watching wonders what Siwoo is talking about. Siwoo continues, explaining that the monster they're seeing, called Hamadan in Korean, is known as hippopotamus in other countries because of its resemblance to a hippopotamus. Siwoo elaborates on how the name came about and clarifies, but in fact, a hippopotamus is not a member of the horse family. The boy reflects on Siwoo's explanation, noting that the Ma in Hamadan represents the character for horse. Siwoo continues his explanation, stating that hippopotamuses actually belong to the cow family. He further elaborates, saying they are part of the order Artiodactyla, which includes hoofed mammals with an even number of toes, known as even-toed ungulates. Siwoo suggests stopping there to avoid delving into more complex details. He then shifts the topic to the first strategy for conquering Hamadan, explaining that agitating it with a red cloth is effective. However, he clarifies that cows are not actually agitated by the color red, the key is simply to provoke them. The boy is shocked by Siwoo's unexpected revelations and information. Siwoo boldly displays the red cloth to the hippopotamus, calling out, "Come here." The hippopotamus spots the red cloth, causing their eyes to turn red with rage. It charges fiercely at Siwoo, who stands firm, holding onto the cloth. As the hippopotamus approaches, Siwoo calmly announces, "Let him tell the second strategy to conquer Hamadan." Siwoo says, "It is just beat it down." This declaration shocks the boy watching, who questions if that can truly be called a strategy. Siwoo swiftly darts towards the hippopotamus, tossing aside the red cloth with determination. Despite the danger, he smiles confidently at the approaching beast. Siwoo throws a punch at the hippopotamus, and with a single powerful blow, most of the creatures scatter and become motionless in the aftermath. As the dust settles, Siwoo stands alone. Some of the hippopotamus are now lifeless. He addresses the audience confidently, asks, "How's that? Isn't it easy?" The boy watching is left completely speechless by Siwoo's bold actions and their effectiveness. Some remaining hippopotamus, still in a rage, charge at Siwoo to attack. Undeterred, Siwoo effortlessly sends them flying with his powerful fists. The boy watches in awe as Siwoo's strength and skill are displayed in the video. Siwoo, with a thumbs up, addresses his audience saying, "If they found this strategy helpful, please like, subscribe, and turn on notifications." The audience responds with comments, questioning Siwoo's sanity and marveling at his ability to confront the hippopotamus bare-handed, finding the situation humorous. Despite the initial disbelief, Siwoo's channel begins to grow rapidly as more subscribers and viewers tune in. Seeing the positive response, Siwoo remarks confidently, "Everything is going as planned." Siwoo checks out his MeTube channel and sees that the latest video he uploaded is receiving a lot of positive comments. He notices that viewers are really enjoying the concept of this video. However, Siwoo attributes the good response primarily to the power of the algorithm rather than the content itself. Frustrated with dealing with low-level challenges, he resolves to persevere through tough times, determined to continue pushing forward and improving his content. Siwoo thinks to himself, as seen, It's all about building up a strong sense of adaptation that leads to greater interest over time. That's my specialty, analyzing and strategizing against monsters. Reaching 1 million subscribers is not just a dream anymore. However, there's one problem: a sudden nosebleed. As he works, blood starts coming out of his nose. Seeing the blood, Siwoo is shocked and begins to feel dizzy. He mutters to himself that the video still needs editing, there's a dungeon raid to plan, and a delivery to handle. As he tries to get up, he loses his balance. Dizzy, he falls, hits his head on the table, and passes out, realizing in his last moments of consciousness, he's overworking himself. Siwoo wakes up and immediately wonders where he is, realizing he's in his own room as he looks at the ceiling. He gets up, feeling a headache, and reflects that he must have briefly passed out, relieved that he wasn't seriously injured, thanks to his Hercules strength. Siwoo checks his phone and realizes it's 4:31, shocked that he might have been unconscious for an entire day. Siwoo concerns about the situation he's in. If this continuing, he'll die from overworking himself, before he make any money. Siwoo decides he needs to quickly edit something but acknowledges he can't continue like this and resolves to hire an editor. The next day, Siwoo arrives at a cafe and checks his job applications, surprised by the number of applicants. He jokes that it feels like he's holding auditions for an idol group, possibly due to the attractive salary of a base 3 million won plus incentives based on views. Siwoo reflects that money motivates people the most. He considers the importance of choosing someone who will genuinely add value. While reviewing a video clip sent by an applicant, he admires the good sound effects and comedic timing, realizing their editing skills surpass his own. Siwoo checks the time, which now reads 1:03. He grows frustrated as he waits for the editor who is late. He mutters about why Park Deok-gu hasn't arrived yet, recalling their agreed meeting time at 1 p.m. Siwoo remembers thinking that Park Deok-gu's name sounded like that of an older person, and his manner of speaking also seemed mature. Siwoo considers that experience might be beneficial, despite his initial annoyance at the delay. Siwoo sends a message to Park Deok-gu asking where he is, but doesn't receive a reply. Siwoo assumes Park Deok-gu hasn't read the message yet and hopes he's almost arrived. Folding his hands, Siwoo decides to wait a little longer. Despite waiting patiently for a while, Park Deok-gu still hasn't shown up. Siwoo's expression darkens as he starts to lose patience, cursing Park Deok-gu for being late. Finally, Park Deok-gu enters the cafe and apologizes for his tardiness. Siwoo, visibly irritated, looks at Park Deok-gu with an angry expression. Park Deok-gu apologizes for being late. He says he's for MetaTube interview. Park Deok-gu then asks if he's Myung Siwoo, the person he was supposed to meet. Siwoo is surprised to see that Park Deok-gu is actually a girl, which makes him unable to stay mad at her. He responds with a hesitant yes and asks her about her identity, still processing the unexpected revelation. Internally, Siwoo wonders why he had assumed Park Deok-gu was an old man. Park Deok-gu apologizes for being late, to which Siwoo responds by asking her the reason for her delay and mentioning that she didn't check her messages. Park Deok-gu explains that she forgot to prepare lunch boxes for her siblings. Because she was editing a video late into the night. She admits she didn't check her messages. Because she rushed over in a hurry, expressing her apologies. Siwoo responds, she was editing a video? Park Deok-gu timidly confirms, saying it's the video she attached with her application. Siwoo is astonished, asking if she edited the video he gave her in just 1 day. Park Deok-gu clarifies not 1 day but it took about 3 hours. Siwoo reacts with his head down, shaking hands and clenched fists, repeating 3 hours in disbelief. Park Deok-gu observes his reaction timidly, wondering what has gotten into him. Siwoo then addresses her coldly by her name, Park Deok-gu. With tears in her eyes, Park Deok-gu responds affirmatively. Siwoo then asks her when she can start working. Park Deok-gu, surprised, asks if she should start right away. Siwoo smiles cunningly to himself, impressed by Park Deok-gu's ability to edit a video in just 3 hours, a task that typically takes him at least 8 hours. He calculates the value of editing a video in such a short time. Siwoo then reminds her of the expectations, uploading 2 videos per week, with the possibility of 3 at times, and additional bonuses as per the announcement. Park Deok-gu, with a timid and tearful expression, gazes at Siwoo. Siwoo extends his hand towards her and expresses his anticipation of working together in the future, addressing her as Ms. Editor with a smile. However, instead of shaking his hand, Park Deok-gu hits her head on the table and promises to work hard. Outside the cafe, people panic and run, shouting about a sudden event. They warn others to flee, mentioning a dungeon break. Siwoo and Park Deok-gu look on in surprise. Siwoo realizes it's a dungeon break and hears an announcement confirming it's a C-grade dungeon break, urging nearby residents to evacuate quickly. Park Deok-gu urges Siwoo that they need to evacuate too, calling him boss. Siwoo, with a cunning smile, reminds her that she said she could start working right away. Park Deok-gu confirms this. Siwoo smiles at Park Deok-gu and hands her his phone, instructing her to take it and follow him. As they run, Park Deok-gu addresses Siwoo as boss and asks where they are heading. Siwoo clenches his fist and responds determinedly, saying they are going where they can make money. Meanwhile, people scream and flee for their lives, but Siwoo and Park Deok-gu move towards the dungeon gate. Siwoo directs Park Deok-gu to start recording a video. Initially confused, she soon understands and begins recording with Siwoo's phone. Orc-like monsters emerge from the gate, and Park Deok-gu continues filming as they appear. Siwoo charges at the monsters and delivers powerful punches with his fists. After dispatching the monsters, Siwoo addresses his viewers, telling them to subscribe, like, and ring the notification bell. He wipes blood from his face and confidently declares, they should start making some real money now. The rescue team arrives at the scene of the dungeon break with helicopters, urging everyone to take shelter inside buildings for safety. They warn of the danger of staying outside. Suddenly, the head of an orc monster falls in their midst, leaving them speechless. The onlookers and the rescue team are in disbelief at what they have just witnessing. They witness Siwoo battling the monsters alone, using only his bare fists to kill them. Park Deok-gu records the entire scene from the sidelines. Siwoo continues to defeat each orc monster until none are left standing. He steps on the group of corpses and raises his hand triumphantly. Siwoo, with a confident smirk, encourages viewers to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications if they enjoyed the content of his battle against orc monsters during a dungeon break. He is doing my work instead of me, so don't forget what Siwoo said to do. Meanwhile, Park Deok-gu, while editing the video, is amazed and puzzled by Siwoo's actions and popularity on MeTube. She questions why his videos attract so much attention despite her editing efforts. Viewer comments focus on the guard's stunned reactions and praise the video's quality. Observing Siwoo's MeTube channel, Deok-gu realizes that her boss is genuinely obsessed with MeTube. Holding her head, she wonders if she's capable of keeping up with the demands and expectations of working with Siwoo. Deok-gu's two siblings come to her with chicken, excitedly telling her how tasty it is and that they saved some for her. They argue over whether they should eat together. Deok-gu watches them and thinks to herself that she'll do her best for her siblings. Meanwhile, at the workshop, Siwoo works diligently on crafting a weapon. Eventually, he finishes making a shiny sword. Siwoo examines the weapon he crafted, made from orc byproducts obtained during dungeon breaks. He reflects that since it's made from materials of a C-rank monster, it should hold promise. His accomplishment system notifies him. Divine, Metallurgy, SS, proficiency has slightly increased. Divine, Metallurgy, SS, proficiency 4.43%. And he created an item that's worth considering if given for free. Siwoo contemplates the idea of giving away the item for free. He acknowledges that his proficiency increased by 1.4%, which he considers a significant jump compared to previous gains. Kim So-yoon arrives at the workshop and admires a new song created by Siwoo. She compliments him on the improving quality of his equipment. Seo Pal Gwang, shocked by the craftsmanship of a sword he sees, wonders aloud how someone with less than a month's experience could possess such skill. Siwoo remains quiet, examining the sword thoughtfully. He responds tactfully, acknowledging he still has much to learn and isn't perfect yet. Seo Pal Gwang is unable to believe what he's witnessing, continuing to be amazed. Kim So-yoon, smiling, asks Siwoo if he plans to sell the sword. Siwoo responds positively with a thumbs up, smiling, and gives her the sword, expressing confidence that she will sell it at the highest price. Kim So-yoon assures him, leave it to her. Seo Pal Gwang watches them silently, clearly displeased. Changing the subject, Kim So-yoon remarks on Siwoo's improved complexion. Siwoo, scratching his cheek, responds with surprise. Kim So-yoon humorously recalls how he used to have dark circles so severe she couldn't tell if he was human or a zombie. Now, she notes, he looks more human. Siwoo awkwardly laughs in response. Siwoo, while checking his cheeks, reflects that since Deok-gu took over the editing work, he's been able to get more sleep lately despite still being busy. He acknowledges that after giving her hazard pay last time, he doesn't have much flexibility in labor costs. However, he realizes that helping with video filming isn't part of an editor's job and resolves to compensate her properly. Siwoo remembers his time working as a video editor and becomes enraged, declaring that Kang Dokil was truly despicable. Looking at his phone and smiling, Siwoo thinks about Deokgu's impressive editing skills and appreciates her hard work. Siwoo asks Ms. So-yoon about the herbs he requested last time. Kim So-yoon initially pretends to have forgotten but then reveals she already has them, explaining it was his first request. Surprised, Siwoo comments on how impressive this is. Kim So-yoon cheerfully boasts that So-yoon Trading only handles the best items in Korea. Siwoo, thinking to himself that her boast is unrelated, asks how much the herbs cost. Kim So-yoon checks her phone and announces that the total cost is 212.44 million won. Siwoo, shocked by the amount but not showing it outwardly, smiles and comments on the high price. Kim So-yoon offers to round it down to 200 million won since it's his first request. Siwoo thanks her sincerely. Curious, Kim So-yoon asks what he plans to do with all those herbs. Siwoo responds that they are for clinical trials. Siwoo opens GodTube and watches a video of Divine Dr. Hwada explaining the process of refining ingredients for herbal medicine from animals, plants, or minerals. The doctor mentions common forms like concoctions, powders, pills, and ointments. Siwoo patiently watches the video but eventually becomes frustrated, saying he can't improve his divine medicine proficiency this way. The system notifies Siwoo that he has gained insight into advanced knowledge, and his insight, S+, proficiency has slightly increased. Siwoo is surprised that his proficiency in an unrelated skill is going up. The system then notifies him that his insight, S+, proficiency has increased by 8.7%. As Siwoo spends time watching the video, he starts to grasp some understanding. He simplifies it in his thoughts, realizing that it's essentially about studying herbs used in treating diseases and learning their effectiveness. The system then notifies Siwoo that he has understood the definition of materia medica, and his divine medicine proficiency has slightly increased by 0.4%. Siwoo questions if that's correct and wonders why such a straightforward concept is explained in such a complicated manner. Siwoo, having learned a bit about divine medicine, starts making a concoction in his kitchen. Upon successfully creating it, the system notifies him that he has made a concoction that might be beneficial for his body, and his divine medicine, S+, proficiency increases slightly to 0.9%. Siwoo hesitates when looking at his creation, questioning if it's really safe to drink. He reflects that the system's comment might be good for his body implies there's a chance it might not be good for him either. Despite his concerns, he decides to try it, reasoning that since it's made with divine medicine, it shouldn't be lethal. However, right after tasting the concoction, Siwoo collapses to the ground. It's uncertain whether he's alive or dead. Of course he won't. Siwoo wakes up, feeling the aftermath effects of the medicine. Trembling, he realizes the situation and exclaims about his money and the herbal ingredients he used. Even in his distressed state, Siwoo reaches out to his mobile. The system notifies him that he has consumed a concoction that may benefit his body, and his monstrous strength, SS, proficiency has slightly increased. With a teary face, Siwoo acknowledges that his monstrous strength proficiency has gone up. He stands on his knees, pondering if it's been less than 3 seconds since he consumed the medicine and whether he should taste it again. The next day, Siwoo enters a dungeon inhabited by a vampire bat, an E+ rank bat-type monster. Siwoo reflects that there's another reason why he came here. Setting up his camera, Siwoo plans to film a MeTube video with the concept "Are bats rodents?" Additionally, he aims to obtain byproducts from vampire bats for equipment crafting. Lastly, he intends to study the diseases that affect vampire bats. Siwoo observes the monstrous bats and notes that they live in clusters of dozens to hundreds, harboring various diseases without being affected themselves. He considers that if some of these diseases are related to blood diseases and he can understand why bats are immune, it might offer a clue to curing COA. Siwoo acknowledges that it won't be easy, but he believes that with divine medicine, it's certainly achievable. Siwoo suddenly detects an unfamiliar presence and realizes it's not from a bat but from a human. He decides to hide behind a rock just to be cautious. From his hiding spot, Siwoo spots the people ahead and identifies them as Kang Dokil's gang. He wonders how they managed to enter the dungeon, considering he was assigned this dungeon exclusively by the Hunter Administration Bureau. While there can be overlaps at times, the coincidence of encountering Kang Dokil's gang surprises him. Siwoo ponders why C-rank hunters like Kang Dokil's gang are in an E+ rank dungeon. He concludes they must have followed him. Aware that dungeons are isolated without internet or phone signals, he realizes the danger of their presence. Siwoo decides to take action, moving cautiously. He dismisses hesitation, clenching his fist with determination. He resolves to confront them and gather information, acknowledging that he may need to resort to force. Kim Ji-woo asks if Myung Si-woo really entered the dungeon. Do-yuna confirms he saw him enter, and Ji-min-chul also saw him. Kim Ji-woo, frustrated, questions why they haven't found him yet. Ji-min-chul suggests he might already be dead. Kim Ji-woo smirks, commenting that Si-woo couldn't handle himself, especially entering a dungeon alone, which benefits them. Ji-min-chul acknowledges that despite Si-woo lacking skill, he was clever and might have devised a strategy against vampire bats. Kim Ji-woo dismisses this, stating that an unawakened person like Si-woo couldn't achieve much. Do-yuna thinking says that Si-woo didn't seem to rely solely on strategy in the video. Ji-min-chul expresses skepticism, suggesting that the video could have been fake or CGI. Kim Ji-woo agrees, finding that explanation more plausible. Ji-min-chul speculates further, suggesting that maybe this isn't even a real dungeon but a film set. Kim Ji-woo smirks at the idea. Suddenly, Si-woo interrupts them, startling Ji-min-chul and Do-yuna. Si-woo places his hand on Kim Ji-woo's shoulder with a serious expression and asks directly, "So, where is Kang Dokil?" Kim Ji-woo's eyes widen in shock, and he starts sweating nervously, afraid of Si-woo's sudden appearance and question. He thinks to himself that she didn't sense Kang Dokil's presence. Si-woo comments that he didn't expect cooperation or a warm welcome. Kim Ji-woo quickly distances himself from Si-woo, while Ji-min-chul demands to know where Si-woo came from. Do-yuna questions if Si-woo intends to fight them. Kim Ji-woo, brandishing a sword, rushes towards Si-woo, mocking him as an unawakened idiot. Si-woo effortlessly sends Kim Ji-woo flying with a single punch, causing him to crash into the cave wall with force. Trembling and looking up at Si-woo, Kim Ji-woo asks what he can possibly do. Si-woo steps on his head and replies, "What about something like this?"
Si-woo asserts his dominance by stepping on Ji-woo's head and delivering a kick to Ji-woo's throat, incapacitating him. This display of strength shocks Ji-min-chul and Do-yuna, who express their disbelief and frustration at Si-woo's actions. Si-woo swiftly turns his attention to Ji-min-chul, launching another attack that sends him crashing into a cave wall. Do-yuna, witnessing Ji-min-chul's defeat, is left as the last one standing. Si-woo approaches Do-yuna, who nervously tells him to wait and promises to explain everything. As Si-woo clenches his fist and advances, Do-yuna, trembling and pale, meets his gaze. Si-woo, with a sinister smile, remarks that he doesn't trust the words of someone healthy like him. Do-yuna kneels before Si-woo, who concludes that Kang Dokil ordered them to capture him. Do-yuna confirms this, and Si-woo says he's informally. Do-yuna corrects himself, addressing Si-woo respectfully as Sir. As we see Do-yuna face covers with full of berries, his face swells. Probably Si-woo beat him very well considerately. Si-woo questions why Kang Dokil would be interested in him. Do-yuna starts to respond, but is interrupted as Si-woo attempts to punch him again. With a teary face, Do-yuna insists he really doesn't know. Si-woo, sighing, withdraws his fist and asks if he knows where Kang Dokil is. As Do-yuna trembles and is about to speak, Si-woo interrupts, saying never mind, and instructs him to take his friends and leave. Shocked, Do-yuna asks if his friends are not dead, and Si-woo confirms they are not. Si-woo tells Do-yuna to go inform Kang Dokil. Do-yuna asks what the message is. Si-woo replies to tell Kang Dokil that he'll be next. Swiftly holding Do-yuna's chin, Si-woo acknowledges that it might be hard to convey that message. Before Do-yuna grasps the situation he's in, and Si-woo beats him again, his screams echoing through the entire dungeon. 3 of them stand before Kang Dokil, their arms and legs broken. Kang Dokil remains silent upon seeing them. Si-woo suddenly appears behind them and greets Dokil, remarking it's been almost a month. The 3 are stunned and pale-faced with fear. Kang Dokil's expression also pales at the sight of Si-woo. Panicking, the 3 individuals claim it's a misunderstanding and that Myung Si-woo ordered them, pleading it's unfair for them to be there. Si-woo places his hand on Do-yuna's shoulder, complimenting him on the wonderful plan to lure Kang Dokil in. Do-yuna is shocked and fearful, his face paling at this sudden statement. Panicking and trembling, Do-yuna denies being framed, but Si-woo asserts that he will ensure Do-yuna's desire to kill Kang Dokil is fulfilled. Overwhelmed with fear, Do-yuna cannot explain and starts running away from the scene. Kim Ji-woo and Ji-min-chul also flee, apologizing to Dokil as they go. Si-woo, with a light smirk, gazes at Kang Dokil, who remains silent as he watches everyone escape. Si-woo confronts Kang Dokil, remarking that now he's the only one left and should have behaved better. He questions how annoying Kang Dokil must have become for them to ask Si-woo directly to kill him. Frustrated and gritting his teeth, Kang Dokul asks how Siwoo could do this, expressing disbelief that someone as low-ranked as an E-rank could wield such power. Siwoo dismisses the comment, changing the topic by asking why Kang Dokul tried to kill him. Kang Dokul retorts, asking if there's any reason he must tell Siwoo. Siwoo replies, "Of course not." Siwoo charges at Kang Dokul with his fist, aiming to attack him directly. Kang Dokul defends himself by using his sword to block Siwoo's attack. Siwoo, feeling skeptical, remarks that he wasn't going to trust someone who still has all their limbs intact. Siwoo thinks himself that Kang Dokul, despite being a B-rank hunter, is clearly different. Kang Dokul retaliates by attacking with his sword, surprising Siwoo, who manages to dodge quickly. Impressed, Kang Dokul comments on Siwoo's reflexes, noting they're better than expected. Siwoo retorts, calling Kang Dokul arrogant. Internally, Siwoo admits to feeling somewhat scared in this intense confrontation. Siwoo reflects that even a powerful punch could break a sword, realizing he isn't skilled enough yet to block a B-rank hunter's attacks. Facing Kang Dokul, who approaches with his sword aimed straight at him, Siwoo assesses that while Kang Dokul's attacks are fast, they're also straightforward enough for him to dodge. Siwoo prepares to punch Kang Dokul in the stomach, remembering suddenly the time he worked as Kang Dokul's editor. He recalls being treated poorly, almost like a slave in the dungeon, and enduring beatings for trivial reasons. Siwoo, with a serious expression, reflects while filming Kang Dokul hunting monsters, having captured his actions countless times on camera. While editing the videos, he repeatedly studied Kang Dokul's habits, tendencies, and actions. Suddenly, the system notifies Siwoo that his Insight S+ proficiency has increased to 9.2%. Siwoo punches Kang Dokul, and they engage in battle, with Siwoo attacking with his fists, while Kang Dokul blocks using his sword. They exchange countless attacks and dodge each other skillfully. Kang Dokul attacks with a slashing motion of his sword, but Siwoo swiftly dodges it. Panting heavily, Kang Dokul thinks to himself that it feels as though Siwoo can predict his every move. He acknowledges his own status as a B-rank hunter compared to Siwoo's E-rank status, believing that this level of skill should only be achievable by an S-rank hunter. Siwoo retaliates by landing a punch squarely on Kang Dokul's face, sending him flying backwards. Despite being thrown off, Kang Dokul manages to maintain his balance using his sword. Trembling with disbelief, he thinks to himself that it's impossible to accept that Siwoo possesses such power, even though he had seen glimpses of it in Siwoo's MeTube videos. Kang Dokul channels his aura into his sword, declaring his intent to kill Myung Siwoo. He then attacks Siwoo with his aura-infused sword. Siwoo, taken aback and panicking, reacts, saying, "Hey, that's a bit much." He realizes Kang Dokul is serious and going all out. Despite the situation, Siwoo smiles and decides he has no choice but to get serious too. He unleashes Hercules' godly form, feeling his muscles tearing and ripping as he transforms, knowing he can't sustain it for long. Moving with rapid speed, Siwoo aims to take Kang Dokul down in one blow. With a single step, Siwoo closes the distance to Kang Dokul, concentrating all his power into his fist and delivering a powerful blow. The scene culminates in a massive collision between them. After the intense fight, the building where they clashed is severely damaged and collapses. The inspection bureau team arrives on the scene, and a woman orders them to secure the area and check for any occupants inside. The officers acknowledge her command. They shout loudly, identifying themselves as from the inspection bureau and asking if anyone is inside. As the dust settles, Siwoo emerges with a sword in hand, appearing before them. A woman asks if he is Hunter Myung Siwoo, to which he confirms. She introduces herself as Lee Min-jung, the team leader of the 4th Garter team under the Inspection Bureau, and suggests they go to the Hunter Inspection Bureau for a discussion. At the bureau, Lee Min-jung inquires if a hunter named Kang Dokul attempted to murder Siwoo confirms this and mentions he has submitted a video as proof. Lee Min-jung acknowledges that she has confirmed the video. Lee Min-jung comments that the situation can't be easily overlooked, noting that Hunter Myung Siwoo is reported as a traitless awakener. Garters are described as police who protect hunters, but also hunt criminal hunters, referred to as human slaughterers. Internally, Siwoo thinks that team leaders are usually at least A-class hunters, and that Lee Min-jung's vibe fits that of a human slaughterer. Siwoo questions if the grade of the trait corresponds to the hunter's grade. Lee Min-jung says she knows that Siwoo is E+ class. Siwoo confirms this, and Lee Min-jung continues by further trying to dig. Siwoo questions why he must answer the question, emphasizing that he's the victim. Lee Min-jung apologizes, explaining that her job makes her habitually suspicious of people. She assures Siwoo that based on the video evidence from the Arachne dungeon and the abandoned building site, they will handle the situation properly. She indicates that Kang Dokyul may face severe consequences. She concludes by ending the reference investigation and thanking Siwoo for his cooperation. Siwoo says he'll leave the matter in their care. Lee Min-jung's subordinate, surprised, asks if she was inside, mentioning that Hunter Mang Siwoo had just left. Lee Min-jung finds this strange. Jung Sua don't understand what Lee Min-jung is saying. Lee Min-jung then asks Jung Sua about her current class. Jung Sua, puzzled by the sudden question, answers that she was recently promoted to B class. Lee Min-jung uses her suppression ability on Jung Sua, causing her to collapse immediately. Struggling to stand, Jung Sua calls out to Lee Min-jung. Lee Min-jung removes the suppression and comments on Jung Sua's inability to withstand it. Jung Sua tearing points out that Lee Min-jung isn't an ordinary guarder and mentions rumors of her potential promotion to S-class, likening her to a human butcher. Lee Min-jung notes that Hunter Mang Siwoo was unaffected by the suppression. Surprised, Jung Sua questions isn't Siwoo, originally an E-plus class hunter. How is that possible? Lee Min-jung comments that Siwoo is strange. Jung Sua questions why Lee Min-jung sent Siwoo away if he was indeed strange, implying he might have deceived the class of hunters. Lee Min-jung clarifies that the reason was because Siwoo gave off the scent of a human. Lee Min-jung then leaves. Jung Sua, with a questioning expression, wonders about the nonsense she's talking. Siwoo, walking home, internally reflects that he's relieved the current situation has ended for now, but he's uncertain when similar challenges might arise again. He worries that as his MeTube channel gains more fame, he could become a target for criminal organizations. Siwoo checks his phone and contemplates that with his current level, even dealing with Kang Dokyul is difficult. He emphasizes the importance of understanding Kang Dokyul's patterns, behaviors, and habits, and credits his Insight S+ skill for helping him survive. He would have died much earlier. Siwoo's proficiency levels in his skills are Insight S+, 0.2%, Super Strength, SS, 0.98%, God's Metallurgy, SS, 4.43%, and Divine Medical Arts, S+, 2%. Siwoo reflects on the challenges ahead, emphasizing the importance of increasing his super strength, SS, which remains frustratingly at 1%. He receives a system notification congratulating him on winning an individual PT event with Hercules. Siwoo is incredulous at his victory and checks Hercules' channel, surprised to see that Hercules still has only one subscriber. Siwoo questions the significance of his win, pondering if it's truly a positive development. Next day morning, Siwoo joins a PT session with Hercules, surprised, exclaims how a human could be in his channel. Siwoo asks if that will be a problem. Hercules responds that it's not about that, but he can't give a PT session personally. Siwoo then realizes he won't be able to receive the PT. Hercules clarifies that he can't go to where Siwoo is, so a face-to-face PT session is not possible. Siwoo is reflecting on how he ended up connecting to GodTube. He's thinking about the blonde guy who gave him the smartphone and the white-haired guy he was fighting. Meanwhile, Hercules reassures Siwoo, saying that although he can't physically correct Siwoo's posture, but still he can teach him. Hercules encourages them to start immediately, using an analogy of pulling and tearing off a minotaur's horns in one swift motion. He emphasizes the importance of not losing Siwoo's precious subscriber and encourages Siwoo to take action right away. Hercules says right now, the balance of Siwoo's body is a complete mess, especially the posterior muscles. Siwoo asks posterior muscles means back muscles. Hercules sighs, which frustrates Siwoo. Hercules explains that the posterior muscles refer to those on the backside of the body, including parts like the lats, trapezius muscles, triceps, and brachioradialis. Siwoo, overwhelmed by this information, pales as he struggles to grasp it all. Meanwhile, the system notifies Siwoo that he has learned about perfect muscles, and his proficiency in super strength, SS, has slightly increased to 1.2%. Hercules explains to Siwoo that there are various types of posterior muscles, all located on the back and often overlooked because they can't be seen directly. He emphasizes their extreme importance for the overall balance of the body and for making bold movements. Siwoo is surprised by Hercules' impressive strength demonstration. In awe, Siwoo asks Hercules what he just witnessed. Hercules proudly reveals that it was his creation, the divine combat arts. Siwoo reacts with surprise upon hearing about divine combat arts from her. Hercules modestly describes it as a compilation of all his fighting techniques organized into one system. He hints that it was also the method he used to defeat Hydra. Moving on, Hercules stresses the importance of posterior muscles in these combat moves, likening them to the lower body's role as the foundation supporting everything. He quizzes Siwoo on what happens when the pillars fall in a building construction. Siwoo correctly responds that the building will collapse. Hercules demonstrates, illustrating that the body functions similarly. Without a strong foundation, like strong posterior muscles, it can fail. Siwoo contemplates, understanding the consequences of a collapse in the lower body. The system notifies him that he has gained knowledge about the physical science related to super strength, resulting in a slight increase in his proficiency to 1.12%. Hercules tells Siwoo that he will teach him the exercise method that is right for him and instructs Siwoo to watch and follow along. As Siwoo exercises, Hercules emphasizes the basics of breathing, advising him to exhale when moving away from the ground. Siwoo reflects that this personal training is much more ordinary than he had anticipated. However, Hercules interrupts, noting Siwoo's lack of concern for proper breathing and other details, and instructs him to just exhale. Siwoo becomes visibly anxious and starts sweating during the exercise. Siwoo asks why it's important, to which Hercules responds bluntly, telling Siwoo to look at himself before asking questions and emphasizing the importance of following instructions without hesitation, even for someone inexperienced like Siwoo acknowledges this and agrees to comply. After completing his super strength exercises, Siwoo receives multiple notifications indicating an increase in his proficiency of super strength from 1.12% to 1.47%. Meanwhile, Siwoo sends an email to Park Deoku, providing the video to be uploaded on YouTube. He mentions that today's video concept is speedrun and delegates the editing task to Deoku sighs and smiles, privately considering Siwoo to be a good person, but also acknowledging her unconventional nature as his boss. As Deoku checks the computer, she wonders about the kind of strategy Siwoo has planned this time. Deoku opens the video sent by Siwoo, which begins by showing a cave. Siwoo appears in the video and greets enthusiastically, "Aloha, world-conquering man subscribers. Hello, this is the man who conquers everything in the world-conquering man." He explains that the cave behind him is inhabited by vampire bats. They might ask why he's here, and Siwoo confidently declares that he's there to showcase new content for the World-Conquering Man channel, a speedrun raid, aiming to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible. Deoku, while watching the video, considers selecting the editing points where Siwoo filmed the vampire bats and adding sound effects. She wonders why Siwoo chose to film in such a challenging environment, noting that vampire bats are numerous and live in harsh conditions with poor visibility. Despite the difficulties, Deoku acknowledges that this bold approach is precisely how Siwoo captures attention for his channel. Siwoo checks his phone and announces that the current best record for clearing the dungeon is 58 seconds, held by S-Class Hunter Yu Hana from the Firewitch channel. With a confident wink, Siwoo declares his intent to challenge that record today with his own speedrun attack on the vampire bats for the World-Conquering Man channel. Meanwhile, Deoku plans to edit a timer for this part of the video. As she watches Siwoo's footage, she comments on Siwoo's sudden display of athleticism. Siwoo, inspired by Hercules' demonstration from the other day, attempts a similar feat. He lifts his right foot high and then lands forcefully on the ground, causing it to crack. Deoku, observing this, is shocked by Siwoo's actions. She wonders how it's possible for a dungeon to collapse due to what Siwoo did. Siwoo, realizing his mistake, acknowledges that he should be focusing on gathering ingredients instead. Despite this, he declares the raid completed. After clearing the dungeon, Siwoo addresses his viewers, telling them to subscribe, like, and ring the notification bell. Bro, doing my job instead of me. Don't forget to subscribe to Expectable Love. Deoku, speaking with a trembling voice, reflects on what she's witnessing but still manages to comment that Siwoo is a good person. Siwoo checks his video on his MeTube channel and notices it's getting good views. He sees a comment from Yu Hana of the Firewitch channel, who has 41 million subscribers. Siwoo interprets her comment humorously, suggesting she rushed to respond upon learning her first place record was surpassed. Siwoo reflects that Firewitch's direct comment already attracts attention. He believes that if they were to collaborate, it would easily draw 1 million viewers, leveraging their combined popularity and appeal. Siwoo reflects on the situation, deciding to stay calm and realizing that at times like this, he must produce even more provocative videos. Checking his current super strength proficiency, he notes that it has increased to 2.01%. Siwoo smiles, thinking about how after receiving personal training from Hercules, his proficiency has finally exceeded 2%. Something that seemed unattainable before. Siwoo muses that with just 2% proficiency, he could already handle the vampire bat dungeon. He considers the potential of further increasing his proficiency, thinking about techniques like the demon combat arts. He plans to ask Hercules to teach him those techniques next. The following day, Siwoo approaches Hercules with a request to learn divine arts. Hercules firmly declines. Siwoo then suggests that Hercules could teach him while giving him personal training. Hercules remains steadfast in his refusal. Siwoo, feeling entitled, reminds Hercules that he won the event. Hercules, shaking his head, explains that winning the event and learning divine arts are entirely separate matters. Siwoo, perplexed, questions how they are different. With a sigh, Hercules elaborates that individual personal training and divine combat arts are distinct from each other, pointing out that even their names are different. He emphasizes that for someone like Siwoo, due to his slim build, merely building muscle isn't the only issue. There are other factors to consider, making divine combat arts a much more complex and rigorous discipline. Hercules, standing confidently, asserts that divine combat arts are tailored specifically to his own super strength. He explains that without possessing super strength like his, one cannot effectively utilize these techniques. Siwoo, undeterred, counters by pointing out that he is indeed using Hercules' super strength. Hercules is momentarily speechless at Siwoo's assertion. He reacts with surprise, poking Siwoo's chest and questioning him directly. Siwoo maintains his stance, affirming that he's benefiting from Hercules' ongoing personal training lessons, which include utilizing super strength. Hercules, still visibly shocked, clarifies that Siwoo's current training is focused solely on individual physical conditioning and not on learning how to use Hercules' super strength specifically. Siwoo, genuinely surprised by this revelation, insists that he has already learned and applied the principles of super strength. Hercules, struggling to believe Siwoo's claim, responds incredulously, refusing to accept that Siwoo could have mastered super strength so quickly. Siwoo gazes thoughtfully at Hercules, wondering isn't divine traits of gods can be learned through channels like GodTube. He silently questions whether the abilities he's acquired, including what he believes to be Hercules' super strength, truly stem from Hercules himself. Interrupting his own thoughts, Siwoo asks Hercules to wait for a moment. He then focuses his mind, attempting to tap into Hercules' godly power. Gradually, a faint blue aura envelops Siwoo as he briefly manifests Hercules' divine form. Siwoo then dismisses the godly power, leaving Hercules visibly shocked by what he witnessed. Hercules grabs Siwoo's shoulder, shaking him with disbelief, demanding to know how Siwoo achieved such a feat. Siwoo proceeds to explain everything to Hercules, detailing how he accessed and temporarily wielded Hercules' divine power. After hearing Siwoo's explanation, Hercules realizes that Siwoo learned about super strength by subscribing to his channel on GodTube, along with those of other gods. Siwoo confirms this, affirming that he indeed gained insights and abilities from following the channels of various gods. Siwoo expresses concern, questioning whether it's strange that he could gain divine powers by subscribing to the gods' channels on GodTube. Hercules dismisses the idea as ridiculous, stating firmly that subscribing to channels doesn't grant divine powers. Siwoo counters, insisting that it worked for him nonetheless. Hercules falls silent, visibly pondering Siwoo's statement. He then pokes Siwoo's chest, urging him to wait. Reflecting on the situation, Hercules asks how Siwoo, a human without any inherent divinity, managed to connect to GodTube in the first place. Internally, Siwoo considers the implications of being a human without divine heritage, realizing that he might have opened up new possibilities. He proceeds to explain to Hercules the story of how he discovered and connected to GodTube, detailing the steps he took to access and interact with the divine channels despite his human nature. After listening to Siwoo's story, Hercules ponders deeply, considering the two individuals Siwoo encountered. He reflects, suggesting that based on Siwoo's description, it appears they might be from GodTube. Siwoo expresses skepticism, questioning whether beings from GodTube can actually visit their dimension. He recalls Hercules mentioning that such interdimensional travel isn't possible. Hercules nods in agreement, elaborating that their dimensions are inherently separate and cannot directly interfere with each other. He then brings up Siwoo's GodTube account, specifically noting that Siwoo mentioned having a manager account. Siwoo confirms this, stating that his account indeed has managerial privileges. Hercules then asks a pointed question, whether one of the individuals Siwoo encountered might have been a manager from GodTube. Siwoo asks Hercules if he knows who the GodTube manager is. Hercules acknowledges that he knows a few managers. However, he expresses disbelief, thinking to himself that it shouldn't be possible for someone to gain the powers of the gods simply by subscribing with a manager account. Siwoo questions Hercules' statement, prompting him to elaborate. Hercules explains that if gaining divine powers were that easy, the managers themselves would have become gods of the universe long ago. Hercules stares intensely at Siwoo, affirming his belief that Siwoo did indeed acquire his super strength. Siwoo, smiling confidently, then requests to become Hercules' disciple. Hercules hesitates, looking away, and admits that he's reluctant because taking on a disciple would be troublesome. Siwoo, shocked and taken aback by Hercules' refusal, asks why he won't take him in as a disciple. Hercules maintains his stance, still avoiding Siwoo's gaze, citing the potential complications involved. Siwoo asserts confidently that he has already learned super strength. Hercules shakes his head in disagreement, emphasizing that learning super strength and mastering divine combat arts are two entirely different challenges. He trembles slightly, expressing his concern that even providing personal training lessons is challenging enough without adding divine combat arts into the mix. Hercules firmly states that teaching divine combat arts to Siwoo is not feasible. Siwoo observes Hercules' reaction, feeling a surge of frustration but choosing to remain silent, contemplating his next words carefully. Eventually, Siwoo decides to pose another question to Hercules. Looking directly at Hercules, Siwoo asks about the meaning of subscribers in GodTube. This unexpected question catches Hercules off guard, and he responds with surprise, explaining that subscribers can be understood as an element of divinity. Siwoo deeply ponders Hercules' explanation about subscribers on GodTube. He wonders aloud whether having more subscribers means a higher divine status. Though uncertain of the specifics, Siwoo concludes that generally, the more subscribers one has, the better their standing in the divine realm. Reflecting further, Siwoo speculates that this might explain why Hercules continues to provide him with individual personal training lessons, despite finding it bothersome. He deduces that subscribers are not just a numerical metric, but also a significant factor in Hercules' interests, alongside physical prowess. Siwoo, considering this newfound insight, proposes a course of action to Hercules. However, Hercules appears indifferent, showing little interest in hearing Siwoo's words. Siwoo mentions 100 subscribers. Hercules turns to look at him, intrigued by his words. Siwoo, with a cunning smile, proposes a deal. If he can get Hercules 100 channel subscribers, Hercules should teach him divine combat arts. Hercules reacts with surprise, questioning Siwoo's ability to accomplish such a feat. He points out that Siwoo can't even travel to his realm. Siwoo responds confidently, giving Hercules a thumbs up and a creepy smile, urging him to trust and follow him just this once. Hercules is taken aback by Siwoo's determination and confidence. Siwoo follows through on his promise and improves Hercules' channel, garnering 34,224 views. Impressed by Siwoo's efforts, Hercules bows to him and declares his loyalty, addressing Siwoo as Master. Siwoo smirks and agrees to provide Hercules with interesting video content ideas in return. Hercules eagerly accepts, prompting Siwoo to remind him of their initial agreement. Teaching Siwoo divine combat arts, Hercules responds playfully, acknowledging that he can't refuse Siwoo's request now. Siwoo persists, seeking clarification about the significance of subscriber numbers. Hercules scratches his head, explaining that subscriber numbers represent a form of trust. Hercules explains to Siwoo that their divine status is influenced by the trust others place in them, meaning the more people who know about them, the stronger their divine status becomes. Siwoo finds this concept complicated, wondering if it relates to how godly status increases with more subscribers. Siwoo, determined, reminds Hercules of their agreement that he will teach Siwoo divine combat arts. Hercules immediately acknowledges Siwoo as master, and they clasp fists in agreement. Before they proceed, Siwoo requests Hercules to speak more casually, like before. Hercules agrees, saying, "All right, let's do that then." He begins explaining the first essential lesson in mastering divine combat arts. Siwoo listens intently, looking at Hercules with excitement, eager to begin his training. Hercules explains that the primary muscles Siwoo needs to train first are the brain muscles, emphasizing the importance of mental discipline. To demonstrate, he opts for a practical display rather than mere explanation. As Hercules begins his demonstration, a powerful and disorienting sound emits from his mobile device, overwhelming Siwoo with a sudden wave of pain. Siwoo clutches his head, trying to endure the intense discomfort caused by the sound. Despite the agony, Hercules continues his demonstration with swift and precise movements, throwing punches into the air with incredible speed and force. The sheer intensity of the sound and the rapid movements blur Siwoo's perception. He struggles to follow Hercules' actions, unable to grasp them clearly in a single frame. The overwhelming pressure and sensory overload leave Siwoo bewildered and in pain. As Siwoo grapples with the intense sensations, he reflects on the unfamiliar and challenging nature of Hercules' training methods. Siwoo receives a system notification revealing that his super strength SS proficiency has increased to 3.61% after experiencing Hercules' divine combat arts. Siwoo is shocked to see that the increase is only by 0.1%, bringing it up to 1.1%. What surprises him even more is that his proficiency is now classified as SSS grade. Siwoo gazes at his phone, trying to comprehend the implications of such a slight improvement despite the rigorous training. He ponders why achieving the prestigious SSS grade feels so underwhelming with such minimal progress. Observing Siwoo's confusion, Hercules acknowledges his struggle to withstand the training's intensity. He carefully points out that Siwoo's current soul level isn't yet sufficient to safely utilize divine combat arts. Hercules emphasizes the risk, explaining that attempting to wield these powerful techniques prematurely could lead to severe mental strain, potentially resulting in the collapse of his mind. Siwoo absorbs Hercules' words, realizing the profound significance of strengthening his mental faculties before advancing further in his training regimen. Siwoo processes Hercules' explanation, realizing that by brain muscles, Hercules was referring to the strength of his soul, essentially mental resilience. Understanding this, Siwoo concludes that he needs strong mental strength to endure the rigors of divine combat arts. Looking at Hercules, Siwoo remarks that Hercules could have simplified this explanation from the start. Hercules, scratching his head, admits he's not much of a talker. Siwoo presses on, asking if he can still learn the divine combat arts despite his current limitations. Hercules responds that normally it would be impossible, but given Siwoo's unique circumstances, there might be a chance. Excited, Siwoo seeks clarification, to which Hercules confirms that due to Siwoo's ability to obtain their power, there's a chance for him to succeed. Siwoo contemplates the idea of obtaining mental strength comparable to Hercules and legendary figures like Jesus, Buddha, and Confucius, Kongqu. He sees this mental strength as a potential support for Hercules' immense physical power. When Hercules recommends Siwoo to Master Kong's channel, referring to Confucius, Siwoo acknowledges the suggestion, understanding the reference. However, Siwoo's expression turns grim as he realizes the implications. He clenches his teeth and his face pales at the thought of the high monthly subscription fee and the necessity to become a paying member to access the teachings and benefits of Master Kong's channel. Siwoo sits alone and checks his bank balance on his phone. He's disappointed to see he only has 153 million won. Opening GodTube, he finds out Huatuo's channel subscription, which used to cost 1 million won, now costs 10 million won monthly. Siwoo is frustrated by how expensive it has become. He wonders if this path is right for him. Kim So-eun enters the workshop and greets Siwoo, but he notices she looks sad. She gives him the ogre's tendon he wanted, showing she cares about his interests. Siwoo, in a depressed tone, questions the cost, recalling it was 1 million won. Kim So-eun, smiling, corrects him, stating it's actually 113 million won. Siwoo, with tears in his eyes, thanks her. She responds warmly, thanking him for choosing her products. Siwoo is left with 40 million won after the transaction. Curious about Siwoo's plans, Kim So-eun asks what he intends to do with the ogre's tendon. Siwoo confidently replies that he plans to use it to craft equipment. Kim So-eun, surprised, confirms by asking if he means gear, to which Siwoo confirms affirmatively. Siwoo examines the ogre's monster materials with a smile, considering the challenge of hunting an A-plus class monster like an ogre, which he cannot do himself at the moment. However, he realizes that in order to learn divine combat arts, he'll need 10 million won. To achieve this, he decides to use high-quality materials to craft excellent equipment for sale and practice with some for himself. Feeling disheartened by his financial constraints, Siwoo reflects sadly on when he'll be able to create equipment for his personal use, lamenting that money seems to always stand in his way as his eternal enemy. Despite this, he prepares himself mentally to begin forging, ready to tackle the task ahead. As Siwoo prepares to forge, Seo Palguang observes him with a questioning expression. Siwoo begins working diligently on his forging task. Meanwhile, Seo Palguang asks Kim So-eun why she's here again, but she remains silent, visibly shocked as she watches Siwoo at work. The sound of Siwoo hammering catches their attention. As Seo Palguang watches Siwoo, his jaw drops in astonishment at the intensity and skill Siwoo displays. Despite the challenges, Siwoo continues hammering away with determination. However, the radiant heat from the forge becomes too intense. Both Seo Palguang and Kim So-eun are left in awe and disbelief as they witness Siwoo completing his forging. Siwoo looks at the finished weapon with a smile, proud of his work. Seo Palguang and Kim So-eun's jaws drop as they marvel at the weapon Siwoo has created. As Siwoo finishes forging, he successfully crafts a pair of gloves with his refined crafting skills. The system notification informs him that he has created a disposable product, but his proficiency in God's metallurgy, SS, has significantly increased to 10.43%. Siwoo gazes at the gloves with mixed feelings, acknowledging his effort but lamenting that they are disposable. Seo Palguang, shocked and with his jaw dropped, marvels at Siwoo's achievement, questioning how he managed to craft such a piece. Kim So-eun, equally surprised, expresses her astonishment. Siwoo, however, simply smiles at his creation, proud of his accomplishment. Turning to Kim So-eun, Siwoo asks about the potential selling price of the gloves. Taken aback by the sudden question, Kim So-eun asks him to repeat himself, clearly caught off guard. Kim So-eun, astonished by the quality of Siwoo's creation, questions his intention to sell it. She acknowledges that such high-level equipment surpasses her own abilities and doubts there are customers capable of purchasing it. Siwoo, feeling disheartened as he gazes at the gauntlet, reflects that creating it feels pointless if he cannot find a buyer. He considers signing up for Confucius Channel membership, paying for Watuo's subscription fee, and covering Seo Ah's medicine expenses. Despite his disappointment, Siwoo turns to Kim So-eun with a gentle smile and asks her to sell the gauntlet on his behalf, reassuring her that it's just a disposable product anyway. Kim So-eun, reacting to Siwoo's remark about the gauntlet being disposable, pauses, contemplating his words. Kim So-eun, smiling awkwardly, reassures Siwoo that she will do her best since he entrusted the gauntlet to her. She then turns to Seo Palguang and asks if she can use his name. Seo Palguang confirms his name, and Kim So-eun reveals her plan. She intends to auction the equipment. Siwoo, upon hearing this, reacts with interest to the idea of an auction. On the day of the auctioneer announces the next item with anticipation. The auctioneer confidently presents a pair of top-quality gauntlets, boasting that even Master Seo Palguang admired them. Nearby, a woman reacts in surprise upon hearing Seo Palguang's name, while a man mentions Seo Palguang's reputation as a blacksmith recognized by Aurelian, adding to the gauntlet's prestige. With anticipation building, the auctioneer dramatically unveils the gauntlets from under a red cloth, setting the stage for a potentially intense bidding war. The auctioneer confidently presents a pair of gauntlets crafted from ogre tendons, highlighting their exceptional durability and the fact that they are made from the tendons of an A-class monster, the ogre. She stresses that these gauntlets have been appraised to amplify the wearer's strength, sparking gossip among the participants. They speculate about whether such capabilities classify the gauntlets as enchanted equipment, typically only crafted by the renowned Master Aurelian. The female auctioneer, with a light, awkward smile, reveals that despite not being enchanted equipment, the gauntlets do offer a slight amplification of power, about 5%. One woman comments to her friend that even with this small enhancement, the gauntlets still possess a special effect. Her friend adds that gauntlets can also serve effectively as auxiliary equipment. Acknowledging the participants' eagerness, the auctioneer decides to start the bidding, setting the initial price at 10 million won with increments of 5 million won. Bidding quickly escalates as participants eagerly compete. One bids 10 million, another 15 million, then 20 million, and the bidding continues in increments up to 50 million won. As bidding for the gauntlets continues, the auctioneer decides to increase the increment to 10 million won. The bids rapidly rise: 60 million, 70 million, 80 million, and then a sudden jump to 100 million won. Sensing the competitive atmosphere, the auctioneer further increases the increment to 50 million won. Bidding escalates dramatically. 150 million, 250 million, and finally, it reaches 350 million won. The auctioneer, scanning the room, calls out, 350 million won. Is there no higher bid? Suddenly, the room falls silent as someone unexpectedly bids 2 billion won. The astonishing sum grabs everyone's attention, and all eyes turn to the bidder, revealing her to be none other than Han Charon. Shocked whispers fill the room as people recognize her, exclaiming, "It's Han Charon!" As bidding reaches an unprecedented 2 billion won, the auctioneer's face pales in shock. She repeats, 2 billion. Is there no higher bid? The tension rises further when Lee Min-jung unexpectedly joins the bidding, offering 2.1 billion won. Onlookers react with astonishment, murmuring, "Is that Lee Min-jung?" A man recognizing her ominous reputation as the human butcher, which stirs fearful whispers. Upon hearing this, Lee Min-jung's expression darkens with anger, setting a tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, Charon calmly raises the stakes with a bid of 3 billion won. Lee Min-jung, with a dark expression and gritted teeth, responds fiercely with a bid of 3.1 billion won. Charon, maintaining her composure with a poker-straight face, then boldly bids 4 billion won. With Charon 4 billion bid, stuns both the auctioneer and the other participants who look on in surprise. The auctioneer calls for higher bids but receives none. The auctioneer finalizing says the bid going once, twice, ultimately declaring the gauntlet sold to Charon for 4 billion. After securing her purchase, Charon walks away from the auction with a subtle smirk on her face. The reason behind her smirk remains ambiguous. It could signify satisfaction in winning the auction, confidence in her bidding abilities, or hint at a deeper motive or personal satisfaction. Importantly, the nature of Charon's relationship with Lee Min-jung adds an additional layer of mystery. Si-woo, at the workshop, is shocked to see the huge sum in his bank balance. Kim So-eun expresses surprise, remarking she never expected it would sell for so much. Si-woo's account shows a deposit of 3.6 billion won. Staring at the balance in disbelief, Si-woo thinks to himself, "This is insane." He looks at his phone, realizing the winning bid was 4 billion won. After deducting the 5% auction commission and taxes, the remaining amount deposited into his account totals 3.6 billion won. Reflecting on the transaction, Si-woo acknowledges that even after paying So-eun's service fee, he still retains 3.6 billion won. Si-woo, filled with emotion, hugged Kim So-eun tightly and said, "I love you, Miss So-eun." Kim So-eun, taken by surprise, asked him to wait a moment, noting that his strength was overwhelming. Her voice trembled as she began to cough, indicating that she couldn't breathe properly. Realizing his mistake, Si-woo immediately let go of her. As Kim So-eun tried to catch her breath, she continued to cough. Si-woo, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and admitted that he must have been overly excited. He offered to give her something for the trouble he had caused. Kim So-eun, after regaining her composure, reassured Si-woo that there was no need for any additional compensation. She pointed out that he had already paid the service fee and that thanks to his efforts, So-eun Company had become a VIP at the auction house, which was more than enough for her. Si-woo then turned to Seo Palgwang, seeking his opinion. Seo Palgwang responded modestly, saying that he was fine as well. He acknowledged that Si-woo was the one who had made everything happen and that he himself had not done anything significant. Si-woo glanced at Seo Palgwang with a light smile, thinking about the new skills he wanted to teach him. He recently learned how to hammer in the allegro rhythm from a Hephaestus video and thought about including the 4-beat rhythm as well. Satisfied with this plan, Si-woo felt it would be a good lesson. Next, Si-woo pulled out his phone and opened GodTube, focusing on the Confucius channel membership. He grinned through clenched teeth, thinking about how much he wanted to learn divine combat arts. Realizing he couldn't be stingy with his education, he struggled with the decision, frustrated by the high cost. Nonetheless, he went ahead and subscribed to the monthly membership. The system notification confirmed he had signed up for the Confucius channel's membership. Si-woo bit his lips and teared up slightly, staring at his phone with a mixed frustration. The next day, Si-woo took Seoa to a high-end restaurant. Concerned, Seoa asks, "Big brother, isn't this place expensive? She don't have to eat here." Si-woo, with a light smile, reassured her. They should try something like this once. As they settled in, Si-woo discreetly checked his bank balance on his phone and silently laughed with a dark expression. He thought about the cost, 600,000 won per person. But with 2.6 billion won in his account, he dismissed the expense. His thoughts wandered to the hefty subscription fees, 100 million won for the Huatuo channel and 1 billion won for the Confucius channel, totaling 1.1 billion won. Siwoo took a sip of water and decided to stop worrying about the finances. He then decided to pass the time by watching GodTube on his phone while waiting for their food. Meanwhile, Sewa looked around the restaurant with excitement, clearly enjoying the new experience. Siwoo opened the Confucius channel on GodTube and was surprised to see it had 34,000 subscribers. This made him wonder if all of Confucius's disciples had subscribed to the channel, reflecting the existence of school networks on GodTube. He then analyzed the skill level required to learn divine combat arts, initially expecting it to be classified as SS rank. However, he discovered it was actually categorized as an SSS rank trait. Realizing this trait was higher ranked than divine combat arts, he considered its non-combat nature. Seeking to enhance his proficiency, Siwoo chose to watch a video titled, "A Gentleman is Benevolence" from the Confucius channel. He reasoned that understanding the teachings would benefit him. As Master Kong Chu began explaining the concept, a gentleman cares for and supports those around him, Siwoo found himself shocked by an unexpected sensation. He thinks he can feel it, the feeling of extreme boredom. Despite recognizing the importance of the content, Siwoo struggled to maintain interest while watching the video. After watching the Confucius channel video, Siwoo received a system notification indicating that he had mastered the basics of Confucianism. His proficiency in the Gentleman's Benevolence, Righteousness, Propriety, Wisdom, SSS, increased slightly, with the Gentleman's Mind's Benevolence, Righteousness, Propriety, Wisdom, SSS, seeing a minor rise of 0.01%. Siwoo approaches Hercules to discuss his progress with mastering Confucius's brain muscles. Hercules acknowledges that Siwoo has gained some proficiency, but not fully mastered it yet. Siwoo agrees, admitting he needs to increase his proficiency further. Reflecting on Siwoo's situation, Hercules remarks that divine combat arts like those of Confucius are not something Siwoo can effectively use at his current level. He struggles to find a way to articulate the gap in Siwoo's abilities. Hercules explains that manipulating mana is more than just using super strength. It's about bending the world's laws. He describes mana as the essence of existence, emphasizing the technique of drawing it through veins and pressure points. To enhance this ability, he introduces the concept of an amplification organ, known as the Chuai Center by Eastern gods, which projects intentions and facilitates easier manipulation of mana. Siwoo reacts with a clueless expression as Hercules explains to him. Hercules continues, suggesting that Siwoo must find it boring and be wondering what he's talking about. Suddenly, a beam of light emits from Siwoo's mobile phone, surprising him. Siwoo is shocked by this sudden occurrence. Hercules pokes Siwoo's head and comments that Siwoo actually desires to learn the divine combat arts and gain their power, rather than understanding complex concepts. Hercules challenges Siwoo, asking if he's wrong about his desire, implying Siwoo can't deny his true motivations. Siwoo eventually admits Hercules is correct, confirming his aspiration to acquire the power of the divine combat arts. Hercules confidently tells Siwoo he has a way for him to learn divine combat arts more easily, emphasizing the importance of physical fitness. Siwoo, initially puzzled, asks for clarification. Hercules explains that a strong body leads to a sharp mind, not the other way around. He encourages Siwoo to focus on building muscles to grasp complex concepts effortlessly, gesturing to his own muscles as an example. Siwoo looks at Hercules with mild disinterest, silently contemplating his words. At the SH Group headquarters, Charon's grandfather asks her about the equipment she recently purchased. Charon confirms she bought it and expresses her satisfaction with it. Her grandfather mentions that he heard it cost 4 billion. Charon acknowledges the cost, but notes that while it can't compare to Master Aurelian's sword, the gauntlet is excellent auxiliary equipment. She feels that her skills have advanced to the next level just by using it. Her grandfather is pleased and tells her to ask if she needs anything. Charon thanks him for his support. Charon informs her grandfather that they can start now. Hearing her words, his face darkens as she mentions it's time for the S-rank dungeon raid. The next morning, Siwoo practices diligently at the park, but is overcome by fatigue. He thinks to himself that he can't keep up and reflects on his incomplete mastery of the divine combat arts. Reaching for his mobile phone, Siwoo realizes that his proficiency isn't improving and questions his ability to succeed. Siwoo then goes to Master Kong's channel and asks if there's a way to avoid losing a fight that seems unwinnable. Master Kong responds that it's possible by never ending the fight. Taking a long breath, Siwoo closes his eyes and concentrates his power. He reflects on Hercules, who was once a human and a hero who surpassed gods in human form. Siwoo wonders if Hercules also put in effort, faced struggles, and felt frustration. Siwoo brings out his Hercules form and reflects on the divine combat arts, a power so formidable it makes one doubt their ability to master it, emphasizing that it's not merely about fighting. He acknowledges his lack of talent and concludes that what he needs is relentless effort. As Siwoo concentrates, heavy winds begin to blow around him. With intense focus, he throws a fist into the air. The system notifies him that the indomitable will permeate his body, and the proficiency of the gentleman's mind, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, SSS, has increased to 0.51%. As Siwoo opens his eyes, he is shocked by the sight in front of him. The air fist he threw wasn't just a normal punch, it completely destroyed the area. The system notifies him that he has mastered Hercules' Divine Combat Arts, SSS, with a proficiency of 0.03%. Siwoo, holding his head and laughing awkwardly, thinks that he probably needs to look into a private training center and wonders how much money it will take to compensate for the damage. On the other side, Dayaku is working and sighing. Siwoo sends her a text message regarding work, asking her to edit a video for him. The attachment is a Vampire Bat Dungeon speedrun video. Dayaku thinks to herself that it's the same Vampire Bat speedrun video as last time, where the Fire Witch broke the boss's record on her channel and reclaimed the first place spot. Checking the sent files, Dayaku notes it's an incredible record of just 11 seconds. The attack ended almost as soon as it began. Dayaku reflects on the fact that Siwoo filmed the video with the same concept as before. She then proceeds to download the video sent by Siwoo makes his appearance at the entrance of a cave just as Dayaku begins opening the video. He addresses the viewers with confidence, introducing himself as the world-conquering man, emphasizing his ability to conquer anything in the world. Siwoo then mentions hearing about a recent achievement on the Fire Witch channel, a remarkable record of 11 seconds. Clearly impressed by this feat, Siwoo declares their current objective: to conquer the Fire Witch herself, Ms. Yu Hana. Upon hearing Siwoo's ambitious statement, Dayaku is visibly shocked and taken aback by his words. Siwoo continues with a light smirking smile, acknowledging the curiosity of his sudden focus on Ms. Yu Hana. He humorously admits that attempting to challenge her without preparation would likely result in being roasted. Assertively, Siwoo states that he has a strategy to conquer Ms. Yu Hana's first-place record. With a confident stance, Siwoo lifts his right leg high, signaling the seriousness of his intent. He dismisses any further playful banter and prepares to demonstrate his approach. Bringing his leg down with tremendous force and speed, he lands heavily on the ground, causing the earth beneath him to crumble. Dayaku, watching the video, is left speechless by Siwoo's bold actions. Dayaku is checking files sent by on her computer. She discovers that Siwoo has sent her 2 videos. When she opens the second video, she is shocked to see Siwoo's legs suspended in the air, and then he forcefully lands on the ground, causing it to crack and the dungeon to start collapsing. Siwoo remarks that he could have used the dungeon for practice. Dayaku, with a pale face, is bewildered by what she's seeing in the video. As she notices the video duration is only 4 seconds long, she trembles and realizes something unsettling. Her shock deepens as she thinks about the implications of such a short video capturing such dramatic events. Siwoo checks the video uploaded by Dayaku and notices that it has been viewed by 3,42,775 people, while his World-Conquering Man channel's subscribers have reached 11,560. He smirks confidently, attributing the explosive increase in views and comments to his exceptional combat skills. Siwoo starts dreaming of making significant earnings, realizing that it's no longer just a dream but a tangible possibility. While scrolling through the video comments, one particular comment stands out to Siwoo. The commenter suggests that the video's content might be sufficient to attempt an attack on the same dungeon where Han Charon had previously failed. This comment intrigues Siwoo, prompting him to reflect on Han Charon's unsuccessful dungeon raid. Other comments whether the dungeon's difficulty, possibly an S rank, was too challenging for her, and whether she survived the ordeal. Siwoo, initially annoyed by the comments speculating about Han Charon's failed dungeon raid, sighs and dismisses them as mere rumors. However, his annoyance turns to surprise when one commenter asserts that there are actual articles confirming the incident. Another person asks for confirmation and a link to these articles. Reluctantly, Siwoo decides to check for himself and is shocked to discover that the rumors are indeed true. He reads the title of an article, "What is the Future of the SH Group?" after their failed S-rank dungeon raid. This revelation leaves Siwoo contemplating the implications of Han Charon's failure. Around 1 p.m. today, it was reported that SH Hunter Guild representative Han Charon's S-rank dungeon raid ended in failure. Although no casualties occurred, the incident has disappointed many, especially as it dealt a blow to Han Charon's reputation and negatively impacted the SH group. Their recent heavy investments in the hunter industry and dreams of market entry have been halted, leading to a significant drop in their stock prices. Siwoo, after checking his phone and confirming the truth of the articles about Han Charon's failed dungeon raid, feels frustrated by the lack of details on how she failed. Feeling indifferent and somewhat dismissive, he throws his phone away, expressing aloud that he has no interest in her situation. He asserts that he's too occupied with his own endeavors to concern himself with Han Charon's problems, believing that she should handle her issues independently. At the SH Group headquarters on the highest floor, Charon arrives and is greeted by a woman who recognizes her. The woman, Han Mina, addresses Charon with a hint of familiarity, remarking on her presence. Charon responds with a formal greeting, maintaining a serious demeanor. Han Mina, waving her hand playfully and winking at Charon, comments on how long it's been since they've seen each other and inquires about Charon's well-being. Han Mina is Charon's aunt. With a sly smile, Han Mina asks if Charon has just come from meeting the chairman, to which Charon confirms. She then speculates that Han Mina must also be at the headquarters to see him. Han Mina acknowledges this. Han Mina sighs heavily, expressing concern about the state of the company during an executive meeting called by the chairman. She acknowledges that the company is in turmoil, with plummeting stock prices and withdrawals of investments, but reassures Charon that these issues are not her fault, attributing them to overly high expectations. Charon listens silently, her expression darkening in response to Han Mina's words. Despite her reaction, Charon remains composed and does not speak out. Han Mina approaches Charon with a sly remark, suggesting that Charon should leave before encountering her brothers. As Han Mina exits, Charon left standing alone. At Siwoo's home, he prepares medicine for Seo-ah, who complains about its awful taste after drinking it. Siwoo acknowledges its bitterness with a light smile, agreeing that it's not pleasant. Despite Seo-ah's dissatisfaction, Siwoo reflects inwardly with satisfaction, noting that his proficiency in divine medical arts, S+, has been steadily improving. He remarks to himself that the medicine is now more palatable compared to previous attempts. The system notifies Siwoo of his divine medical arts proficiency, which stands at 47%. Siwoo checks his phone and reflects on how his skills have improved significantly since learning the gentleman mind technique. He notes that not only has his proficiency in divine combat arts reached SSS rank, but also super strength and God's metallurgy have improved to SS rank. Additionally, his insight skill, which impacts all other traits, has seen the most significant increase, reaching an S+ proficiency of 24.8%. Siwoo attributes these advancements to the power of the gentleman mind, acknowledging its status as an exceptional SSS rank skill. Observing Seo-ah, he notices her complexion has visibly improved after taking the medicine he prepared. Seo-ah finishes the medicine and returns the bowl to Siwoo, confirming its effectiveness. Siwoo smiles confidently, believing that if he continues to improve his proficiency in divine medical arts, S+, he will be able to cure Seo-ah's illness successfully. However, his mood shifts as he feels the weight of financial burden, shedding tears. He calculates that the monthly subscription fee for accessing knowledge from Huatu and Confucius amounts to 1.1 billion won, far exceeding the 1.7 billion won he currently possesses. Looking at the medicine bowl, Siwoo considers the possibility of selling his decoctions to raise funds. However, he realizes that selling medical supplies without proper certification is risky and potentially illegal. Remembering Ms. Soon, he decides that he will need to consult her for advice and assistance. Siwoo, deep in thought, hears someone at his front door and asks who it is. The person asks if it's the Mayang Siwoo's house. The person introduces himself as Kang Min-jae, Lady Han Charon's personal secretary. Siwoo invites Min-jae inside, and they sit together at a dressing table. Min-jae reveals that Lady Han Charon wishes to attempt the dungeon challenge once again. Siwoo's expression turns serious as he realizes Han Charon rechalling the dungeon, and she seeks his assistance. With a poker face, Siwoo asks if she wants him to devise a strategy for the dungeon challenge. Min-jae confirms this, affirming that Siwoo's strategic input is indeed what Han Charon is requesting. Siwoo, after hearing Min-jae's statement about Han Charon's desire for his help in re-challenging the dungeon, shifts his focus to understanding what transpired during her previous attempt. However, Min-jae apologizes, admitting he lacks specific details and that Han Charon emphasized Siwoo's assistance as crucial. Min-jae bows respectfully, explaining that Han Charon wished to visit personally, but refrained due to surveillance. He then requests Siwoo to at least communicate with her. Despite Min-jae's plea, Siwoo remains silent, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Siwoo, with a somber expression and a darkened demeanor, reflects on the situation unfolding. Inwardly, however, he chuckles to himself with a hint of maniacal laughter. He envisions the possibility of a joint raid between himself, known as the World-Conquering Man, and Han Charon on an S-ranked dungeon adventure. In his mind, Siwoo relishes the idea of this collaboration, imagining the sweet rewards of success, including increased popularity on YouTube. He anticipates rapid growth in his channel's subscribers and a skyrocketing number of views as a result of such a high-stakes and thrilling endeavor. At the SH Hunter Guild headquarters gym, Charon practices with her sword diligently. Siwoo watches her, noticing she's wearing the gauntlets he made. Charon's sword movements swift and precise. Min-jae suggests Siwoo, offering to call Charon over. Siwoo stops him, suggesting they wait for now. He observes Charon's trance-like focus, recognizing the immense benefits of training at such a high level of concentration, something he experienced himself some time ago. Despite Min-jae's concern about not calling her, Siwoo explains that while they may have to wait a bit, Charon is likely experiencing a rare training opportunity that shouldn't be interrupted. Charon swings her sword again and again, her movements powerful but lacking precision. Siwoo, observing her closely, realizes her actions are not systematic. He wonders if his understanding has improved after learning Insight, S+, and Divine Combat Arts, enabling him to see that she's merely swinging her sword randomly. He recalls hearing that she never learned proper swordsmanship. Siwoo reflects on one of Han Charon's traits, sword talent, S, noting that her exceptional talent is overshadowed by her crude technique. He compares her situation to his own. She possessed super strength, SS, but lacking the divine combat arts needed to harness that power effectively. Siwoo thinks to himself that swordsmanship based on crudeness is bound to reveal its limitations eventually. However, if Charon were to learn proper martial arts, her growth could be tremendous. He wonders if the only way for Han Charon to achieve this is by joining a sect as a disciple. Siwoo glances at Min-jae, Siwoo awkwardly smiling, and realizes that Charon wouldn't pursue that path because the SH group wouldn't allow it. If Han Charon were to become a sect disciple, she would no longer be a member of the SH group. He muses that having a great background isn't always advantageous. Siwoo looks at his phone and thinks that despite Han Charon's current level, she could still keep up with martial arts learned from GodTube. He considers the legendary figures featured there. King Arthur, the legendary Knight of the Round Table and owner of the divine sword Balmung, Siegfried, the first dragon slayer, and Jiang Yu, a 10,000-man conqueror. Siwoo thinks that although the GodTube videos are a bit crazy, they offer valuable martial arts knowledge. He wonders what if Han Charon could learn from them, but since she can't watch GodTube, she's missing out. As the realization hits him, Siwoo thinks he could watch the videos and teach her himself. Although he would need to subscribe for additional membership fees, he can get the money from Han Charon. Chuckling, Siwoo considers that whether it's 1 billion or 10 billion won, it wouldn't matter to the SH Group's granddaughter. He might even receive a tuition fee in the process. Drooling at the thought, he imagines it as Han Charon's pension plan, thinking it's a great deal. Siwoo, watching Charon practice with her sword, thinks about the problem at hand. Will Han Charon, an A-class hunter, take lessons from him? A D-class hunter? Furthermore, he can only teach her what he himself has learned. With a blank face and trembling hands, Siwoo wonders if it's even possible to teach the divine combat arts while still learning them himself. Still, he believes it would be a waste to give up on the idea just like that. Charon finishes her sword practice and approaches Siwoo, who is deep in thought and doesn't notice her. As she gets closer, Charon says he should have told her he was there. Min-jae quickly apologizes and explains that Siwoo didn't want to interrupt her practice. Siwoo looks at Charon in shock. She expresses her understanding to Min-jae. On the other side, as Siwoo observes Charon wiping the sweat from her face, her glistening, sweat-covered body appears radiant to him, almost sparkling in his eyes. Siwoo's face turns red as he blushes, left speechless and stunned by Charon's appearance. He can't respond to her at all, mesmerized by her presence. Charon, passing by his side, says she'll go wash up first. Siwoo remains silent, blushing and standing still in the same place. As she finishes her words and walks away, Siwoo, still blushing, thinks to himself, she's so pretty. Charon changes into her clothes and approaches Siwoo, saying he must have waited for a long time. Siwoo replies that it wasn't that long, and more importantly, he heard she needed his help. He asks what happened in the dungeon. Charon, looking depressed, explains that inside the dungeon there were no monsters initially. Siwoo, surprised, asks what she means. Charon continues, saying that when she entered the dungeon with her teammates, they encountered no monsters at first. However, they eventually ran into a certain monster. Siwoo, with a questioning face, says, so there was a monster after all. Charon confirms, saying there is indeed a monster. Charon remembers the fearful gaze of the monster and hesitantly says that although it had the appearance of a wolf, it's hard to call it a monster. She admits she has never seen anything like it before. Siwoo thinks about wolf monsters and considers that the wolf family of monsters is quite diverse. However, to his knowledge, there are no wolf monsters that appear in S-rank dungeons. Charon, with trembling hands, confesses that she couldn't do anything against that monster. Siwoo hears her and thinks to himself that even though the dungeon is S-rank, with Han Charon's A+ class strength, she shouldn't be saying something like this. He asks Charon what she means by not being able to handle it. She simply replies, she can't. Siwoo reflects on the situation, realizing that Han Charon didn't participate in the raid alone. She was with talented teammates equipped with incredible gear. Despite this, they still failed. Siwoo believes it wasn't just a simple failure, it was beyond their capability to handle. He acknowledges that there was only one monster in the dungeon, and that monster was so formidable that even Charon couldn't handle it. Siwoo emphasizes to himself that there was only one monster, yet it was strong enough that even an A-class hunter couldn't manage it. Siwoo considers that a dungeon's rank is typically determined by the total amount of mana inside it. Therefore, it's unusual for a dungeon's rank to be based on just one monster. However, rare cases exist where this happens, particularly with capo monsters. These monsters are distinct from mutations and possess all the mana within a dungeon. If Han Charon and her team encountered such a monster, Siwoo understands why she said she couldn't handle it. The overwhelming power and control over the dungeon's mana by a capo monster would indeed make it a formidable challenge, even for an A-class hunter like Han Charon. Siwoo thinks to himself that a capo monster is already dangerous on its own, and the fact that it was in an S-rank dungeon makes it even more perilous. He tells Charon that he believes there's a high probability they encountered a capo monster. Upon hearing the monster's name for the first time, Charon expresses surprise. Siwoo suggests that they should give up on challenging this dungeon again, emphasizing the danger involved. He questions if there's any reason to risk their lives over it, stating that it's not that important in the grand scheme of things. However, Charon disagrees adamantly, saying she must do this. Siwoo asks her for the reason behind her determination. Charon responds, revealing that it's not just her who is in trouble. Siwoo listens to Charon's answer and understands the gravity of the situation. Due to Han Charon's failed raid, the SH group suffered a significant blow, with hundreds of billions of won evaporating in just minutes after the news was published. To prevent further stock price declines, Charon feels compelled to set things right again. Hearing her resolve, Siwoo remains silent. He realizes that Han Charon must succeed in her dungeon raid as soon as possible. Despite the life-threatening nature of the challenge, the potential impact of trillions of won is worth risking one's life for. Siwoo acknowledges that facing an S-class capo monster, a new and unprecedented threat, won't be easy. It's a daunting task that requires careful planning and a high level of skill and determination from Han Charon and her team. Siwoo, with a serious expression, tells Charon that he understands her situation, but proposes a condition in return. He smiles and extends his hand, asking for permission to film on YouTube. Charon, confused, asks what YouTube. Siwoo clarifies his request filming YouTube and adds that he also wants 10 billion won. With a smile, he tells her he can't go any lower than that. After their discussion, they part ways. Charon later deposits some money into Siwoo's account. Checking his bank balance, Siwoo realizes she deposited an advance payment of 1 billion won. He thinks to himself that he should have asked for more, surprised that she accepted so easily. Siwoo decides not to dwell on it, reminding himself that 10 billion won is already a substantial amount, and it wouldn't be wise to be too greedy. Siwoo, with a serious expression, contemplates the challenge of facing an S-rank capo monster, a creature that has never existed before. He acknowledges that devising a strategy for such a formidable opponent will be incredibly difficult. Checking his computer, Siwoo smiles confidently as he notes his insight. S+ proficiency is at 24%. He believes that with this level of proficiency, he should be able to analyze the S-rank capo monster effectively. Determined, Siwoo resolves that he must analyze it at all costs. Siwoo and Charon meet up the next day inside the S-rank dungeon to analyze the monster. Charon asserts that she will take the lead. Siwoo, observing her, thinks about how Han Charon allowed him to enter the S-rank dungeon on the condition that she would accompany him. With a light, awkward smile, Siwoo admits to himself that this situation is really dangerous. He wouldn't have chosen to enter alone, but understanding the necessity of knowing what they are up against in order to formulate a strategy, he presses on. Siwoo gathers aura in his hands, reflecting on his abilities. With super strength, SS, and divine combat arts, SSS, he feels confident that he can survive encountering the S-rank capo monster, even if he isn't sure about defeating it. As they walk deeper into the dungeon, Siwoo observes the distinct atmosphere, noting that it's noticeably different from lower-rank dungeons. Charon suggests they go even deeper. They proceed cautiously, aware of the increasing danger and the unknown challenges awaiting them in the depths of the S-rank dungeon. They continue walking deeper into the dungeon. Siwoo notices Charon showing some discomfort with the gauntlets and asks her if they don't fit properly. Charon confirms that they are indeed a little unfit. Siwoo then offers to adjust them for her. Charon is surprised by his offer and asks for clarification. Siwoo explains that when he made the gauntlets, he didn't know who would use them, so he based their size on his own hands. He acknowledges that even though they weren't going to come off, they must have been quite uncomfortable for her. Using his abilities, he adjusts the gauntlets, and they change size, fitting perfectly into Charon's hands with a bright energy. Siwoo smiles brightly and gives her a thumbs up, saying, "Consider this a service." Charon, surprised by Siwoo's knowledge about the gauntlets, asks how he knows about this feature. Siwoo scratches his head and explains that he was the one who made them, which surprises Charon even more. She then asks if he's the person whom Master Seo Palguang acknowledged. Siwoo smiles and replies that he doesn't know about that part, clarifying that he simply works in the same workshop as Master Seo Palguang. As they talk, an ominous aura begins to spread around them. Siwoo notices the aura, and his eyes widen in surprise as he senses its source intensifying. Shocked, he turns his head to look, and both Siwoo and Charon see the monster's terrifying eyes emitting fire as it appears before them with swift movements. In shock, Siwoo, with wide eyes, thinks to himself that this monster is on a completely different level. Charon quickly positions herself in front of Siwoo with her sword, defending him and instructing him to stay behind her. The monster, drooling and roaring loudly, confirms Siwoo's thoughts. He realizes this is an S-rank capo monster, a formidable adversary unlike any they've faced before. The monster roars aggressively, standing before Siwoo and Charon. Siwoo, shocked and with a pale face, wonders if Han Charon will be able to defeat this formidable black wolf. He briefly considers joining her in the fight, but quickly dismisses the idea, realizing they aren't adequately prepared for such a dangerous opponent. His primary goal was to confirm the monster's identity, not to engage in combat. Siwoo strongly believes they should avoid fighting. He releases his aura throughout his entire body, intensifying it to create a distraction. With determination, Siwoo lifts his leg high and brings it down forcefully, using all his strength to hit the ground hard. The impact momentarily distracts the monster, providing a crucial moment for Siwoo and Charon to assess the situation. Siwoo grabs Charon's shoulder and instructs her to run fast. Understanding his urgency, Charon nods. They both sprint for their lives, breathing heavily as they race forward without looking back. Their sole focus is on survival as they continue running through the dungeon. Finally, they reach the dungeon gate and manage to escape alive. Both Siwoo and Charon catch their breath, relieved to have survived their encounter with the S-rank capo monster. Siwoo, catching his breath, pants heavily as he recalls the monster's fearful gaze, thinks that although he didn't fight it directly, at least 5 S-class hunters would be needed to put a dent in it. Charon approaches him and asks about the power he used just now. Siwoo, looking at her, first asks how she and her teammates were able to come back alive against that monster. Charon, looking down, replies that they were just lucky. Siwoo, still catching his breath, asks if Charon is really thinking of attacking the monster again. With a determined expression, Charon confirms that she must do it and insists that if Siwoo creates a strategy plan, her team will handle the hunting. They exchange determined looks, both stubborn in their resolve. Siwoo then says he will contact her again once he has analyzed the monster thoroughly. With that, he leaves, his mind already racing with thoughts on how to develop a strategy to confront the formidable S-rank capo monster. Siwoo watches the footage repeatedly on his computer, deeply engrossed in trying to identify the monster. He reflects that the capo species is ultimately a modified version of an ordinary monster, implying there must be an original monster they evolved from. With a serious face, Siwoo considers the research papers published by the association and the Monster Encyclopedia. Despite combing through all the available information on the internet and using his insight, S+, he can't find a single clue about the monster's origins. Frustrated and clueless, Siwoo thinks to himself, just what is that monster? Hercules teaches Siwoo his divine combat arts, and after an intense session, he announces that they will stop for the day. The system notifies Siwoo that he has performed Hercules' exercises and his related proficiencies have increased. Super Strength SS proficiency is now at 5.88%, and Hercules' Divine Combat Arts SSS proficiency is at 0.06%. Siwoo, overcome by fatigue, lies down. Hercules mocks him, saying he's already lying down just from a small amount of exercise. Siwoo remains silent, reaches for his mobile, and looks at it. Hercules approaches and asks what he's watching. Siwoo explains that it's a monster he's been analyzing recently. Hercules, surprised, asks if Siwoo is analyzing it. Siwoo confirms, adding that today is the third day, and he still doesn't understand what it is. Hercules sits beside him and offers to take a look. Seeing the monster, Hercules is shocked and speechless. Siwoo turns to him and asks if he knows what it is. Hercules says, "Isn't it Fenrir?" Siwoo is shocked and asks for clarification. Fenrir, also known as the demonic wolf or the wolf of divine slaughter, is a prominent figure in Norse mythology. He is depicted as a monstrous wolf of immense size, with his upper jaw touching the sky and his lower jaw reaching the earth, symbolizing his devouring nature. Fenrir plays a crucial role in Ragnarok, the Norse apocalypse, where he ultimately fulfills the prophecy by consuming everything in his path, including Odin, the chief god of Norse mythology. His role in bringing about the end of the mythic world underscores his significance as a harbinger of cataclysmic events in Norse lore. Siwoo expresses shock upon encountering Fenrir and questions how he arrived there. Hercules, equally puzzled, admits he has no idea how Fenrir could have appeared. Siwoo reflects on the mysterious person who gave him the smartphone containing GodTube, and now even Fenrir is here. Observing Hercules lost in thought, Siwoo concludes that Hercules might be the only one unaware of how they arrived here. Siwoo asks Hercules to confirm if it's truly Fenrir, to which Hercules responds affirmatively, recalling a previous battle where he emerged victorious against the Fenrir. Siwoo, hearing Hercules' surprise, wonders aloud what might happen if he were to fight Fenrir. Hercules asks if Siwoo intends to fight Fenrir. Siwoo confirms this, and Hercules, confidently raising his index finger, remarks that it wouldn't take even 1 second probably. Siwoo asks what he means by 1 second, to which Hercules grimly replies that it would be the time until Siwoo is torn apart into pieces. Siwoo, annoyed by his response, chooses to remain silent. Hercules points his finger at the Fenrir on the mobile screen, commenting that looking at Fenrir now, he can't quite believe it. From here, it seems Fenrir has become extremely weak, with a body size resembling that of a baby wolf. Siwoo asks what he means by baby wolf, thinking to himself that even so, Fenrir is still around the size of a small hill, but compared to the Fenrir of mythology, it's indeed small. Hercules adds that Fenrir is also wearing an ornament he's never seen before. Siwoo asks for clarification about the ornament, and Hercules points at the mobile screen, asking Siwoo to take a closer look at it. Siwoo notices chains binding around Fenrir's legs. Hercules comments that these chains seem to be suppressing Fenrir's power. Siwoo, unsure, turns to Hercules and asks about the shackles. Hercules identifies them as Gleipnir, stating that it is said to be unbreakable by anything in the world. Hercules then speculates that with Fenrir restrained like this, it might take about 1 minute. Siwoo asks what he means by 1 minute, and Hercules grimly responds that it would be the time until he himself is torn apart into pieces. Siwoo, hearing this, chooses to remain silent. Siwoo, deep in thought, wonders how Fenrir arrived and why. He considers that if this black wolf is truly Fenrir, there's virtually no way they could fight it. Hercules jokingly suggests he could at least tell Siwoo Fenrir's weakness. Should he spill the beans or keep quiet? Siwoo, with a serious expression, responds that if Hercules tells him, he'll share a video content idea worth 200 subscribers. Upon hearing this, Hercules immediately returns inside the mobile, saying he'll organize the materials and bring them right away, calling Siwoo master. On raid day, outside the office building near the dungeon waiting area, reporters question Charon about why she refuses to give up on the dungeon. Another reporter presses on, asking about her determination to return and attack the dungeon again. Charon, without responding, walks past them and enters the building where her teammates are gathered. Inside, she notices everyone is present and declares, "It seems like everyone is here, so let's depart." Siwoo begins filming his YouTube video addressing his audience. "Worldies, hello, subscribers of World Conquering Man." The white-haired guy remains silent, observing him. Another person inquires about Siwoo's identity, to which the white-haired guy awkwardly responds that Siwoo is a YouTuber. The black-haired guy asks for more details, and the white-haired guy mentions Siwoo's channel name, World Conquering Man, though he's unsure if it's well known. Hearing this, the black-haired guy remarks that he doesn't think World Conquering Man is a famous channel, questioning why such a YouTuber is present. The white-haired guy mentions that Siwoo is rumored to have created the strategy plan for this dungeon. The black-haired guy sarcastically comments on the idea of a strategy plan for a wolf, calling it ridiculous. The white-haired man admits they don't have all the details and heard about it recently themselves. As he observes Siwoo, the black-haired guy reflects on the unconventional support conditions provided to team members, including the decision to bring in a seemingly insignificant YouTuber. He concludes that team leader Han Charon must have been truly desperate to resort to such measures. The white-haired guy starts to inquire about his plans once everything is settled. He begins to mention something about his own plan, but black-haired guy interrupts, urging him not to discuss such annoying matters and instead focus on preparing to enter the dungeon. Charon and her team then proceed into the S-rank dungeon. Inside, Charon takes the lead with her strong determination, guiding the team through the challenges ahead. Siwoo begins recording his YouTube video inside the S-Class dungeon, laughing as he addresses his audience. "Everyone, they are inside the S-Class dungeon." The black-haired guy, looking at Siwoo annoyed but stays silent. Siwoo then asks if they can feel the enormous energy around them. The black-haired guy becomes increasingly annoyed with Siwoo, thinking to himself, "Is that person name is Mying Siwoo?" Questioning why Siwoo is filming a mere video at such a critical moment. Annoyed, he sighs, worried about what might happen if the black wolf notices their presence. The black-haired guy's face pales as he suddenly notices the immense energy. Fenrir appears before Siwoo, Charon, and her team, emanating a fiery aura with burning eyes. Fear grips the group. Charon, stunned and motionless, questions her decision to redo the raid. She wonders if seeking the aid of an S-Class hunter would have been wiser, fearing she may be leading her team to their deaths. However, she resolves not to seek help from S-Class hunters. Charon, with trembling hands gripping her sword tightly, realizes that this raid is not just any mission. It's SH Group's debut in the hunter industry. Determined to prove their capabilities solely with SH Group's power, she releases her aura and prepares to face Fenrir head-on. Meanwhile, Siwoo continues filming his YouTube video unabated by fear, even as Fenrir stands before them. He moves in front of Charon to capture the scene, surprising her with his presence in the midst of this tense moment. Siwoo, smiling confidently, addresses his YouTube audience. "Everyone, that's the legendary mythical beast, Fenrir, also known as the demonic wolf." He explains that Fenrir is a creature from Norse mythology. With a cunning smile, Siwoo acknowledges the skeptics questioning if it's truly Fenrir, then stands in front of the legendary beast, stating uncertainly, he's not sure. He releases his aura and rolls up his sleeves, adding with determination, he guessed they gotta fight it to find out. Siwoo stands bravely in front of Fenrir as it roars loudly. He releases his aura and admits he's unsure if he can defeat it, but he must face it head-on to find out. Addressing his audience, he questions if he isn't the man who conquers everything in the world-conquering man. Siwoo and Fenrir exchange glances, and he boldly declares that even if Fenrir is indeed the wolf who swallows the world, it won't pose a problem. Turning to Charon, He asks if she's ready. Surprised by his confidence, Charon hesitates and remains silent. Siwoo begins to confront Fenrir, announcing his first strategy for attacking. With swift movements, he jumps into the air, catching Charon off guard with his speed and force. Siwoo closes the distance between himself and Fenrir in a single leap. Charon, shocked by how quickly Siwoo moves, wonders when he got so close to Fenrir, roaring, throws its paw at Siwoo. Charon, seeing the danger, screams for Siwoo to watch out. Fenrir's paw lands on the ground, causing it to crumble and break. As the dust settles, Siwoo searches frantically, thinking to himself that what he's looking for isn't there. Siwoo, utilizing his swift movements, comes behind to Fenrir's head and focuses all his energy into his fists. Charging at Fenrir with determination, Siwoo lands a powerful punch on Fenrir's jaw. The impact generates immense force, overwhelming Charon and her teammates. The black-haired guy, using his shield to protect himself, questions what's happening, while the white-haired guy is left speechless, unable to explain the unfolding situation. As the dust settles, Fenrir turns its fierce gaze towards Siwoo, who has landed on the ground, visibly exhausted and sweating from exerting most of his energy. Frustration crosses Siwoo's face as he catches his breath. He reflects that while it was a direct hit, the result is still unsatisfactory as Fenrir still fine. Siwoo's expression pales with dissatisfaction as he looks at Fenrir, recalling Hercules' assurance that this attack would be effective. The fight between Siwoo and Fenrir resumes, with Siwoo relentlessly attacking in an attempt to pin down the beast. Despite his efforts, his attacks seem ineffective against Fenrir. Seeing Siwoo fighting alone, Charon decides to join the battle and turns to her team, instructing them to move forward as well. Her teammates acknowledge her command, and Charon, sword in hand, rushes at Fenrir. Siwoo, noticing Fenrir's movements, turns his head just in time to see the beast fiercely swiping at him with its left paw. Siwoo swiftly dodges the attack, narrowly avoiding being struck. Siwoo, frustrated, curses at Fenrir and thinks to himself that this Fenrir, is the real deal. He recalls Hercules' words about only lasting a minute before being torn apart. Gritting his teeth, Siwoo thinks, 1 minute, my ass. He won't even be able to hold on for 10 seconds. As he looks at the fiery Fenrir, he realizes Hercules' strategy is meaningless. It only worked because Hercules was the Hercules. However, noticing the chains binding Fenrir, Siwoo considers that Gleipnir, the shackles suppressing Fenrir's movements, might give him a fighting chance. He thinks, as long as those shackles oppress Fenrir's movement, it's not impossible. Siwoo clenches his fist and grits his teeth, thinking that while winning might be out of reach, attacking isn't impossible. Charon, using her swift movements, jumps up and slashes at Fenrir's head with her sword. Watching this, Siwoo realizes the most important thing. He's not alone in this fight. As Charon completes her attack, she locks eyes with Fenrir, who returns her gaze with a fierce, fiery intensity. Suddenly, a fire attack strikes Fenrir from the side, enraging the beast even further. Charon's team prepares another flame attack, readying a powerful flame orb. Observing this, Siwoo thinks to himself, a flame orb? So they had a magic-type hunter. As they release the flame orb at Fenrir, the beast, unable to dodge, takes the full brunt of the attack. Fenrir screams in pain as the flame orb engulfs it, causing visible damage and momentarily stunning the mythical creature. Charon's team prepares another flame orb attack on Fenrir, combining their efforts to create one massive orb. This time, Fenrir sees the attack coming and swallows it in one gulp. The boy, shocked, exclaims that it swallowed the flame orb, while the girl, equally astonished, notes that Fenrir really ate it. As Fenrir's body becomes engulfed in flames, the team is left speechless. The white-haired guy shouts to the team not to back down, and the black-haired guy urges them to prepare for an all-out battle. Despite struggling to withstand Fenrir's overwhelming force, the team stands firm, ready to launch another attack. Siwoo, observing the situation, points out to Charon that there's a shackle bound to Fenrir's body. Charon, initially clueless, looks at Siwoo for clarification. He implies that she might have already been aware of it and suggests that if the shackle holds Fenrir down, attacking it will be possible. Understanding his hint, Charon nods in response. With swift movements, she leaps at Fenrir, swinging her sword repeatedly. The whole team watches her relentless assault. Siwoo closes his eyes, gathering aura in his body, and thinks about calming his emotions to focus all his senses. As he becomes enveloped in aura, Charon and Fenrir continue their intense fight. Siwoo concentrates his aura into his fist and leaps at Fenrir, ready for a head-on clash. Fenrir swipes at Siwoo with its right paw but misses, striking the ground instead. Siwoo reaches the top of Fenrir's head and, using his super strength skill, takes on Hercules' form. He channels all his force into his fist and delivers a powerful punch to Fenrir's head. The beast screams loudly, growling with a fierce, fiery look on its face. Siwoo, seeing Fenrir's reaction, realizes that his super strength is working. Determined to keep pushing, he suddenly notices something unusual. A fast attack comes at him, and all his senses go into danger alert. Fenrir's attack hits his chest, sending Siwoo flying some distance away. As he hits the ground, his wound starts bleeding. Grinning his teeth against the pain, Siwoo thinks about how dangerous that was. If he had reacted even a bit later, the attack would have torn his entire body apart. Suddenly, a realization hits him. Just before the claws touched his body, it hesitated for a moment. He's not entirely sure, but there's a possibility that Fenrir hesitated before landing the blow. On the other side, Charon launches a fierce attack on Fenrir, dealing significant damage. Siwoo, on the ground, watches the intense battle unfolding before him. As he observes Fenrir, Siwoo ponders why the beast spared him after it could have potentially killed him. The question lingers in his mind, trying to make sense of Fenrir's actions amidst the chaos of their confrontation. As Fenrir takes damage from Charon's sword slash, a severe wound opens up, causing the beast to roar loudly in pain. Blood pours from the wound, indicating its severity. Seeing Fenrir wounded, Siwoo releases his aura and thinks that he must seize the opportunity instead of getting lost in useless thoughts. With swift movements, Siwoo dashes toward Fenrir. He reaches the beast's leg and, gathering his energy into his fist, delivers a powerful punch. Fenrir roars in agony as Siwoo's fist connects, further weakening the formidable creature. Fenrir lifts his paw to step on Siwoo, and the exact reason behind its action remains unclear. As Siwoo finds himself under Fenrir's massive foot, he realizes that the time has come. He quickly grabs Fenrir's shackles, causing the beast's eyes to widen in surprise. Using his super strength, Siwoo tries to pull Fenrir to his side. Despite the immense resistance, he screams and channels all his strength to lift Fenrir high. Finally, with a tremendous effort, Siwoo manages to lift Fenrir and move it from one side to the other, exploiting the restraint provided by the shackles. Fenrir roars loudly, its furious growl echoing through the battlefield. Charon, sword in hand, rushes at Fenrir with swift movements. As Siwoo throws Fenrir, she meets the beast midair and delivers powerful slashes with her sword. The black-haired guy, the white-haired guy, and the rest of the team watch the battle in shock, unable to believe what's unfolding before their eyes. They mutter in disbelief, "It's insane." As the dust settles, Charon's teammates realize they are alive and victorious. They cheer, acknowledging that they did it. Overcome by fatigue, Charon catches her breath. Suddenly, Siwoo comes flying out from the dust, thrown away by Fenrir's immense power. Seeing Siwoo hurtling through the air, Charon's teammates begin to tremble in fear. "It can't be," they mutter, their voices filled with dread. Fenrir, overtaken by madness, turns even darker. The beast roars loudly, its cry echoing to the sky. The black-haired guy, trembling in fear, declares that this is a fight they can't win. As dark fire emanates from Fenrir's body, his appearance changes as a deadly monster. His eyes glow with fiery intensity, and his roar sends waves of terror through Charon's team, who stand frozen, unable to look away from the monstrous sight before them. Siwoo hits the ground hard, the impact causing the earth to crumble beneath him. Wounded and lying on the floor, he stares up at the sky, his body unable to move. His mind races as he ponders the situation, recalling Fenrir's fierce transformation. Bound by Gleipnir, Fenrir was clearly restricted. Yet it remains the demonic wolf who led the world to its end, the divine slaughterer that swallowed a god. In his current state, Siwoo knows it's impossible to attack Fenrir. Reflecting on his predicament, Siwoo finds it strange. No matter how much he thinks about it, the situation still feels off. Why is Fenrir so overpowering despite the shackles? Why does it seem like their efforts are futile? The questions swirl in his mind as he struggles to comprehend the enormity of the challenge before them. Seeing Siwoo fall to the ground, Charon quickly assesses the dire situation. Knowing her limits, she turns to her team and urgently commands them to run away, instructing them to bring Siwoo with them. Her teammates swiftly move to pick up Siwoo, supporting him on their shoulders as they make their escape. In deep thought, Siwoo reflects on the crisis they face. This feels eerily similar to the Black Troll Dungeon incident. Just as Charon saved her team members in the last raid, she seems to be doing the same now. Despite their best efforts, they can't win against Fenrir. Siwoo, bewildered, wondered why they were still able to escape from Fenrir, despite Fenrir being such a dangerous opponent. The question lingers in his mind as they flee, the uncertainty gnawing at him. As realization hits Siwoo, his eyes widen in shock. He finally understands the reason behind their ability to escape from Fenrir. Thoughts rush through his mind, realizing the truth he's been blind to. Looking down at himself, he feels a sense of foolishness for not seeing it sooner. It didn't make sense from the start. The black-haired man, concerned, asks Siwoo if he thinks he can move. Siwoo doesn't respond verbally but suddenly bolts towards Fenrir. The white-haired guy, noticing this, asks what Siwoo is doing, but Siwoo remains silent as he runs. Siwoo sees Charon attacking Fenrir alone, exerting all her strength to buy time for their escape. Charon, gritting her teeth, continued her relentless assault on Fenrir, blocking and attacking in a constant rhythm. Suddenly, she was taken by surprise as Siwoo appeared and stood silently in front of her, catching her off guard. Fenrir, noticing Siwoo's presence, roared loudly with a fiery gaze fixed on him. Despite the menacing display, Siwoo remained silent and unmoving, showing no fear. His composure in the face of such a terrifying foe was startling, even for Charon. Siwoo stood still, thinking that, as expected, Fenrir wasn't attacking but just staring at him. Concerned, Charon screamed, demanding to know what he was doing. Siwoo maintained his silence, his gaze locked on Fenrir. Charon, panicked and angry, scolded him for his recklessness and urged him to retreat. Yet Siwoo remained unresponsive, resolute in his stance. Fenrir roared with a fiery gaze, but Siwoo didn't step back. Instead, he took another step forward, closing the distance between them. Siwoo, unwavering, voiced his realization that it hadn't made sense from the beginning. He reflected on the impossibility of their party defeating such a formidable opponent, considering their current capabilities. Siwoo's eyes locked with Fenrir's. Siwoo questions why he hasn't been killed yet, the intensity of his gaze unyielding. The demonic wolf's silence seemed to confirm Siwoo's suspicions, deepening the mystery of their confrontation. Siwoo confronts Fenrir, questioning how everyone managed to survive. He cynically wonders aloud why none of them are dead yet. Charon's teammates, intimidated by Fenrir's presence, nervously glance between Siwoo and Fenrir, their fear evident. In response to Siwoo's words, Charon looks at him in confusion, asking what he means. Siwoo, speaking coldly, retorts that it should be obvious to her by now. He explains that if Fenrir had wanted to, he could have easily killed them all without anyone surviving. Charon is left speechless and remains silent after hearing this. The black-haired guy interjects, asking how they did manage to survive then. Siwoo, still cold in tone, states that Fenrir chose to let them go. Siwoo, with a serious expression, contemplates the reason why Han Charon and her team members survived and why Fenrir didn't harm anyone. Siwoo informs the team that Fenrir's instructions for the team to flee, indicating that Fenrir didn't want to cause them harm. Remembering his interactions with Fenrir, Siwoo acknowledges that while it's hard to believe, Fenrir never initiated attacks. Siwoo concludes to the team that if Fenrir were merely a monster, his actions wouldn't align with sparing their lives. Siwoo thinks, at one point, Fenrir destroyed Asgard. Siwoo reflects on Fenrir's troubled past, recalling how shortly after his birth, abandoned and facing hunger and loneliness from the start, Fenrir persevered, never giving up, and survived through sheer tenacity. Siwoo considers the potential consequences if rumors of Fenrir being alive were to spread, anticipating that it could lead to significant consequences or worsen existing conflicts. Siwoo continues his thinking that the gods of Asgard approached Fenrir with a rope, acknowledging his strength and asking if he could break free from it. To Siwoo, Fenrir didn't hesitate to accept this unexpected challenge from the gods. It felt like an invitation to play and engage with others, something Fenrir, who had always been alone, welcomed eagerly. Siwoo believes that in this moment, Fenrir felt like he had finally found companionship and friends among the gods of Asgard. Fenrir easily escapes from the rope that even Thor couldn't break, surprising the gods of Asgard. After accompanied what gods asked, Fenrir wags his tail happily, feeling a sense of camaraderie with the gods. However, Siwoo also notes that the gods are not as pleased. They fear Fenrir's immense power and decide to create Gleipnir, a binding that could contain him permanently. When the gods return with Gleipnir, Fenrir senses their unease and begins to suspect their true intentions. Siwu reflects on Tyr, the god of war. Tyr's visit to Fenrir, where Tyr personally offers shackles and makes a solemn promise. If Fenrir cannot break free and the gods refuse to release him, he may chew off his own left arm. Siwu observes that Fenrir trusted Tyr because Tyr was the only god who showed kindness and provided food to Fenrir in a barren land, considering him a true friend. Despite this trust, Fenrir is ultimately bound by Gleipnir and unable to free himself. Siwu notes that, as expected, the other gods do not release Fenrir, and even Tyr eventually turns away from him. This betrayal leaves Fenrir alone once again, highlighting the tragic cycle of trust and betrayal in his story. Siwu reflects sadly on Tyr fulfilling his promise by placing his left arm in Fenrir's mouth. Despite feeling deceived, Fenrir trembles with inner turmoil, but refrains from harming Tyr. Siwu believes that Fenrir couldn't bring himself to bite Tyr's arm. He didn't want to harm the one god who had shown him kindness. However, the other gods, fearing Fenrir's power, intervene cruelly by placing a knife in his jaws, preventing him from closing his mouth. This ensures Fenrir remains bound by Gleipnir until Ragnarok, perpetually alone and in agony. Siwu reflects on Fenrir's transformation into a deadly monster during Ragnarok. Despite the chaos and destruction he causes, including swallowing the world and tearing apart the gods, Fenrir cannot bring himself to kill Tyr. Siwu believes that even in his madness during Ragnarok, Fenrir retains a memory of Tyr, the only god who returned to him when he was abandoned and starving, offering him food. Siwu considers Fenrir's unwavering loyalty to Tyr as both naive and perhaps foolish, given the circumstances. Siwu observes Fenrir's deadly appearance and reflects that the Fenrir depicted in mythology as a savage, demonic wolf doesn't truly reflect his nature. Despite his fearsome appearance and actions during Ragnarok, Siwu believes that Fenrir didn't have a desire to harm them. Siwu, gazing at Fenrir, comments that Fenrir didn't intend to harm them. A boy, puzzled, questions what nonsense Siwu is speaking. Another boy suggests Siwu wants them to believe that. Charon, with a cold tone, asserts that they still need to eliminate Fenrir. Turning to Siwu, she explains that neglecting an S-rank dungeon could lead to a dungeon break, with no way to turn back once it happens. She adds that even without a dungeon explosion, if Fenrir escapes during a dungeon shock, there's no guarantee that it won't harm people. Charon, sheathing her sword, declares they'll withdraw, inform the association, and seek help from S-class hunters. With a serious expression, she states she will give up on conquering this dungeon. Siwu, reflecting on Charon's words, realizes she is right. To prevent a potential catastrophe, they must kill Fenrir. Looking at Fenrir, Siwu ponders why it is here. With a serious expression, he wonders if Fenrir has been abandoned again. Siwu recalls that in mythology, the apocalyptic force called Ragnarok cut off Gleipnir, allowing Fenrir to escape. However, for some unknown reason, Fenrir is now bound by Gleipnir again. Observing Fenrir's shackles, Siwu speculates that Fenrir has been abandoned here once more. He realizes that this dungeon was used as a barrier to trap Fenrir, preventing its escape. Deep in thought, Siwu thinks about how, just like in the myth, Fenrir was abandoned at birth to die a lonely death here. This also explains why the dungeon's rank was measured as S rank. Siwu, looking at Fenrir, realizes that only the mana of the dungeon imprisoning Fenrir was measured, not Fenrir's own mana. The power needed to trap a weakened Fenrir was deemed S rank. Charon, noticing Siwu's silence, says they should go back. However, Siwu remains deep in thought, his expression darkening. He understands there's nothing he can do for Fenrir with his current abilities. With a heavy heart, Siwu turns back and follows Charon. Siwu, deep in thought, realizes that if they leave now, everything will be over. He believes Fenrir has no intention of harming people. Despite the possibility that Fenrir might harm himself before they return, he isn't attacking them now. Siwu thinks Fenrir is stupid, just like that time in the myth. With a dark expression, he acknowledges that once they leave the dungeon, everything will end. Even if Fenrir is powerful, he won't withstand a party of S-class hunters. All they need to do is gather S-class hunters and conquer the dungeon. Siwu, frustrated and gritting his teeth, thinks that if Fenrir is weakened and tied up as he is now, it will definitely be possible to attack him. That's enough for Siwu. Looking at the team, he considers that Fenrir can endanger people, right? Fenrir just needs to be eliminated. Even if they leave like this, there won't be any problem. Siwu clenches his fist, thinking that all he has to do is live his life as usual. making equipment, filming YouTube videos to earn money, and training his GodTube abilities so he can treat COA illness. As he stops walking, Siwoo thinks that's all he has to do. Gritting his teeth, he wonders why he can't take those steps. Charon calls out to him, but Siwoo doesn't respond. Swiftly, he turns towards Fenrir and begins to approach. Charon shouts loudly, demanding to know what he's trying to do. Siwoo starts running towards Fenrir, who transforms back into its normal form. Intensely, Siwoo reaches Fenrir and gazes at it, then focuses on the shackles around Fenrir's legs. Siwoo, looking at Fenrir, sees an abandoned wolf. He acknowledges that Fenrir has never harmed anyone and even hesitated to harm others, even when risking harm to itself. However, Siwoo understands that ultimately, Fenrir is a monster in the dungeon, a demonic beast that threatens people, and they must eliminate it. They cannot leave it alive. Sadly, there is no alternative. Siwoo reflects on the gods of GodTube, knowing they never give up under any circumstances. They never lost fights that couldn't be won and never gave up, even if the battle seemed endless. Siwoo clenches his fist, believing that they would overcome the impossible and eventually become heroes. He thinks that if there's no solution to the crisis, they will create one. With a smile, Siwoo releases his aura and turns back to look at Charon. He declares that he will destroy this dungeon. Charon, taken aback and with a dark expression, shouts loudly, demanding to know what he means and what he intends to do. Siwoo closes his eyes and focuses, allowing his aura to intensify around his body. Siwoo, with closed eyes, realizes that the ultimate problem is this dungeon itself. It's a barrier confining Fenrir, a dungeon with the threat of breaking. The ground under Siwoo begins to break under the force of his aura. He believes that if he destroys this dungeon, everything will be solved. Charon and the teammates, shocked, exclaim that it's impossible to destroy a dungeon because it means destroying space, something only a god could do. They insist that such a feat isn't possible. Siwoo pushes himself to his limits, veins appearing on his body as he brings out every ounce of his power. Despite knowing the danger of unleashing this level of power, he can't bring himself to stop. Opening his eyes, he declares that he won't stop. Siwoo says, "The river doesn't drink its own water. Trees do not eat their own fruit. The sun does not shine for itself, and flowers do not send forth fragrance for themselves. Gentlemen do not act for themselves." He chuckles to himself, thinking he sounds like a scholar. Internally, Siwoo reflects that he can only laugh as no one will acknowledge his words, and he can't even make money from them. Remembering Master Kong's teachings, Siwoo recalls that if he isn't angered by lack of recognition, he truly acts like a gentleman remains calm even when the world doesn't acknowledge him. Siwoo gives a light smile as his mind clears. Siwoo, with a slight awkward smile, thinks to himself that he may not understand what it means to be a gentleman. But in today's world, avoiding being labeled as a pushover or an idiot is already enough. Remembering those closest to him, he reflects that for some unknown reason he simply wants to be a decent person. Not necessarily outstandingly good, but someone who is good to those around him. With a light smirking smile, Siwoo wonders why this thought has suddenly occurred to him. Siwoo thinks that after watching Confucius's videos and seeing Fenrir's injured state, this notion came to him. Siwoo feels satisfied with these thoughts and smiles contentedly. Siwoo invokes Hercules' divine combat arts, and Hercules' godly form manifests within him. Fenrir notices this transformation, and his eyes widen in response. Siwoo recalls Hercules' teachings that these divine combat arts involve more than just superhuman strength. They allow one to bend the laws of the world. Thinking further, Siwoo remembers Hercules explaining that these arts aren't only for combat, they encompass understanding and manipulating the fundamental laws that govern the universe, with space being one of the most basic of these laws. Siwoo unleashes his first technique, and a bright lightning radiates around him. His body is fully enveloped in Hercules' godly form. Siwoo raises his right leg high and concentrates all his strength into it. With tremendous force and speed, Siwoo executes the descendant dragon kick, striking the ground with powerful impact. The dungeon trembles under his feet as the strike lands. Suddenly, the entire dungeon begins to crumble around him. Charon watches in awe as the dungeon's sky falls apart and the space itself starts to break down. Witnessing the impossible sight before her, Charon's jaw drops, leaving her speechless. Her teammates react with equal shock, unable to believe what they are witnessing. They exclaim in disbelief, questioning what is happening and how it could be possible. Meanwhile, Siwoo unconsciously collapses to the ground after exerting so much power. Upon seeing him concerned, Charon rushes to him, checking his breath and heartbeat to ensure he's still alive. After confirming, she feels assured. She turns her attention to the side scene before her. She watches as the dungeon slowly breaks apart into pieces, the reality of the situation sinking in. Charon turns her head to look at Siwoo, who lies on the ground while Fenrir observes Siwoo from the other side. As Charon gazes at Fenrir, she notices its shackles breaking, no longer tethering it to the dungeon. She gently supports Siwoo's head, noticing he is bleeding internally. Intensely focused on him, Charon remains silent, recalling the first time she and Siwoo fought together. She realizes she had sensed he wasn't an ordinary awakener, without traits when they first encountered each other in the dark troll dungeon. Charon, looking at Siwoo intensely, wonders about the incredible power that caused the dungeon to collapse. She lifts Siwoo onto her shoulders, focused on getting him to safety. Despite the situation, she reminds herself that now is not the time to be impressed. Carrying Siwoo away, Charon turns back to glance at Fenrir, who watches them silently. As Charon moves Siwoo away from the crumbling dungeon, Fenrir remains behind, observing them leave. Charon is determined to evacuate quickly before the dungeon completely collapses, prioritizing their safety in the chaotic aftermath. Siwoo suddenly opens his eyes, finding himself in a hospital room, his body covered in bandages. Shocked, he realizes he's still alive. Sitting up in bed, he observes his surroundings and concludes that he must be in a VIP room, which means she must be here too. Turning to his side, he sees Charon in her bed looking at him. As their eyes meet, Charon asks if he is all right. Siwoo looks surprised and asks why Charon is there. Charon shows him her saline drip-covered hand, indicating she's also a patient. She then asks Siwoo if he's uncomfortable. Siwoo responds with an awkward smile, thinking to himself that naturally he is uncomfortable. He wonders if Charon would feel the same if their roles were reversed, considering that being with a pretty woman would likely be enjoyable for anyone. Siwoo dismisses his thoughts and recalls Master Kong's teachings, reflecting on Confucius's words that men and women shouldn't share sleeping quarters after the age of 7. Siwoo closes his eyes, pondering how it contradicts his current situation of being in the same space with Charon. As realization dawns on Siwoo, he adopts a poker face and dismisses his earlier thoughts as nonsense. Suddenly, Charon speaks up, stating that he isn't going to ask what happened. Without waiting for a response from Charon, Siwoo begins narrating the sequence of events himself. He explains that Charon rescued him from the dungeon before it collapsed, and after receiving various treatments, he regained consciousness. Siwoo then asks if his assumptions are correct. Charon remains silent, confirming with her gaze that Siwoo's account is indeed accurate. Siwoo gazes at Charon, pondering whether she prefers it when he gets straight to the point. Charon then confirms that the dungeon collapsed, and thus was considered cleared, resulting in their group regaining its former glory. Siwoo expresses relief at this news, and then asks about Fenrir. Charon responds that she's not entirely certain, but recalls seeing the wolf monster leaving somewhere towards the end. After hearing Charon's words, Siwoo, deep in thought, reflects on the collapsed dungeon that served as Fenrir's prison, hoping that the wolf could return safely to the god realm. Charon then mentions that she hasn't disclosed the full details of what occurred in the dungeon and has instructed her teammates to maintain secrecy about it. She admits that their group was publicly credited with conquering the dungeon, but adds that they can correct the record if Siwoo desires. Siwoo listens to Charon's statement about correcting the narrative to make it seem like he was the one who conquered the dungeon. Charon confirms his words. Siwoo, looking at her, suggests that they should say she was the one who did it instead. Charon is surprised by his suggestion and remains silent for a moment before asking if there's a reason he's hiding his power. Siwoo responds awkwardly with a smile, scratching his head, and denies the idea, stating that he wouldn't have started his YouTube channel if he were hiding his power. Charon is surprised by Siwoo's words and falls silent, deep in thought. Siwoo clarifies that he has no intention of hiding his abilities. With confidence, he suggests that it's crucial for their group, SH, to be acknowledged as the conquerors of an S-rank dungeon at this moment. He proposes that they should publicly credit Charon as the one who conquered it. Charon hesitates, looking down, unsure about Siwoo's proposal. Siwoo understands Charon's hesitation and thinks she might be doubting her own abilities, wondering if it's appropriate to claim credit for clearing an S-rank dungeon when she may not feel capable. With a serious expression, Siwoo assures Charon that the dungeon they faced was unique and that she is fully capable of raiding S-rank dungeons. Charon looks at him, questioning if he's trying to comfort her. Siwoo maintains his gaze and asserts that he's simply stating the truth. Siwoo and Charon exchange glances, and Siwoo offers a reassuring smile. Charon responds with a confident smile, thanking him. Siwoo nods and suggests they move on from the topic. Siwoo then asks Charon if there's anything else she wants to say. Charon replies, saying there is one more thing. Looking directly at Siwoo, she asks if he would like to work with her. Siwoo remains silent, contemplating her proposition. Afterward, Charon leaves the hospital room, leaving Siwoo alone inside. Siwoo looks at his phone in disbelief, his eyes widening in shock as he checks his stats. The system notifies him of his insight, S+ proficiency at 36.5%, his super strength, SS proficiency at 18.98%, his Hercules Divine Combat Arts, SSS proficiency at 9.38%, and his Gentleman's Mind attributes, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom, SSS, at 3.61%. Siwoo is left speechless as he processes the information displayed on his phone screen. Siwoo recalls his daily rigorous exercises and muses. Normally, his super strength, SS proficiency, only increases by 0.3 or 0.4% each day. He expresses shock and disbelief, noting that it has just increased by 13%. Deep in thought, Siwoo reflects on how his Hercules Divine Combat Arts, SSS proficiency, which barely rose by 0.01% in a week, has now increased by 9.3%. He also considers that his insight and Gentleman's Mind proficiencies have surged, equivalent to several years' worth of growth all at once. Siwoo wonders if this drastic improvement could be attributed to the descending dragon kick. Siwoo reflects on his YouTube videos, realizing that until now, he has only showcased himself destroying dungeons. However, this time, what he destroyed was not just the dungeon, but the very space and dimension it occupied. This has led to his current condition. Leaning back in bed with a smile, Siwoo remembers how, similar to his encounter with the dark troll, he fainted immediately after exerting his strength. Siwoo looks at his hand with a smirking smile, thinking to himself that, compared to his past self, being able to use the divine combat arts is already a huge improvement. Smiling, he wonders when he will be able to make it completely his own. He reflects that he only wanted to try it once. Siwoo marvels at how Han Charon accepted his proposal right away. Meanwhile, Charon gets into a car and instructs Minjae to take her to her grandfather. Minjae acknowledges her request. Minjae thanks Charon for her hard work on the raid, mentioning that the chairman is also very pleased. Charon, looking out the window, replies that it's a relief. Suddenly, Minjae asks about Siwoo, catching Charon by surprise. She asks for clarification, and Minjae inquires if Siwoo refused again. Charon confirms it. Minjae then asks what Siwoo said this time. Charon responds, "Well, he said something along the lines of gentlemen only getting along with people, not a group." Charon, smiling, comments that petty people tend to form gangs but often fail to get along. Minjae, puzzled by her complex words, asks for clarification. Charon explains that rather than seeing them as colleagues or teammates, he enjoyed working together in this casual manner. With a smile, she then adds that he asked if she wanted to learn swordsmanship. Minjae, taken aback by the news, mentions swordsmanship. Looking at Charon, he questions whether Siwoo will be teaching her. Internally, Minjae admits that while Siwoo has exceptional abilities, he is still a D-class awakener. Yet, he wants to teach young lady Charon, an S-class awakener. Charon, smirking, reveals that she told Siwoo she would like to try learning it. Minjae, upon hearing Charon's words, connects the reason for their upcoming meeting with the chairman. Charon suggests that she might need to pay some tuition fees. Minjae remains silent at her statement. Meanwhile, Siwoo arrives at the hospital park and sits down, engrossed in checking something on his mobile. He contemplates which swordsmanship style would be suitable for Charon, browsing through options on GodTube. Siwoo then selects 3 channels. The first one is King Xiangyu's heaven-breaking divine sword. Second one is Dragon Slayer, Siegfried's dragon-slaying sword technique. Third one is the founder of Wudang sect, Zhang Sanfeng's Taiji sword. Siwoo checks the details of the 3 sword techniques with a light smile, confident that one of them will suit Charon the best. He considers that among these 3 options, there must be a sword technique that Han Charon likes the most. Siwoo plans to show her all 3 and allow her to choose the one that resonates with her the most. Siwoo acknowledges that he will need to pay the membership fees for accessing the swordsmanship techniques. Despite this, he feels relieved and confident, knowing that it doesn't matter much to him. He reminds himself that besides receiving 10 billion won, he will also collect tuition fees every month from now on, which strengthens his resolve and assurance. Siwoo opens Siegfried's channel to subscribe, thinking he should check the membership fee. He expects it to be around 200 million won each. However, as he checks the channel fee, he suddenly notices something off. His eyes widen in shock, and his expression darkens with disbelief. The channel membership fee for Siegfried is now 2 billion won. Frustrated, Siwoo thinks, it's not 200 million, but 2 billion. Why is it so expensive? Siwoo frantically checks the GodTube channels back and forth. He notes that Confucius's channel costs 1 billion won, but the fees for Siegfried's channel are even higher. This can't be possible, he thinks. Wait, don't tell him. Siwoo then checks Hippocrates' channel. As he looks at his phone, his eyes widen and he is left speechless. The last time he checked, it was definitely 100 million won, but now the subscription cost has increased to 2 billion. As realization hits, Siwoo's face darkens in shock. He wonders if the subscription cost increases as the number of channels he subscribes to rises. Siwoo's jaw drops in disbelief, recognizing the extent of GodTube's exploitation. He thinks with shock that the cost could reach 3 billion next, or maybe 4 billion, 5 billion, or even more. He concludes that if the cost keeps escalating like this, there's no reason to subscribe to all 3 channels. Siwoo's heart breaks at the cruel truth. Sitting depressed with his head down, he thinks even if the cost increases by just 1 billion, the combined subscription fee alone would be 9 billion. He considers signing up and then canceling, but worries about the possibility of not being able to cancel after subscribing. Raising his head and gritting his teeth, he wonders if this means he has to pay 9 billion every month. However, he reassures himself that if he doesn't pay, the subscription will be automatically canceled. Siwoo, gritting his teeth and holding his head, feels his expression darken. He realizes that even if he chooses just one sword technique to teach Han Charon, the subscription fee for the next membership channel he joins will also increase because the channels he subscribes to are cumulative. This realization hits him hard, making him think that no matter how much money he earns, he can't see an end to this escalating cost. As he's thinking, Siwoo suddenly feels something and looks to the side, sensing an energy and presence that don't belong to a human. He stands and walks towards it, and to his surprise, he sees a dog. Shocked, Siwoo watches as the dog, wagging its tail, stands in front of him. Enthusiastically, the dog wags its tail as it looks at Siwoo. Recognizing the dog, Siwoo says, Fenrir looks at Siwoo enthusiastically, wagging his tail. Siwoo, kneeling, looks back at Fenrir and wonders why the creature is there. Gazing at Fenrir's cute face, Siwoo questions if this is really Fenrir, noting that it seems much smaller than expected. As Fenrir leaves, Siwoo looks at him cluelessly. Fenrir then returns with a mouse, dropping it in front of Siwoo. Puzzled by Fenrir's intentions, asks if he's supposed to eat it, but notices the mouse is still alive. When Siwoo tries to hold the mouse, it trembles with fear, looking at him. Fenrir, with lightning speed, darts away from Siwoo. Siwoo watches, wondering where Fenrir is heading again. With an awkward smile and a pale face, he thinks about the bizarre situation unfolding before him. Hint: Hercules and Siwoo discuss Siwoo's promise. If Hercules provides a strategy to defeat Fenrir, Siwoo will create a strategy video for Hercules to help increase his subscribers. Siwoo says something to Hercules, who, annoyed, asks why Siwoo is refusing now. Hercules reminds Siwoo that he already taught him how to defeat Fenrir. Siwoo, equally annoyed and with a dark expression, responds that Hercules is asking because he doesn't know. Hercules, feeling dejected, insists that he already taught Siwoo how to defeat Fenrir. Siwoo looks at Hercules and points out that Hercules had mentioned Fenrir's sides are particularly weak and that Fenrir can't use its full strength if its tail is grabbed. However, none of these strategies worked, leading Siwoo to conclude that Hercules doesn't actually know how to defeat Fenrir. Hercules, holding his head in frustration, listens to Siwoo's accusations. Pointing a finger at Siwoo, Hercules responds that the problem is Siwoo is simply too weak. Siwoo retorts that Hercules should have mentioned that from the beginning. Siwoo, gritting his teeth and with a dark expression, corrects his earlier comment, saying Hercules should have at least warned him. He nearly died because of the lack of proper guidance. Hercules responds that he didn't expect Siwoo to be that weak. Angered by this, Siwoo remains silent and turns his head away, stating that it's invalid this time. Hercules tries to convince him, but Siwoo doesn't listen. Siwoo asserts that he asked for a strategy suitable for his level, not just Hercules' methods. Hercules, tearfully protesting that it's unfair and that he can't accept this, laments how even his muscles reflect the unfairness. Siwoo, still unconvinced, sighs. Siwoo reflects on how fortunate it is that things worked out in the end. Otherwise, he could have really died. Meanwhile, Hercules is crying, feeling disheartened by Siwoo breaking the promise. Siwoo, with a sad face, laments the loss of his video, which was shot in the dungeon. The video featured both Fenrir and Han Charon, and Siwoo had anticipated it would garner at least 1 million views. He regrets missing the chance to capitalize on it. As Siwoo sits with a dejected expression, Hercules remains disheartened by the failed promise. Siwoo notices something and realizes it looks like it's back again. As he turns to the door, he sees Fenrir trembling there. Siwoo remains silent, observing Fenrir. On the other side, Hercules, feeling depressed, mutters about how everything is so unfair. Siwoo looks at Hercules quietly. As Hercules continues to lament, he glances at the door just as Fenrir darts away at lightning speed. Siwoo surmises that Fenrir must be wary of Hercules due to their previous fight. Fenrir leaves a pigeon in front of Siwoo, puzzled, wonders what the significance of the pigeon is this time. Hercules asks Siwoo if that was Fenrir. Siwoo replies that he thinks so. Siwoo places his hand on the pigeon, urging it to stand up quickly. The pigeon rises nervously and looks at Siwoo without making a sound. It then glances around, and when its gaze meets Siwoo's frightening face, it pales in shock. Terrified, the pigeon swiftly flees through the window. Seeing the pigeon flee, Hercules asks why Fenrir is here, and what the deal is with the pigeon. Siwoo admits he doesn't know, speculating that Fenrir might have brought it for him to eat. Hercules, puzzled, notes that the pigeon seems odd since Fenrir is a wolf, not a cat. Siwoo agrees, highlighting that this is exactly the issue. Hercules then looks around the room and concludes that if Fenrir brought the pigeon, it must mean he's offering Siwoo something he hunted. Siwoo, looking around the room, suggests that Fenrir might not want to harm other animals. Hercules then questions why Fenrir is offering him the pigeon if that's the case, whether it means he wants Siwoo to kill it or something else. Siwoo, unsure, tells Hercules that he doesn't know either. Hercules asks how Fenrir ended up here and why he's bringing food. Siwoo hesitates, but eventually explains the fight between him and Fenrir and what happened in the dungeon. Hearing this, Hercules responds, "So that's what happened." Hercules, looking puzzled, asks why Fenrir is in Siwoo's dimension and how it could exist there. Siwoo admits he's been curious about this for a while and points out that it seems he's the only one who doesn't know how to get here. Hercules dismisses this as nonsense, stating that his dimension and Siwoo's dimension cannot interfere with each other. Siwoo presses, asking how Fenrir managed to be here then. Hercules is at a loss and cannot provide an explanation for the situation. Siwoo, looking away and sighing, comments that it seems Hercules is the only one who doesn't know. Hercules, with a tearful face, denies this and pleads for Siwoo to believe him. Frustrated, Hercules points to his muscles, claiming they're saying it's unfair. Siwoo turns away, acknowledging this with a simple, "Yes, sure, they are." Hercules then points at Siwoo, expressing his disbelief that Siwoo survived after using the descending dragon kick, questioning how he could have used it already. Siwoo, scratching his cheek, attributes it to luck. Hercules, pondering Siwoo's words, insists that the descending dragon kick isn't something that can be used with just luck, affirming that he knows this for sure. Siwoo looks at Hercules and asks why he doesn't teach him the next technique. Hercules responds that it's not difficult, but he expects something in return. Siwoo acknowledges this and agrees to inform Hercules about the content of his next video. Pleased, Hercules says, "As expected of my master." Somewhere, a man announces that a commission has come in. He is Siwoo, a D-class hunter. The head gangster, slamming a wine glass onto a bench, tells the two girls on his lap to leave. As they exit, the room falls into silence. The head gangster, grinning through his teeth, remarks on the D-rank hunter. The masked man confirms this. Frustrated, the head gangster questions if he is being mocked. The head gangster is revealed to be Pandemonium's Sever-level executive, Myung Jigwang, releasing a menacing aura, angrily asks the masked man if their Pandemonium looks like a joke to him. The masked man responds that Siwoo is not an ordinary D-class hunter. Myung Jigwang dismisses this, asserting that a D-class is still just a D-class and questioning what the masked man is talking about. The masked man explains that Han Charon of SH Group, who recently raided an S-rank dungeon, Myung Jigwang, pouring wine into his glass, notes that this news is all over the internet. The masked man reveals Siwoo is connected that. With a dark expression, Myung Jigwang scornfully remarks that a fucking D-class trash being related to such an event is unbelievable. The masked man says he doesn't know the details, but mentions that Siwoo seems to have assisted Han Charon. Myung Jigwang then asks about the commission. The masked man explains that he needs Siwoo to confirm this connection, leaving the method up to Myung Jigwang. The masked man adds that the commission is from a VIP, Myung Jigwang, sipping his wine, replies that he can't take the job, revealing that Lee Minjung has moved. The masked man, shocked, reacts to the mention of Lee Minjung, the human butcher of the Inspection Bureau. Myung Jigwang confirms this. Myung Jigwang expresses uncertainty about what Lee Minjung has discovered, but notes that she is causing significant trouble. The masked man questions why a pandemonium executive would worry about a mere guard from the Inspection Bureau. Myung Jigwang explains that if he were to be caught by her, even he wouldn't escape unscathed. He adds that a new branch manager has been appointed in Korea, and he doesn't want to create unnecessary problems immediately. Shocked, the masked man asks if the new branch manager is a SCAR-level executive. In Pandemonium, key figures known as executives are classified into 5 levels: Sever, Fracture, Rupture, Scar, and Bruise. The ruler of Pandemonium, whose identity remains unknown, is rumored to have killed one of the 13 heroes, Red Shadow. A Scar-level executive is someone who can endure working with the Red Shadow, sustaining only Scar-level injuries, which signifies a high level of resilience and capability. The masked man announces that there is now a Scar-level executive in Korea. Myung Jigwang confirms this, but warns not to speak carelessly about it. He then pours himself more wine and drinks, leaving the room in silence. After a moment of quiet, the masked man says they will assist with the Inspection Bureau. Myung Jigwang's eyes widen in shock. The masked man continues, stating that they will also help Pandemonium establish itself in Korea. The masked man explains that they will help the newly appointed branch manager settle into his position, meaning this is Myung Jigwang's chance to gain his favor. Myung Jigwang, with a cunning laugh, realizes that the commission comes from a VVIP, not just a VIP. He then asks about the specifics of the commission. The masked man instructs him not to kill Siwoo. In response, Myung Jigwang shatters the glass in his grip, his aura exuding a killing intent as he coldly says, in other words, it's fine to cut off his limbs. After finishing his exercises, Siwoo checks his stats on his phone. Superhuman strength, SS proficiency, 19.38%. Hercules Divine Combat Technique, SSS, proficiency, 9.43%. Seeing the stats, Siwoo comments that exercising with a sick body definitely slows progress. Despite this, he feels satisfied that his stats are still increasing. Suddenly, Fenrir, moving at lightning speed, appears in front of Siwoo and drops a rabbit at his feet. Siwoo notices that it's a rabbit this time. Looking around, he wonders if Fenrir went to the mountains or something. As Fenrir, wagging his tail happily, runs away, Siwoo thinks about how Fenrir managed to bring a rabbit into the city. With an awkward smile, Siwoo considers that it's already been several days and figures Fenrir will probably stop soon. The next day, Fenrir catches a deer and leaves it in front of Siwoo. The following day, Fenrir catches an eagle and drops it at Siwoo's feet. Siwoo, shocked by the sight of the eagle, stares in disbelief. Siwoo, with a pale face and gritting his teeth, wonders how Fenrir is catching these animals. He worries that next, Fenrir might bring a bear. The next morning, the sun rises brightly and calmly. As Siwoo wakes up and opens the door in a half-sleep state, he is startled to see a bear right in front of him. It seems Fenrir anticipated Siwoo's thoughts from the previous day and left the bear at his doorstep. Siwoo's face turns pale and his eyes go blank in shock as he sees the bear. In disbelief, he mutters that it isn't a bear. Meanwhile, the bear, with its head spinning, is crying. Fenrir, looking hopeful, watches Siwoo with the hope that he will like this bear. Siwoo, with a dark and pale expression, realizes he might need to take special measures. A week later, after being discharged from the hospital, Siwoo returns home and calls his sister, Seoa, to let her know he's back. Seoa is surprised to see Siwoo home and asks if he's feeling okay. Siwoo, brushing off the concern with a smile, reassures her that he's fine and that the injury wasn't serious. Internally, he reflects that if he hadn't taken Han Charon to the hospital the day he collapsed, he might have died. Siwoo then turns his attention to Seoa, asking how she's been feeling and if she's been taking her medicine regularly, noting his concern that she didn't skip it while he was away. Seoa responds with a playful pout, telling him she had already mentioned that she don't do that anymore. Siwoo then asks Seoa if she has been taking her herbal medicine consistently. Upon hearing this, Seoa clutches her stomach, covering her mouth with a pale, nauseated expression, and says that just thinking about it makes her stomach turn. Siwoo, with an awkward smile, realizes that she is still struggling. He concludes that he will need to improve his proficiency in the divine healing technique. Siwoo, smiling, asks Seo-ah if she likes puppies. Surprised, Seo-ah responds with curiosity about why he's asking. Meanwhile, Fenrir, observing from the door, wears a dangerous expression as if to silently threaten Seo-ah with dire consequences if she says no. Despite his intimidating demeanor, Fenrir remains silent, continuing to watch the exchange. Seo-ah comments on the sound of a puppy, and then abruptly asks if Siwoo happened to bring a puppy. With a blank expression and scratching his head, Siwoo tries to explain. Upon seeing the adorable dog, Seo-ah can't help but admire its cuteness, exclaiming that it's so cute. Fenrir, wagging his tail, jumps into Seo-ah's arms. Siwoo is left in shock, his jaw dropping as he watches them together. Siwoo warns Seo-ah to be careful, but she looks at him questioningly and asks why. Siwoo, scratching his face with a blank expression, says it might bite. Seo-ah dismisses his concern, saying it wouldn't hurt too much even if it did bite. Siwoo, recalling the fierce fights he had with Fenrir and the bear's formidable nature, forces a smile at his sister, while thinking to himself that if Fenrir were to bite, it could have catastrophic. The world will end. She doesn't just know. Seo-ah then asks what the puppy's name is. Siwoo is about to say Fenrir, but hesitates as Fenrir gives him a fearful look and releases a threatening aura. Siwoo is startled by this. Seo-ah suggests that if Siwoo hasn't named the puppy yet, she could name it herself. Siwoo agrees, and Seo-ah, gazing at the cute Fenrir, decides on the name Hyukdori. Siwoo repeats the name, and Seo-ah asks if he doesn't like it. Siwoo, looking at Fenrir's intense glare, insists it's not that. Fenrir's fiery gaze warns that any misstep could be fatal. Internally, Siwoo thinks Seo-ah's naming sense might not be very good. Seo-ah playfully asks Fenrir, now called Hyukdori, if he likes the new name. No more Fenrir name from now on. Hyukdori cutely looks at her and wags his tail happily. Seeing this, Seo-ah excitedly says, "Brother, see? Hyukdori likes it too." Siwoo, watching Hyukdori wag his tail with disbelief and a pale face, is left speechless. Internally, he wonders if Fenrir truly likes the name Hyukdori, and wonders if he has already learned how to survive in the human world. Seo-ah and Hyukdori hug each other with happiness, and Seo-ah joyfully declares that his name is Hyukdori from now on. Siwoo, still in disbelief, watches them from the side. Smiling, he thinks to himself that a good name is a good thing, he guesses. Hyukdori then starts doing naughty things, causing Seo-ah to giggle and say that it's tickling her. At the SH Hunter Guild headquarters, on the lowest floor in the training hall, Charon apologizes for the wait. She states that they should first settle the contract as promised, confirming that the remaining amount is 9 billion won after deducting the deposit. Charon sends the money and asks Siwoo to check if it has been deposited. Siwoo receives an account statement showing 9 billion won and confirms that he has received it. His account balance now totals 10.6 billion won. Siwoo, seeing the 10.6 billion won in his account, feels an immense sense of enjoyment, though he hides it from Charon and sits blankly. Internally, he calculates that this amount is sufficient for a family of 4 to live for 277 years. Charon, looking at him, asks if she could personally discuss the tuition for the lecture he mentioned last time after seeing his swordsmanship. Siwoo confidently rises from his seat and agrees, suggesting that she see his skills in person before making her decision. Siwoo internally admits that he isn't sure how much to ask for and doesn't know how much Charon is willing to pay, so it might be better for her to decide directly. Raising his index finger, Siwoo asks to borrow a practice sword. They move to the practice ground, and Siwoo explains that he will demonstrate 3 sword techniques. Charon asks for clarification on what he means by 3 techniques. Siwoo explains that he selected techniques he thinks would suit Charon, but it's hard to choose just one. He asks her to tell him which one she likes the most, and he'll teach her that one. Holding his sword confidently, Siwoo reassures her. Internally, he reflects on his initial hesitation about joining the membership due to its high cost and how it increases the more he joins, leading him to only watch the trailer. Siwoo wonders if he can demonstrate the techniques properly. Siwoo closes his eyes and announces that the first swordsmanship style he will demonstrate is called the Heavens-Shattering Divine Sword, a technique powerful enough to break the sky. He recalls the trailer he watched on GodTube, gathers aura around his body, and with a swift move swings the sword in the air. The after effects create a cutting sound, shocking Charon. She is taken aback, thinking to herself that she couldn't even see the movements of the sword. Siwoo continues to swing the sword at his own pace, while Charon stands watching, stunned. Finally, Siwoo makes a final sword slash, causing the entire training ground to be impacted by the sword's aura. Charon is left speechless, her jaw dropping as she realizes she couldn't move her body. Even though Siwoo swung the sword quite slowly compared to earlier, the pressure to lower her body was immense. Siwoo looks at Charon and says that next, he will show her the Dragon Slayer swordsmanship. With aura released, Siwoo grips the sword tightly in his hand, preparing for the next demonstration. Siwoo begins swinging the sword slowly and repeatedly, building up to his final swing. Fully concentrating, he delivers the final slash, and as he finishes, a red dragon emerges from the sword's aura, roaring loudly. The red dragon roars fiercely in front of Charon, causing her to shake from head to toe. Gripping her teeth and with wide eyes, she exclaims, "How is this possible?" Siwoo looks at Charon and says that the last sword technique he will show her is the Taeguk sword. Charon, still processing the previous demonstrations with a look of disbelief, remains silent. Without any warning, Siwoo starts swinging his sword. With the very first swing of this third technique, Charon's jaw drops in astonishment. The force and power of the sword are beyond belief. A yin and yang symbol forms under Siwoo, filling the training ground with energy. Charon, unable to withstand the intensity, watches in awe. Siwoo raises his sword above his head and begins to swing it, causing two auras from the sword to combine and form a powerful force. With an emotionless expression, he delivers the final slash, filling the entire training ground with darkness. Charon, trembling under the immense pressure and in disbelief, grits her teeth. Siwoo, with a light smile, announces that he has now demonstrated all three techniques and asks which one she liked the most. At the same time, outside the SH Hunter Guild headquarters, a man comments that they still haven't come out yet. The blue-shirted man replies that he hasn't been able to confirm their exit, wondering what they could be doing inside. The scarred man speculates that Myung Siwoo might have given Han Charon some other form of assistance, noting that while he seems strong at first glance, he might be different in bed. The blue-shirted man asks if they should continue waiting. The scarred man remains silent for a moment, deep in thought. The scarred man, drooling, mentions that Myung Siwoo has a younger sister. The blue-shirted man, looking back at the scarred man with concern, warns that it could cause trouble if they interfere with outsiders. He notes that if the Inspection Bureau learns of this and Lee Min-jung becomes involved, it could lead to serious issues. The scarred man suddenly closes the distance between himself and the blue-shirted man, causing the latter to be shocked and pale. With a maniacal smile, the scarred man reassures him, saying, "Don't worry, the people behind this council will handle it well on their own." The scarred man begins releasing aura. Lustfully, he says that if they show some affection to Myung Siwoo's younger sister a few times, he'll come crawling to them on his own. Fully unleashing his aura, and with red eyes, he commands, "Go catch her right away. I'm talking about Myung Siwoo's younger sister." As Siwoo finishes demonstrating the sword techniques, Charon is stunned, her face paling in shock as she struggles to believe what she has just witnessed. Siwoo calls out her name multiple times, but she remains silent, overwhelmed. Once she regains her senses, Siwoo extends his hand and asks which sword technique she likes the most. Charon, unable to answer and looking away, is deeply affected by the extraordinary nature of the techniques. Siwoo hands the sword to Charon and suggests that if it's hard to choose, she should try each technique. Charon asks if she can do that, and then closes her eyes to focus on his methods. She begins swinging the sword in various moves, practicing swiftly. Siwoo stands by, observing her and thinking that while there is no difference in her movements, something seems to be missing. After a while, Charon stops to catch her breath and, looking at her hand, notes that something is missing. Siwoo, with a smile, suggests they try the other sword techniques as well. Internally, he resolves to teach her properly, seeing her as his patron. Siwoo catches a bus back home and shares what happened during the practice with Charon with Hercules. Hearing Siwoo's explanation, Hercules responds that it's expected Charon can't match the power, as no human can. Siwoo counters that he too is learning Hercules' divine martial arts. Hercules explains that this is because Siwoo can use their power. Siwoo asks what the difference is. Hercules briefly reflects and asks if Siwoo remembers when he first asked to be taught divine secret arts and why he was refused at that time. Siwoo remembers that Hercules said it was bothersome when he first asked to be taught divine secret arts. Hercules dismisses this, stating that it wasn't the real reason. Siwoo remains silent, reflecting. He then mentions that Hercules said one needs superhuman strength to learn divine secret arts. Hercules asks what else he said, and Siwoo adds that Hercules also remarked on his rotten mental state. Hercules confirms this but clarifies that he didn't mean it negatively. He explains that just as one needs to possess a certain basic level to learn divine secret arts, the same applies to other gods' martial arts. Hercules explains that Charon, lacking the basics, cannot imitate the techniques, but it is impressive that she could follow the movements at all. Siwoo then asks why he was able to use the techniques without a membership. Hercules replies that Siwoo seems to be an exception. Pointing at Siwoo, Hercules notes that while Siwoo claimed not to have any special traits, he did go through an awakening. Siwoo acknowledges this, but asks why Hercules is bringing it up now. Hercules, with a serious expression, states that there is no such thing as lack of trait in his opinion. He believes that the absence of a trait itself is Siwoo's unique trait. Hercules reminds Siwoo that he previously mentioned that gaining the power of the gods isn't as simple as subscribing to a channel. To be precise, Siwoo cannot overlay a new existence onto an already imprinted one. In Siwoo's terms, a trait is the uniqueness of an existence, making it impossible to replace or overlay his current trait onto something else, as it would be akin to denying that existence. Hercules explains that for Siwoo, it doesn't matter what is drawn on a blank canvas because he lacks inherent uniqueness in his existence. With traits such as insight, S+, super strength, SS, divine metallurgy, SS, and gentleman's mind, SSS, along with Hercules' divine martial arts, SS, Siwoo can learn the traits of other gods without any issues. Hercules believes this is the only reason for Siwoo's unique abilities, and suggests that this trait is likely also why Siwoo can access GodTube. After hearing Hercules' explanation, Siwoo, deep in thought, realizes that it means no one else but him can learn the abilities from GodTube. Hercules agrees, stating that it's probably impossible for others. Siwoo's face pales as he feels disheartened, thinking that this means he won't be able to teach Han Charon, and his monthly fee worth tens of billions from her would be wasted. However, Hercules brightens up and says that if Siwoo creates and teaches the techniques himself, it shouldn't be a problem. On the other side, the blue-shirted man arrives at Siwoo's doorstep instead of the scarred man. Standing in front of the door, he says, "Is this the house of that bastard Myung Siwoo?" He then forcibly pulls out the door handle lock. Laughing, he enters the house and makes his way to Seoa's room. As he stands in front of her sleeping face, he is surprised by her beauty. The blue-shirted maniacally laughs, thinking that since they plan to lure Myung Siwoo out and deal with him anyway, it doesn't matter if he shows Seoa a bit of affection. He reaches out to touch her. However, he suddenly notices something and glances back, sensing that there was no sign of anyone before. He realizes that there might be someone else in the house. Hyukdori, releasing its aura, stands behind the blue-shirted man. Seeing Hyukdori, the blue-shirted man thinks it's just a puppy. Siwoo asks Hercules if it's okay for him to teach Han Charon. Hercules confirms that, while humans cannot directly learn the gods' martial arts, it is fine for Siwoo to learn and teach them himself, because they can't directly absorb divine power. Siwoo then inquires if teaching the GodTube martial arts would still be problematic. Hercules replies that it might be a different story for techniques like Master Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi, implying that certain martial arts might be different story. Hercules explains that Master Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi was a crucial concept in developing divine secret arts for him. He suggests that if Siwoo subscribes to Zhang Sanfeng's channel, he might learn Tai Chi and then create his own martial arts based on it. Hercules points out that while directly teaching the gods' martial arts is impossible, Siwoo could create and teach new martial arts derived from these concepts, serving as a filter. This revelation surprises Siwoo. Hercules emphasizes that the martial arts Siwoo teaches would be his own, not the gods', meaning Siwoo would essentially act as a mediator. Siwoo smiles and asks if learning Tai Chi means he can naturally train in divine secret arts too. Hercules confidently confirms that's right. Siwoo, deep in thought, acknowledges that creating martial arts is a difficult task, but resolves that it shouldn't be a problem if he succeeds. He thanks Hercules for the information. Hercules, scratching his head, says it's nothing but reminds Siwoo about the video content he mentioned before, asking when it will be ready. Siwoo, with a light sigh, promises to let Hercules know as soon as he finishes the task, noting that the content will be a bit complicated. Hercules says he understands. Siwoo, walking home, reflects on the challenges of creating martial arts and the overwhelming task of training in divine secret arts. He wonders how he should develop Tai Chi for Han Charon. Upon noticing the broken door handle, his expression darkens with anger. Fueled by rage, he grits his teeth and rushes inside, thinking of Seoa. His breathing becomes heavy and labored as he pants. Meanwhile, Seoa sleeps peacefully, undisturbed. Siwoo, relieved, breathes a sigh of gratitude, thankful that she remains asleep. Siwoo turns to see Hookdori barking at him. As he looks, he spots the blue shirt guy lying on the floor, wounded, clearly having been attacked by Hookdori. Wagging his tail happily, looks up at Siwoo, then thinks about the man's identity and why he collapsed in their house. Siwoo feels a mix of relief and concern. Realizing that the blue shirt guy must be the intruder, he pats Hookdori on the head, expressing gratitude for protecting Seo. Hookdori, leased with the affection, wags his tail even more. Siwoo, observing the blue-shirted man, realizes he never seen him before, but senses that he's not an ordinary person, but more like an awakened person. He's not sure why he intruded into their house, but it surely wasn't with good intentions. Siwoo, lifting Hookdori high, thanks him for the protection. Hookdori barks happily in response. Siwoo apologizes and asks Hookdori to watch over the house for a while. Hookdori, releasing a determined aura, barks affirmatively. Siwoo's expression darkens as he grits his teeth, preparing to deal with the situation. Siwoo later moves the blue-shirted man and ties him up with ropes. As the man wakes up and questions where he is, Siwoo notes his awakening and confirms it. The blue-shirted man, shocked to see Siwoo, calls out his full name and asks, "How did Siwoo hear?" Realizing the man knows him, Siwoo, with a dark expression, tells him he will be asking a few questions and expects honest answers. The blue-shirted man responds by laughing, cursing Siwoo, and calling him a fucking bastard. The blue-shirted man uses his strength to free himself from the ropes and taunts Siwoo, questioning if he really thought such bindings could hold him. Siwoo, placing his hand on the man, comments that it's clear he didn't come with good intentions. Using his immense strength, Siwoo crushes the blue-shirted man, who screams in pain. Siwoo then abruptly covers the man's mouth and tells him to be quiet, releasing his aura and holding him tightly as the man continues to scream. With a serious expression, Siwoo warns that if Seoa wakes up, not only will he not have a chance to ask questions, but he will also be killed. Siwoo punches the blue-shirted man in the stomach with great force, causing significant impact and pain. Holding the man's shirt, Siwoo tells him that he tends not to believe the words of someone with perfectly sane limbs. Later, Siwoo heads to the gangster's hideout. Noticing his presence, the gangsters look in his direction. Arriving at the hideout, Siwoo throws the blue-shirted man on the ground. Releasing his aura and looking angrily, he demands to know where Myung-jigwang is. Siwoo arrived at the gangster's hideout, forcefully throwing the man in the blue shirt to the ground. He glared at the gangsters with a dark expression and, releasing his aura, demanded to know where Myung-jigwang was. The gangsters looked at him in confusion. The man with a scar on his face questioned what Siwoo was saying, while the bearded man remarked on how Siwoo seemed out of his mind, prompting laughter from the others. The bearded man placed a hand on Siwoo's shoulder, advising him not to act so tough and to leave before he got into trouble. Leaning in closer with a serious expression, he questioned whether Siwoo even knew who Myung-jigwang was and warned him to leave quickly if he didn't want to get hurt. Siwoo, undeterred by the bearded man's advice, continued to demand the location of Myung-jigwang with an emotionless tone. Annoyed, the bearded man gritted his teeth and muttered that Siwoo seemed to need a lesson to come to his senses. In a swift move, Siwoo seized the bearded man's shirt, his face dark with intensity, as he reiterated his demand for Myung-jigwang's whereabouts. The bearded man, taken aback, says if Siwoo really believed he couldn't escape from his grip. The bearded man struggled to free himself. With a pale face, he asked if Siwoo knew where he was. Before the bearded man could react further, Siwoo delivered a powerful punch to his stomach, sending him crashing through the air. The other gangsters watched in shock and disbelief at Siwoo's sudden and fierce actions. The bearded man, now coughing and weakened, collapsed to the ground. As their comrade fell to the ground, the other gangsters rushed at Siwoo. The sword-wielding man shouted in outrage, questioning how dare Siwoo act this way. The man in the black t-shirt asked if Siwoo even knew where he was. The sword-wielding man closed in on Siwoo, sword held steadily, and remarked on Siwoo's apparent confidence in his skills. Meanwhile, the black t-shirt man warned not to mess with him. Siwoo responded by lifting his leg and unleashing a powerful dragon descendant kick, causing the ground to crumble. He then swiftly punched both the black t-shirt man and the sword-wielding man, sending them flying through the air. The remaining gangsters trembled in fear, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Siwoo, still focused on finding Myung-jigwang, swiftly turned his attention to the scar-faced man. Gripping his face with crushing force, Siwoo's intensity only heightened. The other gangster, now paralyzed with fear, looked at Siwoo in terror. Turning his serious gaze toward him, Siwoo demanded once more, his voice unwavering, "Where is Myung-ji Gwang?" At the Seoul branch of the Hunter Inspection Bureau, a woman informs Lee Min-jung that pandemonium has made a move. Shocked, Lee Min-jung asks if the location has been confirmed. The woman responds that it hasn't, but the traces are clear, so they should uncover it soon. Lee Min-jung then orders the woman to summon all members of Team 4 immediately and requests support from all available guardians. The woman acknowledges the orders, and as Lee Min-jung insists on gathering everyone, even those who can't move, the woman hurries to carry out the instructions. Lee Min-jung, thinking she needs to go too, feels a hand on her shoulder. A man stops her, saying, "Team Leader Lee, wait a moment. Sorry for the urgency." Smiling, he informs her that an urgent case has just come in, and it seems she needs to handle it. Clenching her fist with a serious expression, Lee Min-jung apologizes, saying she can't right now. The man explains that it's a special directive from the chief, which shocks her. With a smile, the man adds that there has been a C-grade dungeon shock in Sangdo-dong and that she needs to go there quickly. Lee Min-jung questions if she really has to handle this and suggests sending another team. The man, his expression darkening as he releases his awakening power, reminds her that she requested support and asks if it's okay to refuse it. He warns that the chief won't stay silent about this and tells her to brace herself and move as he can't cover the repercussions. Angrily, Lee Min-jung thinks about this man being a manager at the inspection bureau. Lee Min-jung, gritting her teeth and speaking in a cold tone, says, "Whether he fires her or not, do as he pleases." With that, she angrily heads toward Myung-ji Gwang's hideout. The man calls out to her multiple times, "Team Leader Lee Min-jung," but she does not turn back or show any sign of concern as she leaves. On the other side, in the tense scene, Siwoo faces off against a group of gangsters who are gearing up for a fight. With his fist clenched, Siwoo stands resolute while the gangsters ready their weapons, shouting orders to kill him. Siwoo, with a dark and serious expression, grits his teeth as he calculates there are approximately 100 of them, and none of them are ordinary people. They're all awakened. This won't be an easy fight, but they messed with Siwoo. Siwoo tightens his fist, thinking that letting this situation slide or showing any weakness would only encourage the gangsters to continue their behavior, potentially putting Siwoo in danger again. As he releases his aura, he resolves that he must crush them to prevent any further threats. Siwoo gazes at the approaching gangsters with a serious expression, reflecting that they are beasts driven by instincts, devoid of morality and ethics. He knows he must instill deep fear into them so that the mere mention of his name will cause them to tremble. As the gangsters charge at him, he thinks it's crucial they understand the consequences of crossing him. One gangster, enraged, throws a punch at Siwoo, shouting, "How dare he come here?" Siwoo charges at the gangster with a clenched fist, and their fists collide with tremendous force, sending the gangster flying backward. The other gangsters watch in shock, with one commenting that Siwoo isn't an ordinary opponent, and another advising not to attack blindly, but to surround and strike strategically. Siwoo, gritting his teeth in anger, notes that in battles against multiple foes, it's typically 3 to 5 opponents at a time. Siwoo observes that if there are more than 5 opponents, their movements become tangled, making one-on-one combat more effective. He analyzes the gangsters' formation, noting that although they are charging at him in a coordinated manner without getting tangled, their strategy isn't a proper formation, but rather an imitation. This coordination indicates that they are experienced criminals used to dealing with people rather than monsters. Siwoo recalls a lesson from a Divine Tube channel subscription, where the divine person explained that breaking formations involves understanding the life gate and death gate. Applying this knowledge, Siwoo rushes at the gangsters with impressive speed, landing a powerful blow on them. As he continues fighting, he remembers the divine person's words about formations, noting that while there are various types, they ultimately boil down to one principle: Heaven's charge formation with 16 formations at both ends, and the Earth axis formation with 12 in the middle. Siwoo thinks, although he's unsure of their full meaning, he has a vague sense of their significance. Siwoo, observing the gangsters, notices a small gap amidst their charging attack. Guided by Zhuge Liang's S+ insight, he identifies this gap as the Great Life Gate. Utilizing this knowledge, Siwoo targets the gangster's weakness, causing a massive collision. The gangsters are stunned, their faces and eyes widening in shock at the impact. The man with the earrings exclaims in disbelief, "It can't be possible!" While the blonde-haired guy questions, "What the hell is this?" Siwoo, showcasing his overwhelming power, continues to crush them repeatedly. Amidst the confrontation, Siwoo recalls another lesson from a divine being who explained human anatomy and vital points, including the Dantian acupoint, the Ren meridian, and the primordial yin, the lower abdomen. Applying this knowledge, Siwoo attacks the gangsters, connecting them with lightning-like threads. As he observes, he realizes that all around him are death gates, with no life gate in sight. The gangsters surround Siwoo and, shouting, call him a rat-like bastard, believing they have finally cornered him. Siwoo, closing his eyes, reflects on the difficulty of handling so many attackers at once despite his skills. He then recalls Hercules' teachings, that no one can stand a chance when overwhelmed by a crowd, as even small foes become troublesome when gathered. Hercules had advised that in such situations, the solution is to break through with sheer force. The area becomes engulfed in Siwoo's force as he follows Hercules' advice. The gangsters tremble in fear, their eyes fixed on Siwoo. The blue-shirted man, shaking, exclaims in disbelief at Siwoo's immense strength. Surrounded by Hercules' divine aura, Siwoo methodically takes down each gangster. The blue-shirted man, overwhelmed with fear, calls Siwoo a monster. As Hercules advises, Siwoo continues dealing with them, and following these teachings, Siwoo defeats them all. Meanwhile, Myung-Jigwang appears and asks, "What's all this commotion?" Seeing Myung-Jigwang, the blue-shirted man, in shock, calls out his name loudly. Myung-Jigwang, noticing the commotion, asks, "What's going on here? Who is that guy?" The blue-shirted man tries to explain the situation. Hercules notes as Siwoo observes the strongest opponent usually appears last. Siwoo, spotting Myung-Jigwang, moves towards him, catching him off guard. Without giving Myung-Jigwang a chance to react, Siwoo, with his fist clenched and powerful aura radiating, closes the distance in midair, preparing to strike. Hercules' final teaching to strike down the boss with a single decisive blow and kill him. Siwoo lands a powerful punch squarely on Myung-Jigwang's face. The force sends Myung-Jigwang flying, crashing hard against the wall. Siwoo, with an intimidating expression, stares at Myung-Jigwang, who is now defeated. Siwoo's powerful punch throws Myung-Jigwang hard against the wall, causing it to crack from the impact. The sight of Siwoo's immense strength terrifies Myung-Jigwang's lackeys. Trembling, the bearded man laments the situation, while the bald man, also shaking with fear, remarks on the defeat of Jigwang Hyungnim, a top-ranking executive, in a single strike. Seeing Myung-Jigwang's motionless body, his lackeys are in disbelief, exclaiming, "This can't be true." Siwoo, with an angry expression, watches as Myung-Jigwang suddenly coughs blood and slowly stands while supporting himself against the wall. As Myung-Jigwang struggles to his feet, his lackeys shout in relief, "Hyung! He's still alive!" Siwoo continues to watch Myung-Jigwang intently. Myung-Jigwang, with a dark and serious expression, eyes Siwoo and thinks that despite Siwoo's appearance and the aura he emits, he seems like a worthless small fry. Reflecting on Siwoo's punch, Myung-Jigwang realizes that although it was a surprise attack, if he hadn't dissipated the impact instantly, he would have been killed. Spitting blood, Myung-Jigwang demands to know, "Who is he?" In response to Myung-Jigwang's question, Siwoo, with a cold tone, asks if he was the one who ordered the kidnapping of Seo-ah. Myung-Jigwang, confused, inquires about Seo-ah and her identity. Realizing the situation, Myung-Jigwang smiles and asks if he is Siwoo coldly reiterates his question about whether Myung-Jigwang ordered Seo-ah's kidnapping. Myung-Jigwang confirms, acknowledging, "So it's true." Myung-Jigwang, wearing a mixed expression, looks closely at Siwoo and realizes that he is indeed the person from the job request. He reflects on the discrepancy, noting that Siwoo was labeled as a D-rank hunter in the request, and feels that he can't trust the higher-ups who provided the information. Siwoo, with a dark and angry expression, asks his final question, whether Myung-Jigwang ordered the kidnapping of Seo-ah. In response, Myung-Jigwang laughs maniacally and admits that so what if he ordered the kidnapping? Internally, he acknowledges that Siwoo is not the low-level thug described in the request, but dismisses him as inconsequential despite this realization. As soon as Siwoo receives the confirmation he seeks, he moves toward Myung-Jigwang with lightning speed. Clenching his fist, Siwoo closes the distance and aims directly at Myung-Jigwang's face. He throws a punch, but to his surprise, Myung-Jigwang easily dodges it with a single hand. Grinning and laughing, Myung-Jigwang holds on to Siwoo's hand and comments that Siwoo's speed isn't too bad. As Myung-Jigwang laughs at Siwoo, he is internally shocked and nervous. Realizing that despite having all his senses focused, he lost track of Siwoo's movement for a brief moment. He acknowledges that Siwoo's speed is more impressive than he initially thought. Myung Jigwang releases his aura, thinking that while Siwoo has potential, it's still not enough. With a smile, he remarks that Siwoo's strength seems to be somewhat lacking. Smiling at Siwoo, Myung Jigwang observes that Siwoo appears to have a power related to strength. He then activates his awakening power, Physical Enhancement, A+. With this enhancement, Myung Jigwang's body enlarges and is enveloped in a formidable aura, making Siwoo appear as a mere small fry in comparison. Myung Jigwang delivers a powerful strike to Siwoo's chest, taunting that Siwoo's power is just a degraded version of his own. The punch sends Siwoo flying through the air. Despite the powerful punch from Myung Jigwang, which sends him sprawling backward, Siwoo manages to remain standing with resilience. Wiping his face, he fixes a dark, determined gaze on Myung Jigwang, observing Siwoo's defiance, curses under his breath. Reflecting on the encounter, Myung Jigwang realizes that Siwoo managed to counterattack in that brief moment. He questions the claim that Siwoo is merely a D-rank hunter. Whoever said it is he don't know. But it's a nonsense. Myung Jigwang, smiling, confirms that Siwoo is indeed Myung Siwoo. He takes a step forward and declares that he will overlook everything Siwoo has done so far. This announcement shocks his lackeys, especially the guy in the blue shirt, who calls out Myung Jigwang's name with concern. Myung Jigwang then releases his aura, and pointing at Siwoo, insists that Siwoo must join their pandemonium. The guy in the blue shirt, still concerned, calls out to Myung Jigwang once more. Myung Jigwang, looking at him angrily, tells him to shut up. The blue shirt guy is taken aback and falls silent. Everyone remains stunned by Myung Jigwang's proposal. Smiling, Myung Jigwang extends his hand toward Siwoo, stating that someone with Siwoo's strength shouldn't live an ordinary life. He argues that they are special and superior to the worm-like humans. Myung Jigwang questions Siwoo, asking if he doesn't feel it's unfair to be bound by rules made by insignificant insects. He argues that these laws were created for the benefit of the weak. Myung Jigwang then asks why exceptional beings like them should sacrifice themselves for the weak. He suggests that instead, the weak should be making sacrifices for them, as they are the superior beings. Myung Jigwang, laughing maniacally and clenching his fist, declares that the strong suppress the weak and that the powerful have it all. He spreads his arms wide, laughing, and proclaims that in this place, only strength is justice and power. There are no rules or laws. If Siwoo wants something, he should take it. If he desires something, he should seize it. After listening to Myung Jigwang's lengthy speech, Siwoo interrupts, asking what he's rambling about. He admits that he wasn't really paying attention, but stayed quiet because Myung Jigwang seemed to have a lot to say. Siwoo then inquires if that's the end of his foolish talk. Myung Jigwang, enraged by Siwoo's dismissive words, has his face darken as he grits his teeth in anger. Myung Jigwang then taunts Siwoo, suggesting that his actions are driven by affection for his younger sister, calling it foolish to be swayed by such emotions. Siwoo, with a serious expression, questions why it is foolish to be moved by affection. Myung Jigwang mockingly responds that being swayed by trivial emotions is a sign of weakness. Siwoo counters, saying that Myung Jigwang's view is wrong. Siwoo, with a confident look, points at Myung Jigwang and declares that being swayed by affection is part of being human, something a beast-like creature like Myung Jigwang wouldn't understand. Myung Jigwang's anger flares at Siwoo's words. Releasing his aura, he contemptuously remarks how foolish Siwoo is. He adds that despite valuing Siwoo's abilities and giving him a chance, Siwoo now chooses to throw his life away. Myung Jigwang undergoes another transformation, further enhancing his physical enhancement. His body grows even larger, and his aura intensifies significantly. With a fierce grin, he looks at Siwoo and says, "Then, don't regret it." Overwhelmed by power, Myung Jigwang throws a powerful fist at Siwoo, asserting that Siwoo cannot defeat him. As both prepare to attack each other, an intense collision occurs. Myung Jigwang is taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. Despite his immense power, he doesn't move an inch, realizing he was pushed back. In shock, he realizes it wasn't just a push, he was actually hit. He questions when this happened. Siwoo swiftly closes the distance, moving in close to Myung Jigwang. Myung Jigwang, snapping back to reality, shouts that it won't happen again. However, he remains unaware that Siwoo is already launching an attack. Siwoo delivers a powerful punch to Myung Jigwang's stomach, causing him to crumple and be pushed away once more. Myung Jigwang, shocked and bewildered, is left clueless about what is happening. Myung-jigwang, in shock, thinks that he has been overpowered and finds it impossible to comprehend. As he contemplates the situation, Siwoo doesn't give him a chance to counterattack or fully understand what's happening. With swift movements, Siwoo closes the distance and delivers another powerful punch to Myung-jigwang. Screaming in pain, Myung-jigwang realizes that this is different, on a whole new level, and nothing like before. The punch from Siwoo sends Myung-jigwang flying, crashing to the ground. Trembling in fear, Myung-jigwang points a finger at Siwoo and warns that Pandemonium won't stay quiet. He questions whether Siwoo thinks they will simply let him be after this. Siwoo, intensifying his aura and looking at Myung-jigwang with a serious expression, responds that Pandemonium can try. Clenching his fist, he declares that he will then destroy Pandemonium itself. Hearing Siwoo's words, Myung-jigwang is shocked and exclaims if Siwoo is declaring war on them alone. Siwoo then releases his full aura, telling Myung-jigwang to keep his eyes wide open. As Siwoo is fully enveloped in his aura, he prepares for his next move. Myung-jigwang's lackeys watch in fear, their jaws dropping, unable to find words. Covered by his aura, Siwoo lifts his right leg high, readying himself for his next attack. Trembling with fear, Myung-jigwang looks at Siwoo and realizes that this is not a mere imitation. It's something beyond human reach, something unattainable. Siwoo then closes his eyes. He prepares the Heracles divine art. First form, Falling Dragon Strike. With his leg lifted high and immense force, Siwoo brings his foot down, causing the ground beneath him to crumble. As a result of the strike, the Heracles divine form emerges and roars loudly in front of Myung-jigwang, overwhelmed with fear, trembles as he watches the formidable form. Upon seeing Lee Minjung arrive, the blonde-haired girl announces her arrival and addresses her as the team leader. Lee Minjung inquires about the situation. A man responds, indicating that it's difficult to explain but would be faster if she saw it for herself. They mention that the scene was already like this when they arrived. Other officers examine the gangsters, who have been overpowered by Siwoo. Lee Minjung asks if they are all unconscious. The man clarifies that not all of them are. Some are still awake. He then asks for instructions. Lee Minjung orders them to first identify their identities. With a cold tone, she instructs them to identify all of the unconscious ones as soon as they wake up. She emphasizes checking for any past crimes such as murder, rape, physical disability, or serious mental trauma caused by assault, and to look into whether they have a criminal record for any of those. Lee Minjung, with a dark and serious expression, commands that if the gangsters have such criminal records, they should be killed. Her subordinates acknowledge the orders. Lee Minjung then directs Sua to assist the team members there, and Sua complies. While checking the site again, Lee Minjung suddenly stops when she notices Myung-jigwang unconscious on the ground. She remains silent, recognizing Myung-jigwang as a high-ranking member of Pandemonium. Lee Minjung, with a concerned expression, thinks about Team 4 of the Inspection Bureau. She realizes that even if all members had rushed at Myung-jigwang, there was no guarantee of victory. Even if she had stepped in directly, it wouldn't have escalated to this extent. Looking at the defeated gangsters, she wonders who could have done this. Meanwhile, on the other side, Siwoo acupunctures himself, enduring immense pain. As he inserts the needles into his hand, the system notifies him that his divine art, S+ proficiency, has increased to 23.77%. After finishing, Siwoo relaxes and thinks about when the recoil will improve. Siwoo, recalling his dragon descendant kick, thinks with an awkward smile that using the fallen dragon strike on a human isn't entirely suitable. However, he notes that it is weaker than the power he used in Fenrir's dungeon. Siwoo reflects that if he had used it with full force here, he might have passed out and died. Looking at his hand covered in aura, he smiles, acknowledging that he has become able to control divine arts to some degree now. The system notifies him that his Hercules divine art, SSS proficiency, has increased to 11.3%. Siwoo checks his stats in mobile and thinks that the fight has not only improved his divine arts skills, but also significantly increased his proficiency in other powers. The system notifies him of the following proficiencies: Insight, S+ at 41.9%, Immense Strength, SS, at 21.48%, and Divine Arts, S+, at 23.7%. Seeing the stats, Siwoo thinks with an awkward smile that there is still a long way to go. Recalling Myung-jigwang's strength, he acknowledges that the guy was certainly strong this time, far stronger than Kang Do-chul. Siwoo reflects that it was a war against a global criminal organization, and Myung Jigwang will surely show up in front of him again someday. Siwoo, with a serious expression, thinks that he can't just leave Myung Jigwang be since they targeted Seowa. He recalls that someone initially hired the gangsters to take him out, and to lure him in, they targeted Seowa as well. Siwoo acknowledges that if it weren't for Hukdori, things would have been different. As night turns into day, Siwoo stretches his body and considers that Hukdori must still be on guard, working hard. He wonders if he should give Hukdori a reward. Somewhere within a branch of Pandemonium, a man informs the head gangster that Myung Jigwang was defeated. The head gangster demands to know who was responsible. The man in the suit replies that it was Myung Siwoo, a D-rank hunter. The head gangster, confused, asks for clarification on what he means by a D-rank hunter. Pandemonium's Scar-class executive, Ju Won, gritting his teeth with a serious face, remarks that a severance-level executive was defeated by a D-rank hunter. The man in the suit, filled with fear, tries to explain that it's not certain. Ju Won intervenes, releasing his awakening power, and with a dark yet serious expression, asks if the man is reporting unconfirmed information to him. Under the oppressive pressure of Ju Won's aura, the man in the suit collapses to the ground. Struggling to regain his composure, he explains that the situation is due to the Inspection Bureau's involvement. Ju Won, withdrawing his aura, demands clarification on what he means by the Inspection Bureau. The man in the suit, struggling to stand, reveals that the Inspection Bureau's agents took over the scene. Although there were survivors, they were all mentally unstable for some unknown reason. Ju Won then questions the basis for attributing the defeat to Myung Siwoo. The man in the suit explains that before the incident, Myung Jigwang had received a request targeting Myung Siwoo, and the incident occurred during the execution of that request. Hearing this, Ju Won remarks that Myung Siwoo was not captured. The man in the suit confirms this. Ju Won, with a serious expression, reflects on the fact that a D-rank hunter managed to take down a top-level executive. Ju Won internally considers that, even though Myung Siwoo was the target of the mission, it might have been a coincidence. He thinks seriously, with a dark expression, that unless the Inspection Bureau was involved, particularly if it was the human butcher Lee Min-jung, it's very possible. The man in the suit adds that the members who managed to escape were mentally unstable, but reacted strongly to the name Myung Siwoo. Ju Won asks for details about their reaction, and the man in the suit explains that they trembled in fear. Ju Won, tapping his index finger on the desk, concludes that Myung Siwoo must have left a significant mark. After hearing everything from the man in the suit, Ju Won concludes that, based on the circumstances, the incident was likely the work of Myung Siwoo. He speculates that Siwoo's actual rank isn't D rank, but he remains classified as such for some reason. Ju Won considers that while hiding his identity, Siwoo has been wreaking havoc on Pandemonium and the underworld in Seoul. Lastly, he was the target of their organization's mission. Releasing his aura, Ju Won grins his teeth with a dark expression and delivers a warning, Siwoo as an arrogant bastard. The man in the suit asks if they should track down Myung Siwoo. Ju Won, pointing his finger, orders him to inform everyone in Pandemonium and keep a close watch on Siwoo. Ju Won, with a serious expression, thinks that normally they would immediately capture and kill him, but with the Inspection Bureau involved, the situation is complicated. He expresses that he doesn't mind dealing with Lee Min-jung. Ju Won then inquires about the extent of the Inspection Bureau's involvement. The man in the suit reveals that Baek Seon-jae, the Inspection Bureau chief, seems to have made a move. Ju Won is shocked to hear that Baek Seon-jae is involved. At the Inspection Bureau office building, the branch chief, Kim Ji-pil, is frustrated and angrily throws documents at Lee Min-jung. He yells at her, questioning if she's gone crazy. He accuses her of thinking she can do whatever she wants just because she's skilled, suggesting that if that's the case, she should become the chief herself. Kim Ji-pil, visibly annoyed, criticizes her for not only ignoring his directives, but also for killing dozens of people. Lee Min-jung apologizes, but explains that all the individuals killed were confirmed to be heinous criminals. Kim Ji-pil, pointing his finger, yells at Lee Min-jung, accusing her of talking back and stating that even if the victims were criminals, they were already incapacitated. He explains that what she did was not self-defense but murder, and asserts that she has crossed the line this time. Lee Min-jung, with her head down, apologizes. Kim Ji-pil orders her to take off her uniform, shocking her subordinates. The man in the suit protests loudly, calling out to the chief. Kim Ji-pil then demands if everyone wants to remove their uniforms too. The man in the suit counters loudly that Captain Lee has only done what a captain should do. Kim Ji-pil, pointing his finger at them with a serious face, demands silence. He says that normally they would all be in serious trouble, but out of respect for Captain Lee, he's letting them off easy this time. He orders them to shut up and take off her uniform. Lee Min-jung, with a cold tone, acknowledges the order. Her subordinates, shocked, shout out in concern, but Lee Min-jung gestures for them to stop. The blonde-haired woman among them protests, accusing the chief of acting unfairly and suggesting that he might be afraid of getting caught taking bribes from criminals. Kim Ji-pil, enraged by the accusation, slams the desk with both hands and shouts loudly, demanding to know who made the remark. Lee Min-jung, looking at him with a serious expression and releasing her aura, asserts that she will take off her uniform and asks him to leave her team members alone. Taken aback by her stance, Kim Ji-pil falls silent. He then sits back down at his desk, clears his throat, and acknowledges her statement. At that moment, Hunter Inspection Bureau Chief Baek Seon-jae enters Kim Ji-pil's office. Baek Seon-jae voices his opinion that Kim Ji-pil should just leave the team leader alone. Lee Min-jung, shocked, looks in his direction. Suwa begins to tremble upon seeing Baek Seon-jae. Kim Ji-pil, confused, asks why the bureau chief is present. Baek Seon-jae, smiling, explains that since Pandemonium has moved, he naturally had to come. Moving closer to Kim Ji-pil, Baek Seon-jae regards him with a serious, dark expression and questions whether Kim Ji-pil might not be aware of the dangers posed by Pandemonium. Baek Seon-jae announces that he has heard about the chief allegedly covering up for criminals. Kim Ji-pil, taken aback and nervous, loudly insists that it's a misunderstanding. Baek Seon-jae responds that whether it's a misunderstanding or not will be determined after an investigation. At this point, dozens of bodyguards arrive behind Baek Seon-jae. With a smile, Baek Seon-jae addresses Lee Min-jung, asks if she is the team leader. Lee Min-jung respectfully confirms. Baek Seon-jae then requests a private conversation with her, asking if she can spare some time. In Baek Seon-jae's workroom, he gets straight to the point and asks Lee Min-jung if she was responsible for the incident. Lee Min-jung, observing Baek Seon-jae, reflects on his impressive reputation. The decisive figure who prevented many criminal organizations from causing chaos in South Korea, the living deterrent, and one of the 13 heroes who saved humanity, as well as the son of Baek Seon-pyong. Baek Seon-jae, smiling, acknowledges that he has heard the gist of what happened, and notes that there was inevitably a loss of life during the containment process. As Lee Min-jung begins to explain the situation, Baek Seon-jae interrupts, reminding her that during the demonic invasion, awakeners were humanity's hope. Baek Seon-jae reflects that as the world became more stable, the power that once held promise has degenerated into a mere means of making money. He recounts how his father, who longed for peace more than anyone and struggled for decades to achieve it, saw this as a natural flow of events. Despite his father's lament over the rise of groups like Pandemonium that misuse power, he chose not to directly control or oppress the world. Baek Seon-jae explains that his father believed that doing so would make him no different from those he sought to control. Baek Seon-jae recalls his father's belief that he could not become justice himself, but could still pursue it. Baek Seon-jae's own perspective differs. He believes that while one cannot become justice, one can still strive for it. Smiling, he acknowledges that although there is a certain line that should not be crossed, it is difficult to avoid getting dirty when fighting in the mud. He then asks Lee Min-jung again whether there was any unavoidable killing during the suppression process. After a moment of silence, Lee Min-jung confirms that yes, there was. Baek Seon-jae asks if Lee Min-jung was the one who took down Pandemonium. She replies that she wasn't. He then asks if she knows who was responsible. Lee Min-jung explains that she reviewed all the nearby CCTV footage, but could not identify the individuals coming and going. She adds that there were conscious individuals present, but they were all in a state of delirium. Baek Seon-jae requests clarification on what she means by them being in a state of delirium. Lee Min-jung clarifies that the individuals were so terrified they couldn't think properly and continuously repeated one name. When Baek Seon-jae asks if it was an S-rank hunter, Lee Min-jung corrects him, stating it was not. Instead, the name they repeated was of a D-rank hunter. Meanwhile, at Siwoo's home, he buys a lot of meat as a treat for Hook-dori to guard the home. Affectionately, he pats Fenrir's head. Siwoo treats Hook-dori with meat and asks, "Is it good, Blackie?" Hook-dori responds by wagging its tail happily and woofing. Seo-ah, coming out of her room, comments that he's up early. Siwoo asks her how she slept. Meanwhile, Hyukdori eats the meat hurriedly. Siwoo awkwardly thinks to himself that he's glad he fixed the doorknob in time, as Seoa would have noticed something was off when she woke up. The system notification indicates that God's metallurgy, SS proficiency, has increased to 16.93%. Siwoo thinks it's a relief that God's metallurgy, SS, isn't limited to equipment production. Considering that unexpected events might happen again, he realizes that despite Blackie being there, unforeseen situations could still occur. As this realization hits him, his eyes widen, and he wonders if he should build a new house. He reasons that if he constructs a new house using God's metallurgy, SS, it should be able to protect Seoa from a dungeon break or any other unexpected intrusions. Siwoo watches Seoa playing with Hyukdori and ponders where to build the new house. Since he still needs to treat Seoa, it can't be too far from Seoul. Another realization hits him. He happens to have 10 billion won available. Should he buy the house they're living in now? Siwoo then says, "Seoa, Blackie, he'll step out real quick." Seoa responds, "All right, see you later." Hyukdori also woofs in acknowledgement. As Siwoo opened the door to step outside, Baek Seonjae was standing right in front of him. Baek Seonjae, smiling, asked if he was Maeng Siwoo. Taken aback, Siwoo thought, "Who is this?" He felt he had seen him on the news before, and soon recognized him as Baek Seonjae. Siwoo's eyes widened in shock as he wondered what the Inspection Bureau's Inspector General was doing at his door. Was his visit related to the events in the underworld from the previous day? Siwoo, gritting his teeth in fear as he looks at Baek Seonjae, thinks about the gravity of the situation from the Bureau's perspective. He realizes he should have been more cautious, but lost his composure when Seoa was threatened. Observing Baek Seonjae's calm demeanor, Siwoo considers that it's unusual for the Inspector General to visit so quickly. He decides that his current assumptions might be premature, and resolves not to act hastily. Siwoo, with a serious expression, confirms that he is Maeng Siwoo. Baek Seonjae then inquires if Siwoo was responsible for the chaos in the underworld the previous day, mentioning the state he left people in. As Baek Seonjae releases his deadly awakened aura, he comments on how much he is enjoying his life. Siwoo, frustrated and pale with fear, realizes that Baek Seonjae knows everything and is on a completely different level compared to Myung Jigwang. Feeling overwhelmed, Siwoo thinks he might be planning to kill him and decides he needs to escape immediately. Siwoo realizes that if he runs away, Seoa could be left in danger. Despite Blackie is here, but he can't defeat Baek Seonjae. Determined to protect Seoa, Siwoo decides he must stand his ground. Baek Seonjae, still smiling, places his hand on Myung Jigwang's shoulder and asks if Siwoo is interested in becoming a guard. Siwoo, face turned pale with fear at Baek Seonjae's touch, grits his teeth. Taken aback, Siwoo asks for clarification on what Baek Seonjae means. The scene shifts, and Siwoo reflects on Baek Seonjae's unexpected offer to become a guard. Sitting at a bus stop and gazing at the sky, he ponders the average salary of guards. Considering they are civil servants, he assumes it can't be too high. However, he has heard that skilled guards can earn annual salaries ranging from hundreds of millions to billions of won. Siwoo sighs, noting that this amount is still insufficient. He internally calculates that even hundreds of billions of won wouldn't cover the membership subscription fees being paid out monthly. Siwoo reflects on his meeting with Baek Seonjae, questioning why the Inspector General made such an unusual proposal. After Siwoo rejected the offer, Baek Seonjae left immediately. Siwoo wonders about the purpose of Baek Seonjae's visit, suspecting it might be related to an investigation into yesterday's events. With a serious expression, Siwoo concludes that knowing the exact reason may not be as important as focusing on his own work. Siwoo visits the house owner, who asks why he's come. Siwoo casually mentions he wants to discuss the house they're living in and inquires if she has any intention of selling it. The house owner is surprised by the sudden question and asks why he's asking. As Siwoo is about to explain his intentions, the house owner interrupts, reassuring him that she won't sell the house while they are still living there, noting that house prices have fallen recently. Siwoo listens carefully to her response. The house owner mentions that rising interest rates have increased loan costs, but quickly dismisses it. She reassures Siwoo that she has no intention of selling the house while they are living there. Siwoo, smiling awkwardly, clarifies that he didn't mean it that way. Instead, he expresses his interest in buying the house if she decides to sell it. Surprised, The house owner asks if he can afford it. Siwoo laughs and explains that, as an awakener, his job has been going well and he has some extra money. This is why he's considering buying the house owner, delighted, congratulates Siwoo and suggests that he might consider moving to another house since the current one is quite old. Siwoo, feeling sentimental, explains that he is attached to it. The house owner offers to sell it to him for 150 million won. Siwoo, concerned, remarks that the price seems too low. The house owner laughs and acknowledges Siwoo's hard work, noting that she wouldn't be able to sell the house for that price, even if she put it on the market now. She insists that he should take it. Siwoo, however, denies her offer, not agreeing with her terms. Siwoo, grateful to the house owner, says that if it weren't for her, he and Seoa might have ended up on the street. He generously offers to buy the house for 1 billion won. The house owner is shocked by the large sum and the fact that Siwoo wants to pay so much. Later, on a metro train, Siwoo checks his phone and reflects on how complicated building a house is. Annoyed, he thinks about the numerous administrative procedures, such as registration transfer and building permits, which can take months to process. He realizes he will need to handle these tasks himself. Siwoo sighs, reflecting on how he hasn't been able to upload YouTube videos recently, and notes that there are many comments inquiring about it. He acknowledges this, and then opens GodTube, his hands trembling as he prepares for Han Charon's swordsmanship class. While browsing, Siwoo comes across the Zhang San Feng channel, which has a staggering membership subscription fee of 2 billion won per month. His jaw drops at the high cost, but he has no choice and decides to subscribe. The system then notifies him that he has signed up for Zhang San Feng's channel membership. Mang Siwoo's account balance shows a total of 7.5 billion won. After setting aside 1 billion won for the house, he has 6.5 billion won remaining. He notes that the membership fee alone is 3.1 billion won per month. The system notifies him that he has acquired Taiji SS. Overwhelmed by the high costs, Siwoo laments that all his money is draining away. Realizing the situation, he decides to go directly to Charon to discuss it himself. In the SH Hunter Guild HQ reception room, Charon approaches Siwoo, apologizing for making him wait. Siwoo, mesmerized by her beauty, thinks she seems to be getting prettier every day. He reminds himself to stay focused on the matter at hand. Charon asks about the tuition fee, and Siwoo, with a cunning smile, states that lectures will be held twice a week, and the tuition fee will be about 10 billion won per month. To his surprise, Charon immediately agrees to the amount without hesitation. Siwoo is taken aback by her quick and straightforward acceptance. Siwoo's face pales in shock, and he grits his teeth, taken aback by how quickly Charon agreed to the 10 billion won tuition fee. He wonders if 10 billion is insignificant to the SH group and regrets not asking for more money. Charon interrupts his thoughts, explaining that 10 billion is exactly the amount she was prepared to offer. She adds that her grandfather would not approve a higher amount, as it's a recurring expense rather than a one-time fee. Siwoo, regaining his composure, agrees to the 10 billion with a bright smile. Internally, he calculates that it amounts to 120 billion won per year, considering it a significant sum for the SH group. Siwoo mentions that he has a favor to ask, and Charon, surprised, inquires about it. Siwoo awkwardly explains that he wants to build a new house but is finding the administrative procedures more complicated than expected. Charon asks if he's planning to build a house himself, to which Siwoo confirms. Charon, after a brief moment of thought, agrees to help him look into it. Siwoo thanks her and is taken aback by how quickly she has responded, thinking that even though she understood quickly, the speed of her assistance is surprising. Siwoo heads to the workshop and crafts a new sword. The system notifies him that he has created a piece of equipment suitable for one-time use and updates his God's Metallurgy SS proficiency increased to 18.03%. Annoyed by the notification, Siwoo examines his phone, reflecting on the fact that the equipment was labeled as usable only once, despite his use of better ingredients compared to when he made the gauntlets. Seeing the sword, Seo Palguang is shocked, his jaw dropping as he exclaims that Siwoo must have been training during their time apart. He marvels at how well the sword has turned out. Hearing this, Siwoo, with a serious expression, now that he has left the complex housing procedures to Han Charon, he wonders what's left. Kim So-eun then enters the workshop, waving and smiling, saying she's here. Seo Palguang, noticing her, comments that he hasn't heard much from her lately and asks why she is here. Kim So-eun responds that she just happened to think of him while passing by. Kim So-eun, seeing Siwoo, greets him with a bright smile, asking what he has been up to. Siwoo, smiling awkwardly, responds that he's been occupied with various things. Kim So-eun, curious, presses for details, but Siwoo hesitates to reveal the truth. He recalls the Fenrir dungeon incident, the intruder in his house, the fight with the underworld, and defeating Myung Jigwang. Not wanting to share these details, he tells her not to worry about it. Kim So-eun acknowledges his request and offers to help if he needs anything, encouraging him to contact her anytime. Feeling happy, Siwoo gets closer to her face and asks if he can request a favor. Kim So-eun, surprised by his sudden closeness, blushes and is taken aback. Siwoo, smiling and scratching his head, downplays his request, saying he just needs help obtaining some construction materials. Kim So-eun, her face flushed, holds her cheeks in surprise and repeats, construction materials. Kim So-eun, thinking about Siwoo, notes that it's not a difficult request, but wonders why he needs them all of a sudden. Siwoo explains that he's planning to build a house. Kim So-eun asks for clarification, and upon realizing that Siwoo means he wants to build the house himself, she reacts with surprise. She asks if he really intends to undertake the construction personally. Siwoo, awkwardly smiling and scratching his head, confirms her guess. Kim So-eun acknowledges Siwoo's excellent equipment-making skills, but notes that making equipment and building houses are entirely different. Siwoo hands her a list of materials, stating these are what he needs. As Kim So-eun reviews the list, she realizes that the items are not typical construction materials. Her eyes widen in shock as she exclaims that the materials are, in fact, monster byproducts. Siwoo confidently confirms her guess, explaining that he plans to use these materials to equip the house itself. As a man in a suit approaches, Baek Seon-jae asks team leader Park what happened. Park Taemin from the Hunter Inspection Bureau's Metropolitan Investigation Unit explains that Ju-won hasn't made any moves, possibly wary of Baek Seon-jae and only trying to cover up the incident. Baek Seon-jae expresses pity. Baek Seon-jae then notices Park's gaze, teasing him about the drink, hinting that he knows how delicious it is. Park Taemin then questions why Baek Seon-jae let him go, to which Baek Seon-jae asks if he's referring to Siwoo, and Park Taemin confirms it. Baek Seon-jae mentions that Lee Min-jung, the leader of Gwarder Team 4, described Siwoo possess more human scent than anyone else despite his appearance. He then asks Park Taemin how long he has been working for the Investigation Bureau. Park Taemin replies that it has been his 7th year. Baek Seon-jae reflects on his own experience, stating that he became an awakener at 11 and trained under his father for 8 years. With a smile, he adds that after his father advised him to explore the world, he spent another 5 years wandering. He concludes by noting that he joined the Inspection Bureau and has now served for 20 years. Looking at his hand, Baek Seon-jae reflects on his extensive experience, saying that he has fought many criminals and killed numerous people, perhaps more than the monsters he's dealt with. With a serious expression, he reveals that he is weary of humans, expressing that they are worse than monsters. He shares a deep-seated realization, understanding why people say, "Save a thief from the gallows, and he will cut your throat." As Baek Seon-jae speaks, Park Taemin remains silent. Baek Seon-jae explains that he fundamentally doesn't trust humans, always starting with suspicion when dealing with them. To him, everyone appears as a potential criminal. However, he adds that there are still people he trusts. When he asks Park Taemin if he knows what kind of people those are, Park Taemin remains silent for a moment before admitting that he doesn't know. Baek Seon-jae explains that he trusts people who have to feed their families, noting that it is a significant sacrifice and admires all parents for it. He adds that Myung Siwoo has an additional burden. He needs to save his sick sister. As Baek Seon-jae stands up, Park Taemin raises concerns about Myung Siwoo, pointing out that it's suspicious how he hides his class, and, more importantly, the fact that he managed to wipe out the entire underworld on his own. Baek Seon-jae questions whether Myung Siwoo is actually hiding his class, leaving Park Taemin shocked and asking for clarification. Baek Seon-jae reflects on their reputation as human butchers, acknowledging it but emphasizing the need to always direct their efforts toward criminals. As he prepares to leave, Baek Seon-jae expresses his desire for a world where people can live in peace, similar to the world his father protected. Park Taemin asks where he is going, and Baek Seon-jae replies that he is heading to the SH Group. Upon hearing SH Group, Park Taemin is visibly shocked. Baek Seon-jae, noticing his reaction, reiterates that their swords must always be pointed at criminals. Meanwhile, Siwoo, with confidence, declares that he's trying to equip the house itself. Kim So-eun, taken aback, has her jaw drop in surprise. Seo Palguang, surprised, asks, does Siwoo even know how to construct a house? Siwoo admits he's never tried it, but believes he can manage. Siwoo then inquires if it will be difficult to obtain the necessary materials. Reviewing the list, Kim So-yoon responds that while it's not hard, the main issue is money. She hesitates, then admits that money is indeed a significant problem. Kim So-eun reads the materials list: turtle dragon shells, ore golem's core, and death knight's armor. She points out that these are materials from higher class monsters, ranging from B class to A+ class, and that these monsters are all very tough to beat. Additionally, since these materials are frequently used by hunters, obtaining the desired quantity will be challenging. She explains that not many hunters would be willing to sell them. Siwoo, feeling awkward, acknowledges her concerns and says he understands. Kim So-yoon reassures Siwoo that while the materials are difficult to obtain, they are not unavailable if he is willing to pay more. After checking her mobile, she estimates that the cost would be about 3 times the market price, totaling around 3 billion won. Siwoo is shocked by the high cost, his face paling. He thinks that while Han Charon paid her lecture fees, 3 billion won is still a significant amount. Kim So-yoon adds that it still won't be easy to obtain them. Siwoo remains silent, deep in thought. He realizes that although he could lower his standards, he can't afford to do so because this house will ensure Seoa's safety, and he can't build it half-heartedly. Siwoo then asks Kim So-eun if she can help him obtain whatever materials are currently available. Kim So-eun assures him that she will try her best. Siwoo reflects on the biggest problem. Not many hunters are willing to sell the materials. Then a realization hits him. He could farm the materials himself. However, he acknowledges that the monsters he needs to hunt are at least B class, while his hunter class is still D. With an awkward smile, he thinks that there's no way they would allow a D-class hunter to hunt B-class monsters. Determined, Siwoo confidently clenches his fist and considers starting to raise his hunter class. Siwoo contemplates the 2 main ways to increase his hunter class. The first method is to accumulate achievements and be recognized for his skills. The second method is to have his hunter class upgraded through re-examination. Originally, only the first method was available. However, a rare phenomenon called reawakening occurred, adding the second method. Reawakening, or awakening once again, is divided into 2 types, either awakening a new trait or strengthening an existing one. Siwoo reflects on the phenomenon of reawakenings, noting that although the exact reason behind them remains unknown, they do occasionally occur. This means he can potentially have his hunter class adjusted through a re-evaluation. Looking at his phone, Siwoo considers the traits he currently possesses, realizing they aren't a problem. The system notifies him of his proficiency levels. Insight, S+, 41.9%. Super Strength, SS, 21.48%. Divine Medical Art, S+, 24.87%. God's Metallurgy, SS, 18.03%. Hercules Divine Combat Arts, SSS, 11.03%. The Gentleman Mind's Benevolence, Righteousness, Propriety, Wisdom, SSS, 4.11%. Seeing these, Siwoo feels a surge of determination to improve and get his class re-evaluated. Siwoo, wearing a confident smile, thinks to himself that there's no need to waste any more time. He informs Seo Palguang and Kim So-eun that he will be back. In a different location belonging to the SH group, director Han Mina questions, "Will the sun rise in the west tomorrow?" She's surprised that her niece Charon has come to visit her. Charon responds warmly, saying it's been a while. Han Mina, smiling, acknowledges the difficulty Charon must have faced, but thanks her for contributing to the company's stability. Charon modestly attributes the company's success to Han Mina's efforts, stating it was just part of her job. Han Mina awkwardly comments that Charon hasn't changed at all, and questions how long she will keep calling her director. Charon remains silent for a moment before explaining that she came to visit in her capacity as director, not as her niece. Han Mina, smirking lightly, how silly she is, and thinks about how Charon was a cute child, but notes that, within a conglomerate, even family members are essentially competitors. Han Mina reflects on the challenges Charon has faced since her parents passed away, including the various restrictions placed on her. Han Mina, concerned, thinks about how Charon's personality had to change due to her circumstances. She also acknowledges that, without her brother, Charon's father, she wouldn't have survived. Han Mina reflects on how she couldn't help Charon much in the past, but notes that things are different now. Charon then asks Han Mina why she wanted to see her. Charon reveals her intention to build a house and requests to use the SH construction name for the project. Han Mina, surprised, asks if Charon wants to build a villa, but Charon clarifies that she simply wants to build a house. Hearing Charon's request, Han Mina is shocked and wonders if Charon doesn't like her current house. She thinks that she can't just sit idly by and decides to act. Han Mina awkwardly laughs and says she will inform President Park of SH Construction. If he starts immediately without subcontracting, the house should be built quickly. Charon then clarifies that she wants to use the SH Construction name, but the builder will be someone else. Han Mina is so shocked by this that she spills her coffee. Siwoo sits in the waiting room for re-examination at the Hunter Management Bureau's Seoul branch. He overhears a man, who is scratching his head and claiming he's an F-class, express disbelief at his situation. Siwoo reflects that out of 100 people requesting a re-examination, all 100 believe they wouldn't receive a low classification. The man continues, "This is absolutely impossible." Siwoo reminisces about his own experience, thinking that after awakening through the dungeon explosion's magic resonance, he had anticipated receiving an S-class or A-class trait. He took the awakening test with high expectations, but instead he received a traitless class. The mechanism notified him with, "Awakening trait, none. Judgment class." Below F, Siwoo thinks about how he was once an ordinary person who couldn't even achieve an F-class rating. With a smile, he believes things will be different now. The examiner calls for the next person, and Siwoo proceeds to the examination room. During the re-examination, the trait of an awakener is confirmed using a scanning device. The system instructs him to step on the footprints and remain still while the measurement begins. Siwoo thinks about how he now has more than 6 awakening traits and closes his eyes, believing that the management office, and indeed the world, will soon be turned upside down. He reflects that he initially didn't want to be re-examined, as gathering more attention could make things more dangerous. Siwoo clenches his fists, thinking that the fight against Pandemonium has given him confidence. He believes he can protect himself, and has the strength not to be swayed by anything. Siwoo thinks there's no reason for him to remain hidden any longer. The examiner, shocked, exclaims, "What on earth is this?" Siwoo, with a confident smirk, reflects that he is not just the world's first S-class awakener. With a confident smirk, he thinks it's about the birth of an SSS-class awakener. Siwoo confidently thinks to himself that it's time for the birth of the world's first SS rank awakener, but then corrects himself with a smirk, thinking it will be the birth of an SSS rank awakener instead. Suddenly, his confidence fades, and he goes silent as the examination system notifies him that his awakening trait is none, and his evaluation rank is below F. The examiners are surprised, wondering how someone could awaken without a trait and if it's even possible. Shocked, Siwoo can't believe what he's hearing. He protests, saying something must be wrong, but the examiners tell him that the rank measurement is done only once and order him to leave. With a tearful expression, Siwoo pleads for them to check just one more time, but he's forced to leave the examination center. Depressed, Siwoo sits down, trying to make sense of what happened. He thinks it doesn't add up and wonders if the device simply couldn't detect the traits of a god. He recalls that the highest rank currently is S, and with his rank being below F, he's unsure what to believe. He considers that if the machine couldn't detect his traits, it might mean his results are undetectable or unable to be determined. Thinking back, Siwoo remembers what Hercules said. His trait is none, which might mean that traitlessness is his unique ability. Realizing this, he checks his phone, thinking that maybe this explanation makes sense, though he's still uncertain. He wonders if it is because his proficiency hasn't reached 100% yet, as the system notifies him of his current proficiency levels. Insight, S+, 41.9%, super strength, SS, 21.48%. He sighs deeply, unsure of the possibilities, and wonders how he's able to learn and use the traits of the gods. He recalls that Hercules said it was because of his unique trait, traitlessness, which makes him the only one capable of learning the powers of the gods. Siwoo then remembers the blonde-haired guy who gave him the god tube power, wondering about his identity. He speculates whether the man aimed for him out, because he knew something about him. Siwoo recalls the man's words, how he left the possibility open and apologized for involving him. Thinking back, Siwoo doesn't believe the man knew anything specific about him. Siwoo finally concludes that a re-examination is pointless. He decides that he needs to build a record through dungeon raids and raise his rank, noting that his current rank is D, with his target being A. Frustrated, he wonders how long it will take to achieve that, and regrets not being able to upload any YouTube videos lately. As the realization hits him, Siwoo suddenly smiles cunningly, thinking that he's come up with the perfect content idea for his current situation. Baek Seon-jae arrives at SH Group, and upon greeting him, the man remarks that it's quite something for the director of the inspection bureau to visit in person. Baek Seon-jae replies that he should be the one saying that, considering the sudden visit. However, he acknowledges that he has been warmly welcomed, even if he is at a loss for words. SH Group's director, Han Gwon-guk, responds that, of course, he has to welcome him warmly, given Baek Seon-jae's position. He then invites Baek Seon-jae to take a seat and asks what brings him there. Baek Seon-jae responds by acknowledging SH Group as a pillar of the Korean economy and mentioning that he has been wanting to meet the person leading such a company. Han Gwon-guk, hearing this, notes that the director is responsible for Korea's safety. Baek Seon-jae then says that running a company isn't just about knowing how to wield power. It's about pleasing superiors, excelling at sales and business. With a cold tone, Baek Seon-jae says sometimes even stabs one's family in the back. He clarifies that although he holds the title of inspection director, he has no intention of interfering in family matters. To put it bluntly, he doesn't care if Han Charon is expelled from SH Group. However, he stresses that Myung Si-woo is a name he believes Han Gwon-guk is familiar with. Upon hearing Si-woo's name, Han Gwon-guk's face pales in shock, wondering if Baek Seon-jae knows everything. He contemplates whether Baek Seon-jae is aware that SH Group is trying to oust Han Charon, or that they used pandemonium to target Myung Si-woo after he helped Han Charon with a dungeon raid. Trembling, Han Gwon-guk realizes that Baek Seon-jae is warning him not to involve himself with pandemonium again, or he won't just stand by and watch. Although it's incredibly rude and arrogant, Baek Seon-jae is different. Han Gwon-guk recalls that Baek Seon-jae is the son of Sun Pyong, one of the 13 heroes who saved humanity. He understands that even though SH Group may exert political pressure on the inspection bureau, Baek Sun Pyong is not someone to be messed with. Gritting his teeth, Han Gwon-guk wonders why Baek Seon-jae is protecting someone like Myung Si-woo. Baek Seon-jae then states that he won't ask why Han Gwon-guk knows that name, nor will he ask what he thinks about it. Looking directly at Han Gwon-guk, Baek Seon-jae warns him to keep his family matters within his family. Finally, Baek Seon-jae says he'll take his leave. As Baek Seon-jae departs, Han Gwon-guk, gritting his teeth with a dark expression, it seems that SH Group is likely behind the attempts to harm Si-woo. At a coffee shop, Deok-gu, on the verge of tears, pleads with Si-woo not to pay her salary this month and begs him not to fire her. Si-woo, taken aback and confused, asks what she's talking about and why she doesn't want her salary. Nervously, Deok-gu explains that she'll work for him without pay until the channel grows. Si-woo, still surprised, responds, "What nonsense is that?" Deok-gu asks if he's planning to shut down his YouTube channel. Si-woo, puzzled, asks when he ever said that and why he would do such a thing. Soo-ho, observing the situation, thinks it's true that Si-woo hasn't uploaded any videos lately. Soo-ho then asks Deok-gu what she means about not taking her salary. Deok-gu replies that there's no better offer out there. He's a good boss, and besides, she didn't do much work this month. Si-woo smiles and reminds her that from the beginning, he told her the base salary was fixed, and he has no intention of shutting down his YouTube channel. He explains that the reason he called her today was to discuss new video content. Deok-gu, uncertain, asks if that's really true. Si-woo assures her, saying, "Let's continue working together." He then realizes that today is her payday. As he sends the money to her, Si-woo tells Deok-gu to buy something nice for her siblings on her way home. Soo-ho, smiling, recalls how the fried chicken his dad brought home after work was the best when he was young. He adds that for her siblings, she's like a parent, and he formally addresses her as Miss Deok-gu. Deok-gu remains silent, her head down, listening. After a moment, she quietly agrees and corrects him, saying, "It's Deok-gu." Taken aback, Soo-ho asks for clarification. Deok-gu then awkwardly explains that he can feel free to call her by her name. Realizing what she just said, she blushes and panics, explaining that he's older than her and also her boss. Si-woo suggests that she can be casual with him and even call him Appa if she wants. Deok-gu, her face turning red with embarrassment, says she'll try her best. Shifting back to work, she asks about the new content he mentioned and what he has in mind. Si-woo is about to explain, but the scene changes. At the Hunter Management Bureau, Seoul Branch, Hunter Association, the officer calls for the next person. A man stands in front of her. The officer thinks about the man identity. The officer looks at Si-woo and thinks he's the awakener with no traits who came a few days ago. She recalls his name as Myung Si-woo. The officer asks Si-woo what brings him here today. Si-woo replies that he wants to check the criteria for rank assessment. The officer asks if he has his hunter license with him. Si-woo hands it over. saying it's here. The officer notes that his current hunter rank is D. She thinks about the improbability of an awakener with a rank lower than F becoming a D-grade hunter. She believes this isn't just the result of hard work, but nearly impossible, as innate talent plays a significant role. The officer tells Siwoo that to meet the criteria for a rank promotion, he would need to raid 200 D-rank dungeons to advance to C rank. Considering he's raiding 3 dungeons a week, it will take him just over a year to complete this. Once he has a record of clearing 200 dungeons, he can request a rank assessment, and they will issue a dungeon for the assessment. The officer asks if he has any questions. Siwoo says he has none and understands everything. He then asks if he can check how many dungeons he has raided so far. The officer tells him he has raided 16 D-grade dungeons so far and needs to raid 184 more. The officer asks if he plans to raid one today and if she can assign one to him. Siwoo appreciates that and agrees if it's possible. The officer then asks what kind of dungeons he prefers. Siwoo responds that he doesn't have any preferences and requests the nearest dungeon. The officer mentions that there is a nearby D+ rank dungeon just 5 minutes away. She worries about the 2-rank difference between D and D+, and wonders if he will be okay. Siwoo says he'll take that dungeon. The officer directs him to the dungeon just past the intersection, 2 streets from here. Siwoo thanks her as he leaves. The officer hopes he will achieve good results. Sometime later, the officer calls for the next person. When Siwoo stands in front of her, she doesn't immediately see his face and asks for his purpose. Recognizing him, the officer asks why he's here again. She thinks to herself that, as expected, the D+ dungeon is too challenging for him, given that he returned in less than 10 minutes. Siwoo apologizes, saying that going back and forth is a hassle, and asks if she can provide a list of dungeons all at once. The officer is shocked and left speechless by his request. Flashback to a conversation with Dayaku asks about the new content Siwoo mentioned and what's on his mind. Siwoo replies that he plans to become an A-rank hunter within a month. Dayaku, shocked, exclaims, "An A-rank hunter?" Siwoo confidently points at him and says the name of the series is A Guide to Becoming an A-rank Hunter. Returning to the present, Siwoo hands over a boss monster crystal or dungeon core and asks if the officer can provide him with a list of around 50 dungeons all at once. At the Hunter Management Bureau, Seoul Branch, a man rushes toward the chief, calling out urgently. Note here they are discussing things about Siwoo. The chief, curious about the commotion, asks if there has been an S-rank dungeon break. The man, still catching his breath, informs him that the dungeon cleaner has arrived. Surprised, the chief asks how many dungeons the cleaner has cleared, guessing it might be 10 or 20. The man then reveals that the dungeon cleaner has cleared nearly 150 dungeons. Shocked and a bit angry, the chief questions the man, asking what kind of nonsense he's talking about. The chief reminds him that just 2 days ago, this person was deemed a traitless awakener during the examination. The man, panting heavily, confirms that they rechecked the data and found that the dungeon clearing reports are accurate. He suggests they report the situation to the inspection bureau. The chief speculates that the person might be an illegal awakener. Just then, another individual runs up to the chief, calling out his name loudly. This person informs the chief that the dungeon cleaner has requested a C-class promotion review. The chief is once again shocked and left speechless. He thinks to himself that typically, one must clear at least 200 dungeons to meet the criteria for a C-class promotion, and this person has just cleared 150 dungeons a while ago, and now he even requested a class upgrade. With a pale face, the chief instructs his team to file a report with the inspection bureau, and they acknowledge his orders with similar reactions. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Inspection Bureau, Seoul Branch, Lee Min-jung is reviewing some reports when Sua approaches her. Sua informs her that they received a cooperation request from the management office. Curious, Lee Min-jung asks what the request is about. Sua explains that a hunter was promoted from D rank to C rank in just 3 days, prompting an investigation request. Lee Min-jung asks for the hunter's identity. And after a moment of hesitation, Sua reveals that it's Siwoo. Upon hearing Siwoo's name, Lee Min-jung is taken aback. She thinks to herself that if Siwoo can clear dungeons that quickly, it's likely he experienced a reawakening. She considers that Siwoo might need to undergo a re-examination. However, since he was promoted based on performance, it's clear that a re-examination wasn't possible. She suspects that the only explanation might be that Siwoo gained his strength through illegal methods such as black magic. Lee Min-jung contemplates whether Siwoo might have used such methods. Lee Min-jung then calls Arin from the Hunter Inspection Bureau's Garter Team 4. When Arin answers, Lee Min-jung asks if she knows about awakeners who gained power through black magic. Arin confirms that she does and explains that, unlike normal magic, black magic operates on a different concept of magical power. Normal magic uses a force called mana, which connects the mental world to dimensional rules. These rules govern how magic works, such as making a fireball appear in the air, or causing a thunderbolt to strike without warning. Magic, in essence, is about rearranging these dimensional rules. Lee Min-jung, growing impatient, asks Arin to get to the point. Arin then explains that black magic is fueled by impure emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, pleasure, love, hate, and desire, collectively known as the 7 emotions. The more intense the emotions, the stronger the black magic. However, because these emotions burn out quickly, those who seek power through black magic are doomed to lose their humanity and become monsters driven solely by the urge to kill. Lee Min-jung asks how to distinguish these individuals from normal people. Arin responds that one can usually tell just by looking at them. Even without any formal training in magic, there's often something inherently sinister about them. Lee Min-jung recalls hearing that the Inspection General recently visited Siwoo in person and even asked him if he wanted to become a garter. With a smirk, Lee Min-jung thinks about the proposal from the Inspection General. She then tells Sua to inform the management office that there's nothing to worry about. The person is fine. Sua acknowledges this, and Lee Min-jung, still thinking about Siwoo, returns to her documents. At the workshop, Siwoo is busy creating something using his skills. The system notifies him that what he created is labeled as trash. However, his proficiency in the God's Metallurgy SS skill has slightly increased, now at 18.13%. Siwoo is shocked to see the system consider his creation as trash. With a sigh, he reflects that crafting this item feels quite different from making equipment. Internally, he considers that since it's an architectural item, its quality is naturally different from that of equipment. Nonetheless, he's getting accustomed to the process. Siwoo recalls that when he first started creating the item, he jokingly named it the main culprit of environmental destruction. But now it has ended up as trash. Looking at his creation awkwardly, Siwoo says to himself that at least he should be glad it's not worse. Placing the item aside, Siwoo thinks that he has some time before he can level up his hunter class and before Kim So-eun obtains the construction materials he needs. He hopes that during this time, he'll be able to raise his proficiency level enough to build his house. Siwoo wonders if Kim So-eun is having any trouble gathering the materials he requested. Just then, Kim So-eun arrives at the workshop, announcing her presence. Siwoo thinks to himself that she arrived just as he was thinking of her. Seeing Siwoo, Kim So-eun remarks that, as expected, he's here too. Siwoo asks her if she was able to get the construction materials he requested last time. Kim So-eun replies that she hasn't obtained enough yet. She's trying to find a way to get the quality he needs by asking her brother for help, but it hasn't been easy. Surprised, Siwoo asks if she has a younger brother. Kim So-eun admits she hadn't mentioned it before, but her younger brother, Kim Ye-jun, is 20 years old and an awakener currently working as a hunter. She explains that she asked him to gather some materials for her. Hearing this, Siwoo thinks to himself that these aren't just ordinary materials. They come from B-class monsters, which he can't even obtain yet. In awe, Siwoo asks what her brother's hunter class is. Proudly, Kim So-eun reveals that her brother is a B-class hunter with A+ class traits. Taken aback, Siwoo remarks that having an A+ class trait is incredible. Kim So-eun brushes off the praise, mentioning that her brother hasn't been awakened for long and is still immature, often getting hurt. She adds that she's not too worried since his trait is super regeneration. Curious, Siwoo asks about this super regeneration trait. Kim So-eun confirms and explains that it's a trait that greatly enhances regenerative powers, similar to that of a troll. She adds that she's heard her brother's trait is strong enough to even regrow a severed limb. With a smile, Kim So-eun energetically assures Siwoo that he can rest easy, as she's confident her brother will be able to obtain the materials, even if it won't be many. Just then, Seo Palguang enters, greeting Kim So-eun. She asks him how the equipment she requested for the World Metallurgy Seminar is coming along. Seo Palguang replies that he's working on it and invites her to come and take a look. Siwoo, observing this, realizes that Kim So-eun might not be able to gather enough materials after all. He decides that he should try to gather them himself while working on raising his hunter class. Siwoo then excuses himself, saying he'll take his leave first. Kim So-eun bids him farewell, saying, "See you next time." On the other side, Deoku, after completing the video editing, joyfully exclaims, "It's over!" With an awkward smile, she admits that this time it was seriously a lot of work. Daeoku reflects on the sheer volume of her task, a total of 184 videos, amounting to more than 23 hours of content. She figures that since she didn't work last month, it's okay. Daeoku thinks about how it usually takes others a year to go from a D-class hunter to a C-class, and marvels at how Siwoo managed it in just 3 days. She says to herself that her boss is truly incredible. Just then, Siwoo sends her a message with the videos for their next content. The attachment includes 300 videos. Shocked by the number, Daeoku is taken aback. As she checks the content of the videos, her surprise deepens, leaving her completely speechless. The videos are about his progress from C-class to B-class. With a pale face, Daeoku, still in shock, realizes she has to edit all these videos again. Siwoo then deposits money into Daeoku's account. When she sees that Siwoo has transferred 10 million won, her jaw drops in disbelief, leaving her utterly speechless. She holds her mobile with trembling hands. Siwoo sends another message, telling her that he included an additional allowance for the videos and that if they get good views, he'll give her more. Looking at her sleeping siblings with determination, Daeoku smiles and resolves to do her best for their sake. Siwoo uploads the first video titled, From D-Class Hunter to A-Class Hunter, a Speedrun, Episode 1. The video goes viral, attracting many views and new subscribers. Seeing the video of Siwoo how he cleared the dungeons with rapid speed, people go crazy as they fill the comment section with comments. Siwoo, while checking the video, acknowledges that Daeoku is doing a great job with the editing. He marvels at the 840,000 views in just one day and thinks to himself that he never expected it to go this well. Reflecting on his time filming in the dungeon, Siwoo considers how difficult it is to film alone and wonders how many cameras he ended up breaking. He realizes that he can't ask Daeoku, an ordinary person, to help him film in the dungeon. Siwoo starts to think that he might need to find an awakener to help him shoot his videos. Meanwhile, Kim So-yoon, panicking, wonders why he isn't picking up the phone. Noticing her distress, Siwoo asks if something is wrong. Startled by Siwoo's sudden presence, Kim So-yoon reveals that she hasn't been able to contact her younger brother, Yi-jun. Siwoo asks if she means the brother she mentioned before. Kim So-yoon explains that Yi-jun told her he would enter the Turtle Dragon dungeon yesterday, but she hasn't been able to reach him since. Siwoo asks if she checked with the management office. Kim So-yoon replies that she did, and they told her that Yi-jun cleared the dungeon on the same day he entered. Kim So-yoon worries if he's in any kind of trouble, but she's still worried. Siwoo reassures her, saying that since Yi-jun cleared the dungeon, he's probably fine. Smiling awkwardly, Siwoo suggests that Yi-jun might just be having a hard time after celebrating the dungeon clear by drinking with his party members, something typical for 20-year-olds. However, Kim So-yoon insists that her brother isn't that type. Siwoo reminds her that the most important thing is that Yi-jun has the super regeneration trait. He adds that no news is good news, so nothing bad is likely to happen. However, Siwoo still stresses that she should report the situation to the inspection bureau just in case. Thanking Siwoo, Kim So-eun says she'll go right away. As she leaves, Siwoo watches her from behind, feeling a sense of unease. He thinks to himself that, for some reason, he's worried. He decides to wait and see what happens next. Somewhere in an unknown location, Kim Yi-jun is bound tightly with chains. As he wakes up, he struggles to stand, but finds himself unable to move, frustrated by his helplessness. In shock, Kim Yi-jun takes in his situation, trying to piece together what happened. He remembers that he definitely recruited a turtle dragon party to help his sister, and after hunting the monsters, the party suggested they go for a drink. But beyond that, his memory is blank. Realization dawns on him. He's been kidnapped. A man approaches Kim Yi-jun and tells him that escape is impossible. He explains that the chains binding him were specially made, so strong that even an S-rank hunter would struggle to break them. Kim Yi-jun, trying to keep his composure, asks what the man is trying to do. The man, with a twisted smile, responds that Yi-jun seems really curious and taunts him by asking if he truly wants to know. The man steps closer to Kim Yi-jun and asks if he's heard of illegal awakeners. The mention of illegal awakeners causes a shocked Yi-jun to grit his teeth in anger. The man, with a lunatic grin, proudly declares that illegal awakeners are his handiwork. His expression turns dark as he angrily recounts how all of them discarded his efforts and died, despite his promise to make them stronger. He continues, if he draws a little blood, they die. If he cuts their limbs, they die from the pain. Suddenly, the man grabs Kim Yi-jun's face, forcing him to look into his eyes. With a sinister tone, he asks if Yi-jun will be different from the others. Pandemonium du Yobshiol, declares that Yijun must be different. He has to be. As per his deal with Charon, Siwoo begins teaching her swordsmanship. During their training, Charon takes the lead, launching a sword slash at Siwoo, who calmly blocks it with composure. As they continue, Charon becomes exhausted, panting heavily as she clashes with Siwoo explains that the concept of Tai Chi is based on the philosophy of yin and yang, opposing forces that create and sustain everything in heaven and earth. While blocking Charon's sword, he adds that although yin and yang seem to be in opposition, they actually depend on each other. Internally, Siwoo reflects on his original intention to create and teach swordsmanship. He realizes he needs to understand the situation better, even as he finds himself confused by his own explanations. After another block, he sends the exhausted Charon back, watching her as she struggles to catch her breath. Siwoo, holding his sword in a stance, thinks that the new direction he has found is rooted in Tai Chi, SS rank. He believes that with Han Charon's talent for swordsmanship, S rank, she can transform even crude swings into a unique style. As he observes Charon catching her breath, Siwoo decides he will help her develop her own swordsmanship, which might not be called Tai Chi sword, but something that no one else possesses, at least an S-rank technique. Rushing at Charon, he thinks that if she can grasp the principles of yin and yang and incorporate them into her swordsmanship, she could create something extraordinary. With swift movements, using Tai Chi swordsmanship, Siwoo sends Charon's sword flying. She looks at the fallen sword in shock, as Siwoo explains that mastering these principles will allow her to easily neutralize her opponent's attacks. After hearing Siwoo's teachings, Charon lowers her head and remains silent for a moment, before admitting that it is quite difficult. Siwoo reassures her, saying that she's already doing well. As he looks at her with a proud smile, he thinks that even he couldn't understand any of this without insight, but she's gradually making it her own just by listening. Siwoo then tells her that he'll keep explaining it as many times as necessary until she gets used to it and encourages her not to worry. Charon, still with her head down, thanks him. Scratching his head awkwardly, Siwoo laughs and says that's it for today's lesson, then takes his leave. Charon interrupts Siwoo, stating firmly that the issue should be resolved within a month. Confused, Siwoo asks for clarification. Charon responds, referencing the matter he mentioned last time. Still puzzled, Siwoo asks what exactly she's referring to. Then, with an emotionless expression, he realizes and asks if she's talking about the construction permit. Charon nods in confirmation. Siwoo thanks her, and Charon brushes it off, saying it's nothing. Taken aback, Siwoo, with a pale face, wonders how she could say that so easily. Looking at Charon, he thinks to himself, as expected of Han Chae-rin, the SH group really does reign above the law in South Korea. Siwoo then contemplates the 1-month timeline and, with a smile, notes that it aligns perfectly with when the construction materials will be ready. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sua informs Lee Min-jung about a missing person report for Kim Yi-jun. Lee Min-jung asks what happened, and Sua, handing over some reports, suggests that she take a look at them first. Sua explains that the documents detail the identities of the party members who entered the dungeon with Kim Yi-jun. After reading the report, Lee Min-jung remains silent for a moment, and with surprise she says that they're illegal awakeners. Sua clarifies that, to be precise, they are hunters suspected of being illegal awakeners. All of them except for Kim Yi-jun. Lee Min-jung asks if they deliberately targeted Kim Yi-jun and wonders about their motive. Sua, interrupting, mentions that she heard Kim Yi-jun's trait is super regeneration, which allows him to regenerate even if his limbs are severed. Lee Min-jung continues to ponder the reason, but Sua interrupts again, suggesting that it's likely Kim Yi-jun was kidnapped for human experimentation. Elsewhere in a dungeon, Siwoo sends a text to Hercules, but even after some time, he doesn't receive a reply. Glancing at his phone, Siwoo mutters to himself, maybe he's working out. He recalls that he was supposed to share some video content to Hercules. Internally, Siwoo reflects on how busy he's been lately, so much so that he hasn't been able to keep in touch. With an awkward smile, he admits to himself that he even ignored a few calls to focus on his personal training. Siwoo wonders if Hercules might be upset. Rising to his feet, he decides that when Hercules finally gets in touch, he should make sure to share the video content first. As Siwoo stands, several golem monsters suddenly pierce through the ground in front of him. These B-rank ore golems roar loudly, towering over Siwoo. He focuses on his breathing, thinking that Zhang's Tai Chi, SS rank, is a force different from Hercules' super strength, SS rank. Remaining calm, Siwoo reminds himself of the 3 key elements in martial arts: Sim, heart, Kai, energy, and Che, body. He contemplates deeply, realizing that Sim, heart, corresponds to Confucius's gentleman's heart. Che, body, aligns with Hercules' super strength, and Qi, energy, reflects Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi. As Siwu gathers aura around his hand, he calmly assumes a stance. The ore golem monsters, moving with surprising speed, rush toward him. On the other side, Siwu focuses intently on his technique, drawing energy from the surroundings. He reflects on the power used by awakeners, mana, the life force embedded within all things in the universe and the natural world. As he starts enveloping his body with mana, Siwu thinks about the necessity of a purification process to harness this power effectively. He acknowledges that the efficiency of mana greatly depends on how well this purification is done. With his eyes opening, Siwu swings his hand through the air, thinking that without going through the typical purification process, there's a method to accumulate pure mana directly into the body. Taguk, the supreme ultimate. As Siwu swings his hand through the air, the aura it releases like a beam of light, piercing through the entire area. The force of his own power overwhelms him, causing him to cover his face and grit his teeth against the impact. When the dust finally settles, Siwu slowly opens his eyes to find nothing left of the golems but their cores. His powerful attack had wiped out all the monsters within the vicinity. Staring at the orb golem cores, Siwu mutters, "This power is insane." The system then notifies him of his progress. Taguk proficiency increased to 1.7%. Superhuman strength, SS, proficiency increased to 22.28%. And gentleman's heart, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, SSS proficiency, increased to 4.31%. Siwu chuckles, recalling how Hercules said it would help him. He underestimated it, he admits. This technique is more than just helpful. Looking at his trembling hand, Siwu reflects that the backlash from using this power is too strong. He realizes that in his current state, combining it with superhuman strength makes it impossible to even dream of achieving divine martial arts. With a smile, Siwu thinks to himself that Taiji isn't even a power that the human body can withstand, and he's just gotten lucky so far. He remembers how Huatuo's divine healing technique has come in handy, thinking that at the pinnacle of divine medicine, there's a legend that one can be reborn with the body of a god. Body rebirth and transformation. Siwu acupunctures himself, thinking that although he can only use a part of this power, thanks to the healing technique, he can now manage the power of Taguk as well. As he gazes at the sky, Siwu reflects on how he originally subscribed to this for Seoa's treatment, but it's turned out to be quite useful in many other ways. As Siwu recovers from the backlash, a soothing aura emanates from him, and he comments that he feels much better now. The system notifies him again. Divine healing technique, S+, proficiency increased to 30.97%. Seeing this, Siwu feels a surge of happiness, thinking that with his proficiency at 30%, he might now be able to treat Seoa well enough for her to live a normal college life. Siwu then turns to survey the area and notices that the camera he used to film earlier was broken by the impact of his power. With a tearful expression, he laments. He definitely needs to find someone to help him film videos. He wonders, can he just create a camera with the divine metalworking technique? Siwu exits the dungeon, noticing that the day has turned into night. As he heads home, he reflects on his progress, realizing that he has cleared 15 B-rank dungeons today. However, he still needs to clear 500 more dungeons to reach A-rank. At this pace, it's going to take longer than he initially thought. Siwu considers how B-rank dungeons are tougher because he has to farm materials as well, making it difficult to speed up the process. Walking down the street, he estimates that he should be able to finish within a month. Siwu thinks thanks to Hyukdori's help, he can move around freely without any fear. Carrying a bag of meat, the meat bag he thinks that he also had to buy meat to reward Hyukdori and the cost, that 700,000 won is no small amount. With a sigh, he calculates that Hyukdori's food expenses alone are around 2 million won per day, totaling 60 million won a month. This isn't some premium membership fee for a GodTube channel, he muses. Standing in front of his house with a pale face, Siwu considers that for Hyukdori he can manage that much. Or maybe manage is an exaggeration. As Siwu opens the door, Seoa greets him, saying, "You're home." Hyukdori also woofs in welcome. Smiling, Siwu asks Seoa how she's feeling, and she replies that she's fine. Hyukdori woofs again, looking adorable. Seoa then mentions that someone came to see him. Siwoo pauses for a moment, surprised, and says, "A guest at this hour?" Entering the hall, he wonders who it could be. To his surprise, Lee Min-jung is there, her face glowing as she greets him warmly, saying she has been waiting for him. She speaks it like a wife. Siwoo is taken aback by her presence in his home. As he feeds Hookdori the meat he just bought, Hookdori gulps it down without a moment's pause. Watching Hookdori eat, Lee Min-jung is visibly shocked, remaining silent as she observes. Siwoo, noticing her reaction, thinks it's interesting. He had always considered her a cold person, devoid of emotion, and he didn't expect to see her make such an expression. Siwoo then asks Lee Min-jung what brings her here. Startled, Lee Min-jung looks at him in shock, caught off guard by his question. Siwoo, noticing her reaction, wonders why she seems so startled. Clearing her throat, Lee Min-jung apologizes for coming at such a late hour. Regaining her composure, she explains that she has something important to tell him about Kim Yi-jun. Hearing this, Siwoo remains silent, and Seowa turns to look at his face. Siwoo, rising to his feet, remarks that judging by the look on her face, it doesn't seem like it's anything good. He suggests that they step outside to talk. After Siwoo and Lee Min-jung came out of the house, Lee Min-jung explained everything about the situation. Siwoo, shocked, asked if she was saying that Kim Lee-jun was kidnapped for human experimentation. Lee Min-jung responded that she assumed that was likely the case. Hearing this, Siwoo thought back to his own past as an awakener with no trait when he underwent various experiments. Although those were legal, they still harmed his body, and he suffered adverse effects. If legal experiments were that harmful, criminal human experimentation would be even worse. Siwoo pondered deeply, realizing that even with super regeneration, there's a high chance that Kim Lee-jun's mind could be broken. So they needed to find him as soon as possible. Despite this, Siwoo still couldn't shake a lingering question. He then asked Lee Min-jung why she came to him. Lee Min-jung mentioned pandemonium. She explained that in pandemonium, there's a magical device used by criminals called a perception inhibition device, which erases traces even if captured on CCTV. The devices used by pandemonium are the highest grade among them, capable of deceiving even S-rank hunters. That's why even the inspection bureau couldn't locate pandemonium. With a serious expression, Lee Min-jung revealed that recently, there was an unprecedented event where pandemonium and the entire underworld in the Seoul area were uprooted by someone whose identity is unknown. Looking at Siwoo, Lee Min-jung concluded her explanation. Hearing her, Siwoo remained silent, his face cold and expressionless. Lee Min-jung, with a slight hint of sadness, explained that in disappearance cases, there's something known as the golden time. In kidnapping cases, once the golden time passes, the chances of survival almost disappear. However, she added, the families of the missing don't see it that way. They believe the person is alive until the end, that they will surely reappear someday. Bowing to Siwoo, she admitted that as a guard of the inspection bureau, it was shameful and humiliating to acknowledge this. Seeing her lower herself for the sake of others, Siwoo, shocked, found it surprising that Lee Min-jung would act this way. He thought that, strictly speaking, she had no direct connection to Kim Lee-jun. Yet, perhaps due to his insight, he could somehow empathize with Lee Min-jung's emotions, her shame as a guard, her pride, her guilt, and her sincere request as a human being. Looking at Lee Min-jung, Siwoo remained silent for a moment before finally saying that Seowa was inside the house. He then asked if she could stay with Seowa until he returned. Siwoo looked at Hookdori and asked him to do a favor. In response, Hookdori woofed. Following Siwoo's request, Hookdori began sniffing around and started searching. As Siwoo surveyed the valley, he thought about the information Lee Min-jung had provided. This was the area in front of the Turtle Dragon dungeon, where Kim Lee-jun was last seen raiding. The raid had taken place 3 days ago. Siwoo recalled that after the raid, Kim Lee-jun and his party members went out drinking, and the last place he was seen was a bar. If he was going to start the investigation to find traces or scents, it made sense to begin with those locations. Siwoo considered that even if there were any scents left, they would likely be faint by now. Recalling the incident, he thought the reason he had brought Hookdori here was that Hookdori didn't seem to track just by scent alone. The fact that Hookdori had found him at the SH hospital made him wonder if it was due to the remnants of power or a wave of magical energy. He wasn't sure. Siwoo reasoned that if his guess was correct, such traces would be stronger here in the dungeon than in the bar. After sniffing for traces of magical waves for a while, Hookdori suddenly looked ahead with a serious expression. He then turned back to Siwoo, confidently woofing. With a serious gaze, Siwoo asked Hyukdori to lead him to that place. Hyukdori then began guiding Siwoo. On the other side, everything was bloodied. Kim Yi-jun was being cut down by Do Yobchol, the maniacal scientist from Pandemonium. Kim Yi-jun's body was slowly recovering, but Do Yobchol, laughing maniacally, continued to slice him with a chainsaw, claiming Kim Yi-jun is the best experimentation subject. Despite the severe bleeding, Kim Yi-jun appeared stunned, his thoughts drifting to how much longer he would have to endure and suffer. He wondered if the pain would ever end, or if it would continue forever. With his eyes swelling, Kim Yi-jun thought he was reaching his limit. If he closed his eyes now, he could be free from this agony. But Do Yobchol taunted him, saying that Kim Yi-jun couldn't die and telling him not to die. He threatened that if Kim Yi-jun did die, he would take his sister and experiment on her instead. Hearing this, Kim Yi-jun's eyes widened in anger. His sister was his only family, and the thought of her being in danger gave him a surge of strength. Trembling, he pulled himself up with the little strength he had left, and looking at Do Yobchol, weakly told him not to touch his sister. Do Yobchol, dissatisfied, replied that if Kim Yi-jun died, there was nothing he could do about it. He speculated that since she shared the same blood, she might have similar abilities, and asked if Kim Yi-jun didn't think so. With a trembling voice, Kim Yi-jun insisted that his sister had no abilities at all. But Do Yobchol, laughing maniacally, said they would find that out by testing her. Kim Yi-jun, tearing up and gritting his teeth in helplessness, resolved that he must endure this torment to protect his sister. Do Yobchol then resumed cutting Kim Yi-jun with the chainsaw, causing blood to spill across the room. After enduring a long time of torture, where he was cut repeatedly, Kim Yi-jun thought to himself that he had no idea how much time had passed. As he began losing his senses, he realized he could no longer endure the pain. Kim Yi-jun knew that if he died here, his sister would be in grave danger. He reminded himself that he had to protect her, no matter the cost. Bleeding severely and wounded beyond recognition, Kim Yi-jun thought he couldn't take it anymore. Suddenly, the wall behind Kim Yi-jun shattered into pieces from an immense force. Through the broken wall, Siwoo entered the room. Seeing Kim Yi-jun from behind, Siwoo remarked that his sister was worrying about him. As Siwoo moved closer and got a better look at Kim Yi-jun, his eyes widened in shock. He thought that Kim Yi-jun's condition was far worse than he had expected. With his super regeneration ability, there shouldn't have been any wounds. Observing Kim Yi-jun's damaged body, Siwoo realized that his regeneration ability was a grade higher than that of Troll's. Kim Yi-jun had pushed the limits of his abilities long ago. With a concerned expression, Siwoo thought that at this point, it wasn't Kim Yi-jun's body that was in danger, but his mind, which had probably already collapsed. Suddenly, Kim Yi-jun called out for his sister. Hearing his voice, Siwoo looked at him in shock. Kim Yi-jun continued to call out for his sister, his voice filled with desperation. Siwoo quickly took out an acupuncture needle box, thinking that it wasn't over for Kim Yi-jun yet. There might still be a chance to save him. Swiftly, Siwoo inserted an acupuncture needle near Kim Yi-jun's collarbone, internally urging him to hang on a bit longer for his sister's sake. After being treated by Siwoo, Kim Yi-jun slowly opened his eyes, still calling out for his sister. As he began to recover, his body became enveloped in an aura. He asked if his sister was all right. Seeing this sign of recovery, Siwoo was relieved and pleased, thinking that it was good Kim Yi-jun was showing progress. Just then, Do Yobchol entered the room, cursing at Siwoo and demanding to know who he was. With a serious expression, Do Yobchol pointed his finger at Siwoo, angrily asking how he had found this place. Clenching his fists in rage, Do Yobchol declared that this place was his and his alone. From now on, Do Yobchol will manically say the same words several times. Do Yobchol says repeatedly, "This is my place. It's only my place." Holding his head, he muttered these words like a mantra. Suddenly, Siwoo noticed a white powder at his feet, and a look of disgust crossed his face. As he examined the ground more closely, his eyes widened in horror. Siwoo realized that the remains on the ground were not just from Kim Lee-jun. The size and type of the bodies were different. It looked like there was a mix of other things besides Kim Lee-jun's remains. Horrified, Siwoo thought to himself that something like this was done by a human. Turning to Do Yobchol, Siwoo demanded to know why he was doing this. In response, Do Yobchol cursed at him, demanding to know who Siwoo was. Then Do Yobchol suddenly fell silent, as if something had just occurred to him. After a moment, he began muttering that Siwoo wasn't ordinary. He repeated the words several times, growing more agitated with each repetition. Finally, he screamed loudly that Siwoo was definitely not ordinary. He was extraordinary in every way. As Kim Yi-jun, slightly improved, looked at Siwoo, he urged him with a trembling voice to run away quickly. But Do Yeobcheol, now combining with something disgusting, continued to fixate on Siwoo. He insisted that if Siwoo wasn't ordinary, he must possess incredible abilities. Undergoing a grotesque transformation, Do Yeobcheol asked again if he was right, convincing himself that he was. As his body merged with the corpses in the room, he transformed into something monstrous and towering. Looking at Siwoo, Do Yeobcheol sneered, saying he wondered what kind of abilities Siwoo had and what kind of experiment he would make. Grafting, C+, a trait beneficial for farmers, allowing them to graft different plant species together to create a single plant. However, the man who possessed grafting despised himself for having such a weak trait. With his twisted mindset, he ended up doing something he should never have done. He began experimenting by grafting the traits of different awakeners and the abilities of monsters into a single entity. He even conducted various experiments on himself. That man is Do Yeobcheol. Do Yeobcheol, now transformed with corpses, wonders what kind of experiment Siwoo will become. Kim Yi-jun urges Siwoo to run away, but as Do Yeobcheol's attack approaches, Siwoo calmly stands his ground. Siwoo opens his mouth as if to speak, but remains silent. Covering his hands in preparation for an attack, Siwoo mutters, "How hideous!" As Do Yeobcheol's attack nears, Siwoo swings his hand, easily dispelling it with his aura. Kim Yi-jun's eyes widen in shock at Siwoo's power, wondering how he could have done that. Do Yeobcheol, severely damaged from Siwoo's attack, has half of the corpses merged with him blasted apart. As his body begins to regenerate, Siwoo is surprised, but quickly dismisses the idea, thinking it can't be considered true regeneration. Meanwhile, the regenerating Do Yeobcheol lets out a loud scream, questioning what hell Siwoo is. Do Yeobcheol, laughing maniacally, declares that Siwoo will make the perfect experiment. As he completely recovers, he acknowledges Siwoo's incredible strength, but reminds him that he is still only human. Transforming once again into another transformation, Do Yeobcheol says that he, on the other hand, is different, something that transcends humanity. Preparing to strike Siwoo with his fist, Do Yeobcheol taunts him, saying that a fragile human could never reach his level. As Do Yeobcheol's fist nears Siwoo's head, Siwoo remains calm. Kim Yi-jun, panicking over the danger Siwoo faces, screams loudly, urging him to dodge. But Do Yeobcheol laughs and claims it's already too late. He delivers a powerful punch, causing the room to crumble, from the sheer force of the collision, making it difficult for Kim Yi-jun to withstand. As the dust settles, Kim Yi-jun's eyes widen in shock. Siwoo is completely unharmed, without a scratch, and has stopped Do Yeobcheol's fist with his bare fist, which is covered in aura. Do Yeobcheol screams in disbelief, shouting that it's impossible. His face pales as he realizes Siwoo stopped the attack, despite him using the power he grafted from the ogre. Enraged, Do Yeobcheol yells that there's no way this could be happening. But Siwoo unleashes his aura at Do Yeobcheol once again, blowing apart his corpse transformation. Do Yeobcheol screams in agony, questioning how it's even possible, his eyes widening in shock. Siwoo leaps into the air, his hand covered in aura, aiming to finish Do Yeobcheol. Seeing the attack coming, Do Yeobcheol screams, "What the hell is he?" Using the power of Hercules, Siwoo delivers a devastating punch to Do Yeobcheol's head, shattering his entire corpse form into pieces. Witnessing Siwoo's immense strength, Kim Yi-jun is left speechless, muttering, "How did he defeat such a monster?" Siwoo then launches a relentless barrage of attacks on Do Yeobcheol, punching and kicking him without giving him a moment to respond. Watching this, Kim Yi-jun withdraws his earlier thoughts, now realizing that the true monster is Siwoo. Do Yeobcheol, reduced to shattered pieces, trembles in disbelief, screaming, "This is impossible!" Merging into a small, weakened form, Do Yeobcheol has lost most of his power. Looking up at Siwoo, he questions, "How can a mere human be this strong?" He continues accusingly, "He must have been born with that talent. From the very beginning, he had this kind of power." Filled with bitterness, Do Yeobcheol spits out, "People like Siwoo disgust him. He hates them so much that he wants to kill them." Do Yeobcheol says that strong people always behave like this, acting as if they rule the world. After hearing him, Siwoo opens his mouth and questions, "That's why Do Yeobcheol committed this shit, because he wants to become stronger." Do Yeobcheol screams that Siwoo doesn't understand anything. He has no idea what it feels like to beg for everything because one is talentless. Do Yeobcheol asks if Siwoo even knows how the weak live. stating that because Siwoo has been strong from the start, he will never understand. He can't imagine how miserable their lives are. Do Yubchol continues, saying that those born with talent or strength didn't earn it through hard work. It was given to them just because of their birth, yet they have the audacity to claim that others are weak because they didn't work hard enough. Furious, Du Yobchil screams that people like Siwoo are all annoying. Unleashing a powerful force from his body, Du Yobchil declares that now he will kill them all. Siwoo resists the pressure, standing firm on his feet. Looking at Du Yobchil, Siwoo calmly says that he used to think like him. Reflecting on his training session with Hercules, Siwoo asks him what he was thinking about when he went through the 12 trials. Siwoo thinks that Hercules had to complete the 12 trials before becoming a great hero. As he looks at Hercules, Siwoo wonders if he was excited during that time. With a cold tone, Hercules begins to speak, revealing that at the time, he was actually trying to commit suicide. Shocked, Siwoo awkwardly wonders if Hercules is joking. But Hercules continues, explaining that he had been consumed by madness and had ended up killing his own family. The guilt made every day a living hell, and life didn't seem worth living anymore. While attempting to take his own life, Theseus stopped him and asked what atonement could be found through suicide. The trials, Hercules explains, weren't about any grand ambitions. They were a form of atonement. They were hellish, and he nearly died several times. He often thought he wouldn't be able to complete them and considered giving up every day. Hercules then asks Siwoo, "Sounds unbelievable, right?" Stunned, Siwoo thinks to himself that he had always viewed Hercules as an absolute being, capable of easily overcoming any trial or hardship. Hercules adds that while results do matter, they aren't the most important thing. If asked whether the result is the most important, he'd say no. What truly matters is how one reaches that result and the process they went through. Meanwhile, the system notifies Siwoo that Hercules' super strength proficiency has increased and is now at 18.98%. Hercules tells Siwoo that people often say he was able to complete the 12 trials simply because he was Hercules, that he achieved such feats because he was a great person. Revealing his face to Siwoo, Hercules says that no one is born great. There are only great challenges. Greatness and success aren't as complicated as people think. Of course, many complicated circumstances exist, and there's no doubt that some of them can't be helped or overcome. Hercules explains that greatness and success aren't about overcoming those impossible situations. It all comes down to one thing: why one wants to be great and successful, their personal reason. Hercules says that it doesn't matter if the reason seems childish or absurd. Hercules tells Siwoo to remember this. It's not about the thousands or tens of thousands of reasons why he can't do it. When he wants to achieve something, it's about the one reason why he must do it. That reason will guide him to where he wants to go. Hercules then smiles, giving Siwoo a thumbs up and says, "That's what greatness is all about." Returning to the present, Siwoo reflects that what separates strength from weakness isn't simply the logic of innate ability. Siwoo tells Du Yobchol not to focus solely on the results in front of him, accusing him of just making excuses for himself. Angered by Siwoo's words, Du Yobchol lets out a furious scream. Remaining calm, Siwoo inhales deeply and closes his eyes. He thinks about Confucius's concept of a gentleman's mind, Zhang Sanfeng's taiji, and Hercules' super strength, the harmony of mind, ki, and physique. As Do Yobcheol attacks with his aura, Siwoo creates a protective shield around himself and Kim Yejun. With a serious expression, Siwoo declares, "Hercules' Divine Combat Arts, second movement." His fists become cloaked in aura. Then, unleashing his attack, Siwoo strikes at Do Yobchol with Hercules' Divine Combat Arts, second movement, Heaven Annihilating Super Fist. Siwoo unleashed his attack on Do Yobchol using the Hercules Divine Combat Arts, specifically the second movement, Heaven Annihilating Super Fist. Upon impact, a massive collision occurred. As the dust began to settle, Kim Yejun, in shock, remarked that the entire area had turned white. Siwoo's body was covered in lightning, and he thought to himself that the pain was no joke. Originally, he hadn't wanted to use Divine Combat Arts with Taiji due to its immense recoil, but he had lost control a bit due to his annoyance with the babbling. Siwoo acknowledged that the attack had worked. Normally, he would have fainted by now. Siwoo asked Kim Yejun if he could move. Still in shock, Kim Yejun eventually responded that he could move, though his body seemed to have recovered somewhat. He looked at the chains restraining him and said that he couldn't move because of them. Du Yobchol remarked that even S-rank hunters couldn't break these chains. As Siwoo held the chains, Kim Yejun said they couldn't be broken. To his astonishment, Siwoo effortlessly broke the chains. Kim Yi-jun, shocked, was asked by Siwoo if he could move now. Kim Yi-jun, still in shock, confirmed that he could. Kim Yi-jun then asked who Siwoo was. Siwoo thought it odd that he was asking that now, and replied that he was a friend of his sister. Kim Yi-jun wondered what that meant and asked if Siwoo was his sister's boyfriend. Siwoo, with an annoyed expression, clarified that he was her male friend. Kim Yi-jun asked if it was real, and Siwoo responded that there was no gain in lying to him. Kim Yi-jun then asked if his sister was all right, and if nothing had happened to her. Siwoo said she wasn't doing great, which shocked Kim Yi-jun. Siwoo added that she had been worrying about him all day. Kim Yi-jun didn't know how to respond to that. Siwoo, showing his trembling hand, asked if Kim Yi-jun minded listening to the rest of the story from his sister. He mentioned that even though Kim Yi-jun looked fine now, he didn't have the strength to say anything due to his poor regenerative power, unlike someone else. Kim Yi-jun remained silent for a moment, then bowed and thanked Siwoo for saving him. In response, Siwoo smiled and told him to go back home. The Pandemonium branch manager arrived at the scene and, seeing the chaos, remained silent. Pandemonium Scar-level executive Oh Ju-won asked about Do Yobcheol. The man in the suit responded that he believed Do Yobcheol was dead, as they couldn't find any trace of his body. Oh Ju-won inquired if that meant the space itself had been destroyed, and asked about the research materials. The man in the suit said that, although they tried their best to recover them, all the important materials were gone. Oh Ju-won thought about how the plans to mass-produce human weapons by grafting Awakeners' traits, create monsters by grafting monsters' genes, and the plans Pandemonium had been working on for years had all been lost overnight. There were no traces of sword strikes. Angrily, Oh Ju-won asked if it wasn't Baek Seon-jae who was responsible for this. The man in the suit informed Oh Ju-won that the guards from the inspection bureau would be arriving soon, and suggested that they should leave the scene. Ju-won angrily ordered him to find out who was responsible, no matter what. Lee Min-jung revealed something about Siwoo, which shocked him. He asked if Seo-ah already knew everything. Lee Min-jung said she believed Seo-ah already knew that he was working as a hunter, and also knew about the YouTube channel he was ruining. Siwoo remained silent. Lee Min-jung continued, saying that while she hadn't gone into details, she hinted that he was indirectly related to the incident. She explained that even though she, as a guarder from the inspection bureau, had come to find him, it wasn't for anything bad. She also thought he must have his reasons for not telling his sister, Hunter Maeng Siwoo. Hearing this, Siwoo reflected that he hadn't told her because he was worried it might worsen her condition. But to think that she already knew everything and had been supporting him from behind all along. It wasn't just him protecting Seo-ah. She had also been protecting him from behind. Lee Min-jung complimented Siwoo's sister, saying she was great and smart. Siwoo, scratching his cheek, agreed that she certainly was. Lee Min-jung added that he was a good brother too, unlike herself. Siwoo asked if Lee Min-jung had a brother, and she mentioned having a 14-year-old brother who hadn't aged in her memory. Siwoo remained silent. Lee Min-jung then explained that Do Yobcheol was an awakener with a grafting ability. It seemed he could take the traits of other awakeners and even monsters' genes and graft them onto himself. Siwoo asked if that was possible. Internally, he thought that Hercules had said traits are the uniqueness of a being, and that's why one can't overwrite another person's traits. Lee Min-jung responded that while it is theoretically possible, the individual wouldn't be able to maintain their own self afterward. Pandemonium had planned to mass-produce illegal awakeners using that ability. If Siwoo hadn't stopped that plan, she could only imagine how many victims there would have been in the future. Bowing, she said she couldn't speak on behalf of the Inspection Bureau, but she thanked him from the bottom of her heart. The Inspection Bureau had launched a full-scale investigation into Pandemonium's plan to mass-produce illegal awakeners. However, because it was such a brutal incident, it was kept out of the public eye and the media to avoid causing social unrest. Seo-ah's younger brother, Kim Yi-jun, had also returned safely, bringing the incident to a close. In a dungeon, Siwoo hunted monsters, and the system notified him of the following proficiency levels: Super Strength, SS Proficiency, 21.48%. Taiji, SS Proficiency, 18.3%. Divine Medical Art, S Plus Proficiency, 24.87%. Hercules Divine Combat Arts, SSS Proficiency, 11.3%. The Gentleman's Mind, Benevolence, Righteousness, Propriety, Wisdom, SSS Proficiency, 4.11%. Seeing the increased proficiency, Siwoo felt great. He thought the proficiencies from using the divine combat arts must have been applied all at once. Noticing the broken cameras with a crying face, he wondered how many cameras he had already broken. The cost of replacing them would definitely exceed the revenue from his YouTube channel. He wondered if there was anyone who could take videos for him. Fortunately, the memory chip was still intact, so the video itself could still be used. Siwoo remarks that the competition for reserving dungeons is indeed fierce. He has finally cleared one for the first time and believes the turtle dragon's shells will be useful as construction materials. It might take some time to collect all the necessary materials and to become an A-class hunter. As Siwoo exits the dungeon, someone calls out to him. He turns to find Kim Yi-jun standing there, and Siwoo is surprised to see him. Siwoo asks how Kim Yi-jun knew he was there. Kim Yi-jun explains that the management office informed him. When Siwoo inquires further, Kim Yi-jun clarifies that he didn't get the information directly from the management office. Instead, they provided a list of cleared dungeons, indicating that there were no dungeons left to reserve because they had all been cleared by the dungeon cleaner. Siwoo asks if Kim Yi-jun searched through all those dungeons. Kim Yi-jun proudly confirms and adds that it was so exhausting he thought he might die. Siwoo remains silent upon hearing this. Siwoo then says he should have called him. Kim Yi-jun responds that he didn't have Siwoo's number. Taken aback, Siwoo suggests that Kim Yi-jun could have asked his sister. Kim Yi-jun, surprised, asks if Siwoo is a genius. Siwoo then asks why Kim Yi-jun is looking for him. Kim Yi-jun explains that after asking Siwoo's sister, he learned that Siwoo is farming monster byproducts. Kim Yi-jun, who considers Siwoo the savior of his life, came to offer his help. Siwoo replies that he really doesn't need help, especially from a B-class hunter like Kim Yi-jun, as he doesn't want to trouble him with such matters. Kim Yi-jun says that he doesn't have to share the profit with him. Siwoo's eyes sparkle in surprise, and he asks if Kim Yi-jun is offering to help him for free. Kim Yi-jun replies that he has heard Siwoo helped his sister a lot too. Siwoo reassures him that he doesn't need to worry about that, as his sister helps him a lot as well. Kim Yi-jun then asks him to wait a moment and suggests doing a raid together before making any decisions. He mentions that he has reserved the Turtle Dragon dungeon. Siwoo drools at the mention of the Turtle Dragon dungeon, thinking about the popular dungeon with fierce and bloody competition. Kim Yi-jun insists that they go on the raid together and asks for a chance to prove his worth, assuring him that all the profits will belong to Siwoo. Siwoo remains silent, realizing that Kim Yi-jun doesn't seem likely to back down. Since Kim Yi-jun is offering all the profits, Siwoo figures he has nothing to lose. As Siwoo looks at the camera lens, it hits him that Kim Yi-jun is a B-class hunter with an A-plus class trait of super regeneration. Even if he gets hurt, he can recover on his own, and if something goes wrong, he still has his divine medical arts. Therefore, Siwoo doesn't need to worry about Kim Yi-jun during the fight. Siwoo approaches Kim Yi-jun, places his hand on his shoulder, and asks if he happens to know how to hold a camera. In a dungeon, a powerful blast occurs. Siwoo, with his fist covered in aura, attacks the monsters, crushing them all with a single punch from his fist's force. As he looks at the monster corpses, Siwoo thinks they don't seem as sturdy as he initially thought. Rather than breaking something solid, it feels like the sturdiness itself is being nullified. He wonders how to describe it, and realizes there isn't even a sense of impact. Siwoo recalls that when he used the heaven-annihilating super fist last time, he didn't notice this. But after hunting the turtle dragons, he's sure now. The true power of Taiji is the ability to return things to nothingness. He thinks Taiji nullified the very sturdiness the turtle dragons possessed. It seems to pair well with super strength. So this is why Hercules recommended it, he muses. As he tries to pick up the monster core, it shatters into dust in his hands. Siwoo remarks that he couldn't control his strength. Turning to Kim Yi-jun, he asks if the filming is going well. Startled by the sudden question, Kim Yi-jun quickly responds that it is. Internally, however, Kim Yi-jun is in disbelief, thinking, what the hell is going on? He killed 20 turtle dragons in 1 minute. Siwoo then says the base salary is 10 million won, but he won't be receiving incentives based on view count. Surprised by the sudden mention of salary, Kim Yi-jun nods, saying he understands. Siwoo adds that there's no need to worry, he'll give him hazard pay or any additional compensation. Hearing this, Kim Yi-jun remains silent. But as he looks at Siwoo, he promises to do his best. Siwoo smiles in response. On the other side, at night, Dyaku reviews the editing footage sent by Siwoo and wonders if the boss hired a separate cameraman. As she opens the video, she sees Kim Yi-jun standing in front of a group of monsters. Kim Yi-jun tells Siwoo to leave the area to him, promising to hold the monsters off. A monster attacks, scratching Kim Yi-jun's chest and crushing him to the ground, his wound bleeding profusely. Struggling to his feet, bloodied, Kim Yi-jun asks the monster if it really thinks it can take him down that easily. Standing tall, Kim Yi-jun declares that the camera is a mission entrusted to him by Hyung-nim, and he will protect it with his life if necessary. To his annoyance, the wolf-like monster clenches its fists in response. Daeoku watches the ongoing battle in the dungeon, and when Kim Yi-jun screams, Daeoku, trembling, mutters, "What the hell is that?" With a trembling hand, Kim Yi-jun tells Siwoo not to worry and to leave quickly. Siwoo, watching with a blank expression, asks what Kim Yi-jun is doing. Kim Yi-jun, struggling, responds that it has been a great honor to serve as Siwoo's cameraman. Daeoku, with a concerned look, finally says that she believes the video could be made in better quality. At the workshop, Siwoo sees Kim So-eun and comments that she's here too. Noticing him, Kim So-eun greets him. Hesitant, she mentions that she heard from Yi-jun that he has been teaching him many things these days. Siwoo, scratching his cheek, asks what she means by teaching, as he is the one receiving help from Yi-jun. Internally, Siwoo thinks he doesn't have to worry about his camera breaking anymore. With an awkward smile, he reflects that it's not just that. Yi-jun is also taking care of tasks like making dungeon reservations, farming, and transporting monster corpses without being asked. Kim So-eun, blushing, says that because things were so hectic, she hasn't properly expressed her gratitude for saving Yi-jun yet. Siwoo replies, "Isn't he your family member?" Taken aback, Kim So-eun asks for clarification. Siwoo questions if something is wrong, and Kim So-eun asks what he means by family. With a blank expression, Siwoo replies that he is her younger brother. What he means Yi-jun is her younger brother. Kim So-eun is stunned by his words and doesn't know how to respond. Siwoo then asks what she thought he would say, and Kim So-eun says, "Never mind." Kim So-eun, blushing and covering her face, says that because Yi-jun keeps calling Siwoo brother-in-law, she is about to say more when Siwoo interrupts, questioning her. She quickly replies that it's nothing. Panicking, Kim So-eun runs away, telling him he doesn't have to worry about it. Siwoo watches her leave, thinking about what just happened. Calling out to Seo Palgwang about the equipment, Kim So-eun leaves Siwoo to contemplate his own thoughts. He looks at his mobile and thinks he should be an A-class hunter soon. Subscribers are just around the corner as well. Siwoo mentions that he has gathered almost all the necessary construction materials, and the permits are almost done too. Internally, he reflects that they're nearly ready to build their new house. Returning home, Siwoo's mobile rings, and he wonders who is calling now. The system notifies him that Hercules has requested a video call and asks if he would like to accept. Siwoo's eyes widen as he realizes it's from Hercules. With trembling hands filled with fear, he thinks about how he has been so busy lately that he has ignored his calls several times and forgot to call him back. As he nervously prepares to answer the call, he thinks that Hercules must be pretty upset. Dismissing that thought, Siwoo considers that even that would be a relief. Siwoo, sweating, says that he has to answer the call. Once again, the system notifies him that Hercules has requested a video call. Afraid, Siwoo thinks to himself that whatever happens, he should answer the call first. He then presses the screen to accept the call, closing his eyes in fear. Hercules calmly greets him, mentioning that his dear subscriber hasn't contacted him lately. Siwoo slowly opens one eye, thinking that Hercules' voice is calmer than he expected, wondering if he didn't care after all. Hercules then asks if Siwoo knows how worried he has been. Hercules, folding his hands and smiling, asks why Siwoo has been ignoring his calls. Siwoo, seeing him, his jaw drops and thinks that Hercules is completely pissed. Scratching his cheek awkwardly, Siwoo laughs nervously and explains that he has had some really important things to take care of. Hercules replies, "Of course, otherwise why would he ignore his calls?" Feeling down, Siwoo insists that he didn't do it on purpose. He has been genuinely busy, and important tasks just kept piling up. Hercules acknowledges that he is aware Siwoo is very busy and guesses that he must have more important things to do than talk to him. Hercules adds that's why he didn't say anything when his channel reached 90 subscribers. Internally, Siwoo thinks that the number of subscribers had actually increased to around 100 after his last GodTube video. He wonders what he has been doing for the number of subscribers to drop suddenly like this. Smiling, Hercules assures him that he understands. What's done is done anyway. Looking at Siwoo with fierce eyes and clenching his fist, Hercules declares that since they've had a lot of rest lately, it's time to check Siwoo's physical condition today. "Shall we start our PT?" he asks. Hearing these words, Siwoo's face pales in fear, leaving him at a loss for words. That night in the park, the intense training begins, and Siwoo's whole body trembles under the pressure. Observing him, Hercules notes that Siwoo's form is breaking. He asserts that what Siwoo is doing is invalid, and instructs him to do it one more time. Siwoo trembles as he struggles to withstand the training, internally cursing Hercules as a crazy bastard. Reaching his limits, he barely holds on, gritting his teeth. Hercules chides him, saying he can't approach this half-heartedly. It's invalid again. As Siwoo continues to struggle, Hercules winks and declares that since Siwoo has been slacking, he must do it 10 more times. Hercules counts 1, 2, 3. At that moment, the system notifies him. Super Strength SS Proficiency increased to 26.39%. Super Strength SS Proficiency 27.4%. Super Strength SS Proficiency 28.14%. Super Strength SS Proficiency 28.67%. Siwoo checks his mobile, and the system continues. Super Strength SS Proficiency 29.5%. Breathing heavily and looking at the phone, Siwoo realizes that his proficiency increased by 3% with just this PT. He thinks he can already feel a power of a different dimension coursing through his body, as if a new source of strength is surging from within. But as Siwoo's power backlashes, he screams in pain. Looking at his hands, Siwoo thinks he can't do this anymore. If this continues, he might really die. Maybe it would be better to die from the recoil of the divine combat arts Taiji. Hercules watches closely at Siwoo and tells his dear subscriber that their PT hasn't ended yet. He then asks who told him to take a break from working out, wondering if someone was threatening him with a knife. Siwoo holds his breath tightly, his eyes widening with the torturous PT from Hercules. He wonders whether he'll tear his muscles or break them apart, planning to kill him with this session. Cursing Hercules, Siwoo thinks there's no doubt that the son of a bitch is trying to kill him today. Hercules, smiling enthusiastically, declares that the PT starts now, and next up are 3,000 burpees. Trembling on his knees, Siwoo pleads, "Next time." Siwoo then suggests the next video content. The scene changes to place at the Egyptian pyramids, a sphinx flying towards the pyramids and landing on one of the structures. The sphinx, noticing Hercules, is taken aback and asks why he is here. Hercules smiles and replies that it's nothing much. He just came to challenge a riddle. The sphinx, trembling, says that he's challenging a riddle. Hercules, smiling confidently, confirms, "Yes, it wouldn't be any fun if we just did it normally." He then points his finger with certainty and adds, "Let's introduce a new rule." Siwoo tells Hercules about the video content. Hercules questions a riddle contest with the Sphinx. Siwoo says that he will literally challenge the Sphinx to a riddle. He mentions that, as far as he knows, there's a video related to the Sphinx's channel. The first subscriber to solve the riddle will receive a one-day meal ticket with Egypt's most beautiful woman, Cleopatra. By the way, no one has won yet. Siwoo asks if he sees that no one has successfully answered it yet. Hercules replies that he did and asks if it is possible. Siwoo states that there's no reason why it shouldn't be. A riddle is just a riddle anyway. Hercules, denying this, says that he can't just think of it like that. He then asks if Siwoo knows the god of wisdom, noting that even he lost to the Sphinx. After the Sphinx lost to Oedipus a long time ago, that guy has been obsessed with riddles. Siwoo, surprised, asks if it's really true, and says that it's actually better. If they defeat him, they will absolutely pull aggro. Hercules, looking at Siwoo with bright eyes, asks if he knows how to defeat it. Siwoo admits that he doesn't, surprising Hercules. Siwoo brushes it off, stating that how can they win when even the god of wisdom, Thoth, who has omniscient power, lost? Hercules, annoyed, says, "Let's do 5,000 burpees next." Siwoo replies that their goal isn't to win. Hercules asks what he means, saying, "Isn't it a contest?" Siwoo cleverly explains that it is, but they don't necessarily have to win. What they need to focus on is drawing people to their GodTube channel. Back in Egypt, Hercules suggests adding a new rule. The Sphinx questions him about this new rule. Hercules confirms and states that every time he gets a riddle wrong, he will get hit once, asking how that sounds. The Sphinx, taken aback, asks if he's saying he will kill him. However, his hit is no normal hit. Hercules suggests that Sphinx asks 2 questions while he asks 1. Fair enough? Hercules says that he can just hit him one-sidedly if he can answer all of his questions. Or could it be that the famous Sphinx is afraid of getting them wrong? The Sphinx remains silent and agrees to Hercules' challenge. The Sphinx thinks this is his chance, a chance to beat that muscle pig to a pulp. Hercules praises the Sphinx's good thinking and tells him to go ahead and give him his 2 questions. The Sphinx agrees. For the first question, the Sphinx asks, what was born in the water? But when it enters the water, it dies. When it comes out of the water, it lives. Hercules thinks deeply and answers, it's a whale. The Sphinx responds that the answer is salt. Hesitantly and gloomily, the Sphinx looks at Hercules in silence. Hercules asks what he is waiting for. The Sphinx, trembling, asks if he can really hit him and whether Hercules isn't going to tear him to death the moment he hits him. Hercules tells the Sphinx to hit him quickly, saying that they already promised it's the rule of their contest. The Sphinx thinks that he doesn't care anymore, and then hits Hercules with his paw. Hercules coughs up blood and, with a serious expression, curses at the dust. The Sphinx, taken aback, screams in fear. The Sphinx insists that he promised this is the rule of their contest. Hercules questions who said anything and asks for the next question. Sphinx thinks to himself that it's great Hercules didn't hit him back. He then says, next question, and asks, what is it that doesn't change color, no matter how many times it changes its clothes? Hercules, after thinking, answers, black clothes. Sphinx smiles and responds, the answer is shadow. Swiftly, Sphinx jumps at Hercules to hit him, thinking internally that he will strike for real this time. Using his full power, Sphinx hits Hercules, and the surroundings fill with aura. Hercules' blood drips on the floor, and he says that it's his turn now. The Sphinx agrees, smiling internally, thinking that no matter what question Hercules asks, he just needs to get it right. Hercules then says, here's his question, and asks if the Sphinx knows about centaurs. Hercules continues, when a centaur is pregnant, which side of her belly swells? The Sphinx's face pales upon hearing the question. He tries to respond, but no words come out. Hercules asks if he doesn't know. Panicking, the Sphinx tells Hercules to wait, saying he's thinking. Scratching his head and sweating in fear, the Sphinx thinks that a centaur's upper body is human, while the lower body is a horse, with organs in both that could become pregnant. He wonders which side it could be. Hercules presses. He doesn't know, isn't he? The Sphinx tries to respond, but thinks to himself that there's no way there's a riddle he doesn't know. That's impossible. Smiling, Hercules says the Sphinx should have guessed and asks if it's time to get hit. Hearing this, the Sphinx is taken aback, thinking he's going to die. He's definitely going to die. The Sphinx asks for the answer, but Hercules remains silent and says, just one hit. Sweating, the Sphinx asks for clarification. Hercules asks, didn't they decide that they would be hit every time they got the riddle wrong? The Sphinx responds, questioning why he did that. Realizing her mistake, the Sphinx says not to tell him. Hercules confirms that it's right. He said he had a riddle but didn't mention there was an answer. The Sphinx, running away, begs him to spare his life, saying he doesn't want to die. Hercules replies that if he doesn't want to be hit first, then he will hit him. Hercules uses his divine combat arts, specifically the second movement, Transcend Heaven Annihilating Super Fist. Using this attack, Hercules strikes the fleeing Sphinx. Siwoo watches everything unfold from his mobile device, and the system notifies him that he has witnessed Hercules' perfect divine combat arts. Siwoo remarks that this is the real divine combat arts. The system then notifies him that Hercules' divine combat arts proficiency, SSS, has slightly increased. The proficiency level is now 17.4%. Siwoo notes that his proficiency increased just by watching it. He thinks that, in any case, they've received a considerable number of views. Hercules' channel now gained 1,74,852 views, and the subscriber count has risen to 783. Siwoo, awkwardly smiling, thinks that it seems like people enjoyed it quite a bit. At the SH Group building, Han Mina asks a man if he has looked into the matter. The man replies that he is currently doing so. He explains that it's said that young lady Charon asked her for a favor to help a man named Maeng Siwoo. Han Mina expresses her surprise, saying her niece asked her for this favor because of him, and inquires about their relationship. The man explains that they haven't been able to confirm the details exactly, but it has been verified that young lady Han Charon and Maeng Siwoo meet 2 to 3 times every week. Shocked, Han Mina exclaims that they meet. The man adds that it's rumored the two of them have also met alone inside the SH Group's building. Han Mina reacts, saying that it's just the two of them. She is astonished that Charon is meeting a man. Internally, Han Mina thinks about the Charon who didn't even show any interest when approached by numerous celebrities and second-generation heirs of conglomerates. She reflects on the fact that her niece is meeting a man, and, as her aunt, she can't just sit still. Hercules, bowing, thanks the teacher for helping him reach 1,000 subscribers, and asks for forgiveness for the rudeness he has shown thus far. Siwoo internally thinks about how he gained 300 more overnight. Siwoo tells Hercules to stand up now. Hercules expresses that he felt a little resentful towards the teacher, questioning how he can dare to raise his head after committing such a sinful act. Siwoo acknowledges that it's understandable for him to be upset since he was late, even though he said he would teach him, urging him to stand up. Hercules, hitting his head to the ground, responds that what he is talking about is only natural. The teacher must be very busy. He admits it's his fault for not being able to wait and for rushing him. Siwoo tells him enough about that and asks what happened to the Sphinx, asks if he didn't kill him for real. Hercules assures him that he isn't dead, explaining that his heart wavered after hearing the Sphinx beg for his life, so he reduced his strength and only hit him lightly. Siwoo asks if he reduced his strength and hit him lightly. Hercules clarifies that after that, he ripped him off, denying what he just said. He states that the Sphinx voluntarily gave this to him to show his gratitude. The system then notifies that Hercules has gifted him a subscription. Siwoo is shocked upon hearing about the subscription. Hercules explains that originally, he gained the Sphinx's channel membership by ripping it off. What he means is he received it as a gift. It's no use to him. He then suddenly thought of him and decided to steal it, denying what he just said and insists that he exchanged it. Siwoo's subscription slots increase from 3 to 4. Siwoo thinks that, in other words, he can subscribe to one channel for free. Drooling Siwoo considers that given the subscription fee, this is worth at least tens of billions of won. It's a huge gain. Smiling, Siwoo states that it is truly the best gift. Hercules expresses his gladness that the teacher likes it, adding that the Sphinx also gave him something else that he will give to him too. The system notifies that Hercules has gifted him a one-time meal date voucher with Cleopatra. Siwoo, shocked, thinks about the meal date voucher with Cleopatra. Hercules comments that he heard she is incredibly beautiful, claiming they say she is as beautiful as Aphrodite. Hercules tells Siwoo to go and meet her once. Siwoo, taken aback and sweating, thinks, "What the hell is this?" The next day, at a restaurant, the waitress, with a disdainful look, serves Siwoo, saying the food he ordered is here. Siwoo thanks her for the service. With an awkward smile, Siwoo looks at the person in front of him and thinks about how things ended up like this. The goddess greets him, calling him Mr. Siwoo. The beautiful woman in front of him is Cleopatra. Siwoo, internally thinking, wonders how he ended up having a dinner date with Cleopatra. With a pale expression, he thinks that people must think he's crazy if they see him like this. Siwoo, mesmerized by Cleopatra's dazzling beauty, thinks that, at any rate, she's truly pretty. Restraining himself and sighing, Siwoo recalls Confucius's words, "A gentleman values wisdom and makes little of appearance." The system notifies him that his gentleman mind's proficiency in benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom, SSS, has increased by 6.11%. Surprised, Siwoo wonders if her beauty can raise the proficiency of the gentleman mind. Cleopatra then calls out to Siwoo and suddenly proposes, asking why they don't get married. At her sudden request, Siwoo coughs up the water he was drinking. He becomes speechless for a moment and asks for clarification on what she means. Siwoo, looking at Cleopatra, internally wonders if the woman is in her right mind. Cleopatra, sensing his thoughts, says that he must think she's insane. Siwoo, wiping his lips, says that he won't deny it. Cleopatra, with a surprised expression, says, "How mean." Siwoo, clearing his throat, tells her that she's the one who brought it up first. The system once again notifies him that his gentleman mind's proficiency in benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom, SSS, has increased by 6.11%. Cleopatra, looking directly at Siwoo with devouring eyes, says that she only said it as a joke and never thought he would really take it seriously. She asks if he's the bad boy type. Siwoo, with a straight face, says that he was just telling the truth. Cleopatra, gazing at Siwoo, says that this is the first time a man has reacted this way. She mentions that other men always say they're willing to do anything and everything for her. Siwoo, with a serious gaze, thinks that it certainly seems that way. Any man, upon seeing her smiling beauty, would give her not just their livers and gallbladders, but also their intestines, their hearts, their pancreases, and whatever else they could offer her. Suddenly, Cleopatra gets close to Siwoo's face, smiling, and asks why they don't get married. Siwoo, looking at her with a pale face, thinks, why does she keep coming up with this conclusion? Siwoo, making a straight face, seriously asks if she's kidding. Cleopatra denies it and says she's serious. Siwoo, with a straight face, responds that if that's the case, it's all the more reason for him to refuse. Cleopatra, with a surprised expression, asks if he's not like her or if she looks ugly to him. Siwoo says, "Far from it. It's just that they can't meet in person." Cleopatra asks if love needs physical contact. Siwoo awkwardly says that it's not necessarily required, but he thinks it is to a certain extent. Internally, with an awkward smile, he thinks that he actually believes it's very necessary. Cleopatra says that it looks like he doesn't have any desire for her. Siwoo, looking at her, replies that as she can see, he's just not giving in to temptation. If it's someone he loves, he would give her everything. Hearing Siwoo's words, Cleopatra's eyes widen in shock. With surprise, she says that she has really fallen for him. Siwoo internally thinks, "What bullshit?" Cleopatra, reading his mind, asks if he just thought, "What bullshit?" Siwoo confirms by saying yes to her. Cleopatra asks, "Even though it's a lie, can't he just say no?" Siwoo directly denies her, saying he can't. As the multiple system panels appear in front of Siwoo, he is shocked to realize his proficiency keeps increasing, including the proficiency of the SSS rank skill Gentleman's Mind, which had been increasing at the slowest rate. He thinks that he really can't imagine what might happen if he doesn't keep his guard up. Looking at Cleopatra, Siwoo says, "Anyway, he's a human, so he can't meet Lady Cleopatra." In response to his words, Cleopatra smiles and says he doesn't seem human at all, especially since he has been continuously shaking off her temptations. Cleopatra suddenly blushes, looking at Siwoo with a curious expression, and asks if he has a problem with that part. Siwoo asks if they can just end their meal here. Cleopatra, with a light smile, apologizes and says it was a joke. Cleopatra extends her hand to Siwoo, looking at him with a dark face and a light smirk, and asks what if he could become a god. Siwoo, bewildered by her sudden question, nervously looks at Cleopatra and asks what she means. He says that, as he mentioned before, he's a human. Cleopatra replies that she knows, but she was once human too. Looking at Siwoo, Cleopatra says that if he becomes a god, they can meet. She further adds that, actually, there's a way for them to meet even if he doesn't become a god. Siwoo's eyes widen in shock as he learns this hidden truth. He asks her what she meant. Cleopatra clarifies, saying it's exactly what she just said. He and she can meet even if he doesn't become a god. She further explains that, to be precise, she can go and meet him. Shocked, Siwoo looks at her in disbelief and asks if that's possible. He says that, as far as he knows, their dimensions can't interfere with one another. Cleopatra confirms, saying, "Originally, yes." Siwoo's eyes widen in shock as he wonders what she means by originally. He wonders if that means there's another way. Cleopatra then asks Siwoo if he hasn't already met the one who crossed over from GodTube. Hearing that, Siwoo remains silent in shock. Looking at Cleopatra in disbelief, he asks if she knows about him. Cleopatra moves closer to Siwoo's ear to whisper about it. Siwoo's face turns red due to their closeness. Suddenly, without saying anything, she withdraws, and she winks at him, saying it's a secret. She then adds that he can't keep prying into a woman's secrets. Somewhere at a building, someone questions if Mang Siwoo is at a restaurant now. The other person confirms, saying yes. The driver adds that Siwoo ordered 2 servings at the restaurant alone and is currently eating. Han Mina is taken aback upon hearing this. The driver asks what they should do. Hearing the news from the driver, Han Mina's face pales in shock as she thinks, he ordered 2 servings at a restaurant by himself? She remembers hearing that Charon was interested in this guy and wanted to meet him once to see if he was a good guy. Han Mina tension rises. She starts biting her nails, thinking that, of course, Charon has always been the type to handle things herself, but a woman in love tends to lose her rational judgment. She thinks, for someone who doesn't seem normal, how dare he seduce her niece? Han Mina shakes her head, denying her thoughts, and decides she will have to verify it with her own eyes. She then tells the driver to go ahead. The driver acknowledges her orders. The scene shifts back to the restaurant. Siwoo, confused, nervously thinks about the secret Cleopatra mentioned. Cleopatra says that there's nothing she can't tell her husband. Looking at Siwoo, she adds that she can even tell him the number of moles on her body and asks if he knows that. At her teasing words, Siwoo coughs. After a moment of silence, he slowly looks at Cleopatra and tells her to stop kidding him. Cleopatra, placing her hand on her chin, remarks on how odd it is, saying that normally men would have already drooled by now. Siwoo responds, noting that she also has no intention of telling him how to cross over, asking if he's right. Cleopatra denies his words, saying that she was going to tell him. With a thoughtful expression, Cleopatra continues, saying she felt that if she told him everything, he wouldn't want to see her anymore. Hearing this, Siwoo wonders if that means she won't tell him after all. Cleopatra looks at him with a smile and asks if he just thought that she wasn't going to tell him anyway, and asks if she's right. Siwoo confirms, saying yes. Cleopatra smiles and says, "As expected, how straightforward." Still smiling at him, she asks if he really isn't interested in marrying her. Siwoo, straightforward as always, says he's not interested at all. Siwoo gets up from his seat and tells her, "Let's end their meal here." Looking at Cleopatra, Siwoo thinks he has nothing more to say. Grinning his teeth, he thinks that if he continues talking any further, he's sure he'll be treated like a total lunatic. He reflects that after all, to other people, it just looks like he's mumbling to himself while staring at the black screen of his smartphone. Cleopatra, making a pouting face, says that she really wants to see him again. Pointing her finger, she politely asks if he can subscribe to her channel. Siwoo, turning to her, asks in annoyance if that was her goal all along. He internally thinks that no wonder she was openly tempting him to marry her. Cleopatra, with a light blush and a smile, says that it was at first, but not anymore. She adds that she really wants to go on a date with him again, Mr. Siwoo. Siwoo, looking at her, asks what that has to do with subscribing to her channel. Cleopatra replies that, as he knows, that's the only way to meet him. With a cunning smile, she says that to show her sincerity, she'll say just one more thing. Cleopatra looks at Siwoo and says, "Not all gods run GodTube channels." Siwoo, taken aback, thinks about her words. Not all gods run GodTube channels. Siwoo then asks her, what kind of nonsense is that? Internally, he thinks, more importantly, what does she think about marriage? Feeling creeped out, he tells himself he doesn't care anymore. As Siwoo looks at his phone, he thinks that, at any rate, his gentleman's mind proficiency never increased after all the fuss he made, but it increased by nearly 7% after just one meal date. The system notifies him. Gentleman's mind, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, SSS proficiency increased to 12.91%. Siwoo thinks that maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea to have a dinner date with her every now and then. He even happens to have a free subscription too. Denying his thoughts, he wonders what he is thinking. As Siwoo walks down the street checking his mobile, he thinks about how many dungeons he needs to raid before he becomes an A-class hunter. He decides to just go raid. While checking his phone, he notices a message from Seo-ah and wonders about it. In the message, Seo-ah says it's her birthday today and asks why he doesn't come home early. Siwoo, not realizing it, thinks, is today Seo-ah's birthday? Taken aback, Siwoo realizes that he has been so out of it lately that he completely forgot. He says he almost missed it. Internally, he thinks Seo-ah's birthday isn't just her birthday. Han Mina, who had arrived at the restaurant and checked in, says he suddenly went from the restaurant to a charnel house. The driver asks if there's a reason why she is doing this. Looking at him, Han Mina asks what he is talking about. The driver says that he understands she's curious about him, but asks if there's a reason why she came in person like this. Han Mina remains silent for a moment and says it's because it's related to Charon. The driver says he'll wait and tells her to stay in the car. Han Mina tells him to forget it, as he will come out soon. Han Mina tells the driver to find a place where they can talk, as it's a bit awkward to talk inside the charnel house. She further tells him, since they're just going to talk, to be careful not to come across as rude. The driver says he will keep that in mind. Suddenly, an announcement plays. A dungeon break has been detected within 30 meters. The announcement alerts the citizens. Hearing the announcement, everyone is taken aback. Han Mina's face pales, and her eyes widen at the shocking news about the dungeon break, especially since it is within 30 meters. As a dungeon gate appears, Han Mina says, "Don't tell her it's that." The announcement plays again, confirming that this isn't a drill. Upon verification, it's a B-class dungeon break and urges citizens to quickly evacuate into the building immediately. Siwoo tells Blackie to wait quietly outside. In response, Blackie lets out a small woof. Seo-ah smiles and comments on how smart Blackie is, noting how well he listens. She adds that it would be nice if they could bring him inside too. Looking at Blackie, Seo-ah says they should introduce him to their mom and dad. Siwoo smiles in agreement, replying that since Blackie is part of their family now, they should. He then gently suggests that Seo-ah go inside. Seo-ah nods and announces their arrival to their parents, saying, "They're here." Siwoo watches her quietly, his thoughts drifting. He reflects on the significance of today. It's both Seowa's birthday and their mother's death anniversary. The memory of the day their mother passed away is one Siwoo knows he can never forget, no matter how hard he tries. That tragic day, they had gone out to celebrate Seowa's birthday, only for their mother to lose her life when a sudden dungeon break occurred. Breaking his thoughts, Seowa calls out to her brother, saying she has a question about the day their mother passed away. Siwoo, snapping out of his contemplation, focuses on her and asks what she wants to know. Seowa hesitates before asking about the moment during the dungeon explosion when their mother hugged them. She asks if he remembers what their mother said back then. Though she isn't sure if he does, Seowa confesses that she feels as if there was something their mother absolutely needed to tell them in that moment. Siwoo remains silent for a long time, unsure how to respond. He remembers it vividly. It's a memory etched into his soul, one he'll carry until the day he dies. But instead of telling Seowa the truth, Siwoo forces an awkward, fake smile and lies, saying he doesn't remember either. Before the conversation can continue, a sudden announcement blares through the air. The voice urgently alerts everyone to pay attention, reporting that a B-class dungeon explosion has been detected. The announcement continues with further updates as the atmosphere around them shifts dramatically. Hearing the announcement, Siwoo and Seowa are struck with shock. The term dungeon break rings in their minds, a phenomenon that occurs when a dungeon's magical power is distorted. This event leads to two possible outcomes. The first is a dungeon shock, where monsters within the dungeon spill out into the world. Though dangerous, as long as the monsters are dealt with, it's manageable, except in the case of an S-rank dungeon shock, which is far more catastrophic. The second, and far more terrifying, is a dungeon explosion, where the magical power within the dungeon bursts outward. Not only does the explosion itself cause destruction, but the aftermath is deadly for ordinary people caught in its radius. Those who survive the blast often fall gravely ill. Rarely, some resonate with the bursting magic power and awaken with special abilities. But such cases are few and far between. Elsewhere, Hanmina hears the announcement and freezes in shock as others around her murmur anxiously. The broadcast continues, urging all citizens to evacuate immediately into nearby buildings. As dungeon appearances begin to materialize in the distance, fear spreads like wildfire. Faces pale and people scramble in panic, rushing toward the nearest shelters. Hanmina and the group she is with manage to get inside a building, panting heavily as they catch their breath. As Hanmina glances back toward the entrance, she notices a middle-aged man running desperately toward the building. The man, tears streaming down his face, shouts something, but his words are drowned out by the chaos. Behind him, a sudden surge of magical energy signals the start of the dungeon explosion. The man stumbles and falls onto the road, unable to make it to the door. Lying there, he turns his gaze toward the building, trembling and crying out in despair, though his words remain inaudible. Watching helplessly, Hanmina feels a deep pang of guilt for being unable to help. She thinks to herself that it's too late for him. But before anyone can react, Siwoo bolts toward the exit at incredible speed. Hanmina notices his presence and immediately recognizes him. It's Maing Siwoo! She shouts at the top of her lungs, pleading for him to come back. It's already too late! Siwoo, however, doesn't listen. Reaching the fallen man, he lifts him up and offers his support to help him move. The middle-aged man, weak and trembling, mutters, "He can't go any further." Carrying the man on his back, Siwoo walks forward while glancing at the dungeon explosion raging in the distance. The ominous waves of energy spilling out directly affect him, and as he looks at the entrance of the dungeon, Siwoo grits his teeth in frustration and thinks that it's too late to get the man inside the building safely. Siwoo wrestles with his thoughts, wondering what he should do. The dungeon explosion's shockwaves begin leaking further, spreading outward. Clenching his fist tightly, Siwoo extends his hand toward the energy, a determined look on his face. With fierce concentration, he begins to absorb and focus the leaking waves of magical power into his hands to stop them from spilling any further. Siwoo struggles against the overwhelming force, his body trembling under the pressure. As he fights to contain the energy, his thoughts turn to the philosophy of Taiji. He reflects that Taiji embodies the process of creation and transformation, aligning itself with the natural laws of the universe. It is the essence of nature's harmony, governed by the balance of nothingness and existence. Siwoo considers that the tension and coexistence of these forces shape the world, and since the dungeon's magical power is also a part of the universe, it too must conform to the harmony of nature. Drawing strength from this understanding, Siwoo channels the entire leaking force of the dungeon explosion into his hand. Onlookers stare in shock, their jaws dropping as they witness the incredible scene. Han Mina, unable to believe her eyes, wonders aloud, is he gathering the explosion? The more power Siwoo absorbs into his hand, the harder he struggles. His body begins to shake violently under the strain. Siwoo grits his teeth, thinking to himself that while he was able to gather the dungeon explosion's power using Taiji, it's still impossible to neutralize it completely. The power is unstable, and its continued leakage is incredibly dangerous. Realizing the dire situation, Siwoo calls out for Blackie with a desperate voice. In response, Blackie lets out a sharp, determined woof, ready to assist. Blackie begins running toward the collapsed, middle-aged man on the ground. Reaching him, Blackie stands protectively in front of him and starts absorbing the leaking dungeon explosion magic into its mouth. The magical energy, which had been threatening the man's life, is swiftly neutralized by Blackie's efforts, saving him from being affected. Siwoo glances back at Blackie and, feeling reassured, thinks to himself that thanks to Blackie, he no longer has to worry about the leaked magic power spreading further. However, his relief is short-lived as he shifts his focus back to the dungeon explosion concentrated in his own hands. Siwoo knows the real problem lies there. The weight of the compressed explosion grows heavier, and Siwoo struggles to hold on. His arms tremble as the sheer intensity of the power threatens to overwhelm him. He doubts himself, wondering if he'll be able to fully absorb the magic compressed from a B-class dungeon explosion. His thoughts are filled with uncertainty, but his eyes burn with determination. Siwoo realizes he needs a power greater than his own to further compress the explosion. His strength is faltering, and the strain on his body is immense. He knows there's a very real chance he might die. For a fleeting moment, he considers abandoning the effort, letting the explosion go and saving himself. But he shakes his head, scolding himself for even thinking such a thing. He tells himself that he can't do that and questions what the hell he is thinking. Pushing himself beyond his limits, Siwoo lets out a loud, guttural scream as he continues to compress the explosion's power with all his might. The energy crackles violently in his hands, but he refuses to give in. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, the skies above clear, signaling that the dungeon explosion has been neutralized. A stunned silence falls over those watching. Han Mina, completely shaken, stares at Siwoo with wide eyes. The sheer magnitude of his power leaves her speechless. Her driver, equally shocked, mutters, "If something like that is even possible." Seoa, tearing up, calls out to Siwoo and runs towards him. Reaching him, she looks at her brother with a concerned expression on her face. Han Mina watches from the side. Seoa asks why he did that. He tells her brother not to die and stay with her. Siwoo, looking at Seoa, asks if she remembers what their mom said when she passed away. Seoa, tearfully, tells him to stop talking. She doesn't need to hear that now and asks him not to speak anymore. Siwoo starts saying that at that time, Mom said, when Siwoo, Seoa, and their mother were caught in the dungeon explosion, Seoa's mother told her not to worry, that she was fine. Seoa's mother asked if today wasn't her birthday and said she hoped only good things would happen on her birthday. With a light smile, she said she would never let Seoa remember this day as the day she died. She promised to make sure of that. Seoa's mother, with a bright smile, reassured them, saying that she was fine, really all right, because it was her beautiful daughter's birthday today. Siwoo internally thinks that thanks to her absorbing all the explosion's power, they were able to survive. Just as she said, she miraculously endured the day and only passed away the day after Seoa's birthday. Siwoo reflects that, in return, Seoa's birthday became the anniversary of their mother's death, since they celebrate death anniversaries the day before the person passes away in their country. Siwoo thinks that it seemed like their mother only thought about not making Seoa's birthday the day she drew her last breath. Siwoo tells Seoa that's what their mother said. Siwoo points to the middle-aged man and says the words that they previously were not able to hear. At that time, when he fell down, crying out, he said that he couldn't die today because it was his daughter's birthday. The middle-aged man, trembling in tears, says, "Sorry," probably to his daughter. Siwoo says that he said the same thing. Siwoo smiles, saying that he just missed her all of a sudden, so he couldn't turn away, and then Siwoo passes out. Crying, Seoa looks at him, listening to everything, and then she passes out too. Siwoo suddenly opens his eyes in a hospital room, his body covered in bandages. Someone asks if he is awake. Siwoo, getting up with an awkward smile, thinks to himself that he's in the SH hospital again. He must have passed out in the charnel house. He wonders if Han Charon brought him here again. Han Mina, standing beside the bed with a smirking smile, looks at Siwoo. Upon seeing her, Siwoo asks who she is. Looking around, he realizes that this isn't the special room at SH Hospital he usually goes to. The room's structure and size suggest it might be a VVIP room or something similar. Han Mina introduces herself as Charon's aunt. She says she went to the charnel house because she had something important to say to him. With an awkward smile, Han Mina asks if he isn't going to inquire about what happened. She points out that normally he would wonder what happened or why she's here. Siwoo smiles awkwardly and replies that this isn't the first time something like this has happened. He then asks if she's seen her younger sister, Seo-ah. Han Mina responds that his younger sister seems to have been deeply affected. After he collapsed, she collapsed as well. Siwoo, shocked, loudly asks what she means by Seo-ah collapses. He immediately asks where she is now and if she's all right. Han Mina reassures him, saying that she's fine now. Seo-ah is receiving treatment in the next room and is recovering quickly. Siwoo sighs in relief, muttering that it's a relief. Siwoo then recalls what Han Mina just said about coming to see him and asks if there's something she wishes to say. With a smirking smile, Han Mina responds that she approves. Dumbfounded, Siwoo asks for clarification, wondering what she means by she approves. Han Mina, thinking about the romantic relationship between Siwoo and Charon, smiles brightly and says that she's talking about his relationship with Charon. She asks if they aren't meeting regularly. Siwoo, assuming she's referring to his practice sessions with Charon, agrees, saying she's right. Internally, Siwoo thinks that they only meet twice a week because of Charon's swordsmanship training, so he wonders why Han Mina is bringing this up all of a sudden. Han Mina repeats that she approves of it. Siwoo, still confused, thinks to himself, what exactly is she approving? Siwoo, with a pale face, thinks to himself that Han Charon's aunt is a family member of the SH Group's owner and a key figure leading the group. He also recalls that Han Charon's swordsmanship training costs 10 billion won per month. There must be many people opposing how such a large budget is being spent. Siwoo awkwardly scratches his head and thanks Han Mina. Internally, he thinks that her approval must mean she believes he's qualified enough to teach Han Charon. Han Mina laughs awkwardly and says that, even though she approves, she's not sure if that's the case for his brothers. Siwoo nods, understanding, and internally thinks that, of course, those people have every right to disagree. Han Mina then says it will be especially difficult to gain the chairman's permission. Siwoo asks for clarification, mentioning that Charon had told him she had already obtained the chairman's approval. Han Mina's jaw drops in shock. She did that? She asks. Siwoo confirms, saying that Charon had definitely told him she got permission from her grandfather. Surprised, Han Mina wonders when Charon even asked the chairman for his permission. Blushing and laughing to herself, she says that in that case, there would be no need for her to interfere. Siwoo looks at her awkwardly and wonders if this is even normal reaction. Han Mina, looking at Siwoo, says she heard he's building a new house on his own. She offers to help in any way she can and asks if there's anything he needs. Siwoo, surprised, asks how she knows about it. Han Mina replies that SH Construction is an affiliate company she's in charge of. Siwoo's eyes widen in shock upon hearing this. Han Mina continues, saying that Charon isn't the type to ask for favors easily, so she was really surprised when Charon asked her. She then asks if Siwoo has gathered all the necessary materials. Siwoo, scratching his head and smiling awkwardly, explains that the house requires more materials than he expected, and they're also very hard to obtain, so he's been busy raiding dungeons. Hearing this, Han Mina is shocked and asks for clarification. She wonders why he's raiding dungeons while building a house. Siwoo replies that he's thinking of using monsters' byproducts to build the house. Dumbfounded, Han Mina asks if that's even possible. Siwoo admits he's not sure, but if it doesn't work out after trying, he'll reconsider his approach. Suddenly, Han Mina says she'll get the building materials for him. Siwoo, shocked, calls her auntie and asks if she really plans to do that for him. Han Mina, with a smirking smile, says that calling her auntie for some reason doesn't sound bad at all. Han Mina, with a snap of her finger and a wink, says that it's decided then. She'll pay for all the expenses, regardless of whether it works or not. Hearing this, Siwoo's eyes widen in shock, and he thinks that the rough estimate alone is already 3 billion won, but maybe it's just spare change to the SH Group. Siwoo, calling Han Mina auntie, asks why she would do that. Han Mina replies that it's obviously because this new house will be his and Charon's marital home. She asks, isn't that right? Siwoo, once again dumbfounded, looks at her with a blank face. Han Mina, blushing, asks if she went too far. Han Mina starts writing something on a small paper, says that she'll take care of that. Siwoo asks her to wait a bit, but Han Mina, writing seriously, asks, if it's not better to do it faster? Han Mina hands him a piece of paper, saying it's her number, and adds that she would like to give him her business card. But since SH Group's owners are in charge of many subsidiaries, they don't have separate business cards. Han Mina says that in any case, what she just gave him is a hotline that connects directly to her, so if he needs any help, he should feel free to contact her. Han Mina tells Siwoo to get some rest before leaving the room. Siwoo is left speechless by her speed, and Han Mina raises so many unclear questions in his mind. Left him behind without clearing any of them, he wonders, what marital home? The park inside SH Hospital. Siwoo and Seoa sit on a bench, while Blackie plays with a butterfly. Siwoo, with an awkward smile, thinks that both Han Charon and Han Mina are giving him special treatment. There are a few misunderstandings that need to be cleared up, though. Still, thanks to them, they were able to stay comfortably at the SH Hospital. Thanks to that, Seoa's condition also improved. Siwoo remains silent, his gaze serious as he thinks about how he should explain this to Seoa. He recalls that Lee Minjung said Seoa already knew about his life as a hunter and a YouTuber to some extent, so he should at least explain this incident, but he doesn't know how or where to start. At that moment, someone calls out to Siwoo, and he responds to that person. The middle-aged man politely stands in front of Siwoo, is surprised to see him. He then says that he is in this hospital too and asks how he's feeling. The middle-aged man confirms and says that thanks to him, he's fine. Fortunately, the hospital also said there was nothing wrong with him. Siwoo smiles and says he's glad to hear that. The middle-aged man's daughter arrives, calling out to her dad and asking who this mister is. The middle-aged man tells his daughter that he is the person who saved his life. The girl looks at Siwoo, wondering about him, and then stares at him in surprise. With a bright smile, the little girl thanks Siwoo for saving her dad's life. Siwoo gives her a light smile in return. Turning around, she calls out to Blackie. Running toward Blackie, she says, "Play together." Blackie woofs in return. The girl runs fast, telling Blackie to catch her. Blackie, woofing, runs behind her. The middle-aged man, looking at his daughter, says that the child's mother left them right after giving birth to her. The middle-aged man, tearing up, says that if he had died there, he really doesn't know what might have happened. Crying, he says he truly doesn't know how to thank Siwoo. He then thanks Siwoo for saving his daughter, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Later, the middle-aged man leaves with his daughter waves goodbye to Blackie, calling him Doggy and saying, "See you next time." Blackie, tearing up and sadly looking left behind, watches them go. Seoa then calls out to Siwoo and says that she had a dream. The dream about the day her mom passed away. Usually she would look very sad in the dream, as if she had something to tell them but was unable to. But this time, it was different. Her mom said, "Thanks." When Seoa asked what she was thankful for, she simply said, "Thanks." Siwoo listens to Seoa, remaining silent with a sad and guilty expression on his face. Seoa says that now she doesn't think she will visit her mom anymore. Siwoo then says that he still hopes she'll come to visit sometimes. Seoa agrees, saying, since she left them first. Smiling brightly, Seoa says that it's all right. Even though it's sad, she has him and Blackie too. Blackie woofs in return. Seoa pats Blackie affectionately, giving him her love. Siwoo, lifting his head, looks at the sky, remaining silent. He then thinks that, for some reason, he has a feeling that, starting with Seoa's birthday next year, things will be a little different from before. Siwoo, returning to the room and lying on the bed, thinks that if only he could move a little faster, he could have saved him without having to endure the dungeon explosion with his whole body. He wonders what would have happened if it had been Hercules instead. He guesses Hercules could have just destroyed the explosion itself while standing still. Siwoo also thinks that even if it weren't Hercules, S-class hunters might have been able to do the same. As he lies there, Siwoo internally considers that, since he happened to gain a new free subscription, he might learn a movement-specific trait. Determined, he intensely checks his mobile for anything related to speed. However, as he can't find what he's looking for, Siwoo decides that at times like this, it's best to ask Hercules. Siwoo then texts Hercules, telling him to call if he has time. The next second, Hercules appears with a terrifying look and heavy breathing, asking if the teacher called him. Siwoo freaks out at Hercules' sudden appearance and asks if he was working out. Hercules replies that today is the Big Three, so he was late to respond. The Big Three refers to the 3 exercises: squat, deadlift, and bench press. Siwoo thinks to himself how Hercules would even skip the big three just to rush here, and feels glad that he had helped him with the Sphinx video. Siwoo then asks how many reps Hercules does. Hercules says that maybe he has lost some muscle since he's been focusing on his videos lately, but he could only deadlift 34 megatons. Hearing Hercules' words, Siwoo starts sweating and stammers, asking for clarification on the 34 megatons. Internally, Siwoo thinks, isn't 1 megaton the amount of energy released by the explosion of 1 million tons of TNT? He processes this and realizes that means Hercules' deadlift releases the same energy as 34 million tons of TNT. What kind of nonsense is this? Siwoo, still sweating, remains silent for a moment before muttering that he must have called at a bad time. Hercules responds that he has to rush over whenever his teacher calls. Siwoo, feeling awkward, tells Hercules to speak more comfortably. Hercules asks how he could possibly do that. Siwoo insists it's because he feels uncomfortable. Hercules, scratching his head, hesitantly asks if they should speak comfortably. After a brief pause, he asks why Siwoo called him in the first place. Siwoo then explains his situation to Hercules listens carefully, deeply thinking for a moment before replying. He says that, to be honest, he doesn't recommend learning separate footwork or movement arts. Hercules reminds Siwoo that he's already learning his divine combat arts. Hercules explains that the divine combat arts don't just include footwork, they encompass a movement art that utilizes the entire body's motions. He warns that if Siwoo learns a separate footwork for no reason, it might mess up the movements within the divine combat arts. Hearing Hercules' advice, Siwoo begins to think deeply. Since he can't give up on the divine combat arts, he guesses he shouldn't learn a new movement-specific trait after all. At that moment, Hercules confidently points out that if Siwoo is only trying to increase his speed, it should be fine. Siwoo, puzzled, struggles to understand what Hercules means by focusing solely on increasing speed. Hercules then begins to explain that the muscles needed to throw a punch are not limited to just the arm muscles. Starting from the lower body, it requires cooperation from all the muscles, including the waist and the shoulder's rotator cuff. This emphasizes the importance of synergistic muscles, and the divine combat arts specifically refine and systematize the body's overall movements to enhance performance. As Hercules continues explaining, Siwoo remains silent, carefully listening. Hercules elaborates further, stating that learning a trait that only increases speed will not interfere with the divine combat arts movements. Instead, it would enhance the overall performance of the combat system, making it even more effective. Siwoo begins to think deeply about this, realizing that a trait that increases speed without affecting his movements should definitely be fine. Hercules adds that if this happens, Siwoo might eventually surpass him in mastering the divine combat arts. Siwoo, however, can't help but feel awkward about the idea. Hercules, still confident, places a hand on Siwoo's shoulder and pokes his chest with the other, showing his encouragement. He believes Siwoo can make all the traits of gods his one, and considers this a promising prospect to look forward to. Siwoo internally imagines what a body like Hercules would look like, and realizes that it's beyond his ability to even picture it. Putting that thought aside, he checks his phone and wonders if there is a god of speed. However, no particular name comes to mind. Siwoo reflects on how, before subscribing to a channel, he doesn't know what kind of trait he will acquire. If only he could unsubscribe, things might be different. Hercules interrupts his thoughts and asks if he should recommend a channel. He then suggests Hermes' channel. Siwoo, curious, tries to recall Hermes, and Hercules explains further. Hercules mentions that even he has never been able to catch Hermes once Hermes decided to run away. Hermes is a god from Greek-Roman mythology and one of the 12 Olympian gods. He is famously known as the god of thieves and serves as the messenger of the Olympian gods, thanks to his extraordinary speed. Hearing this, Siwoo's expression grows serious as he recalls that, besides his speed, Hermes is also known for another famous trait. Hercules says that he has tried to kill Hermes multiple times whenever he tried to scam him, but he has never been able to catch him. Hearing this, Siwoo recalls that Hermes' other famous trait is being the god of scams. The scene shifts, and Hermes is seen calmly stating that he doesn't lie. He just leaves out the truth sometimes. Siwoo thinks about the time Hermes tricked Zeus, and Zeus, enraged, started throwing lightning bolts at him, yet not a single bolt managed to hit its mark. Probably. Hercules emphasizes again that Hermes' speed is no joke, and advises Siwoo to think carefully before proceeding. Siwoo, still checking his phone, reflects on the fact that if Hermes is incredible enough for even Hercules to acknowledge him, there might be nothing to worry about. Suddenly, Siwoo remembers something and, with a serious expression, considers the possibility that the trait he acquires might not be related to speed at all, but to scamming. However, brushing the thought aside, he decides that since Hercules recommended it, if something does go wrong, he can just extort Hercules for his subscription. With this decision made, Siwoo subscribes to Hermes' channel. The system immediately notifies him that he has subscribed to Hermes' channel and acquired super speed, SS+. Siwoo's eyes widen in shock as he sees the trait notification. Internally, he feels immense relief that the trait is not scamming related. Curious, Siwoo looks at Hermes' videos with surprise, wondering what kind of content Hermes has uploaded. As he scrolls, the videos come into view. One of the videos Hermes uploaded shows him trying to trick a woodcutter who dropped his axe in a pond by offering him a gold-plated axe. In another, he attempts to deceive Solomon into guessing which of two fake mothers is the real one. In yet another video, Hermes tricks Zeus by turning into Hera and demanding that Zeus pay for cheating on her. Siwoo, taken aback by the wild content, realizes that all the videos are related to scamming. He mutters that it will be impossible to increase his proficiency through videos like these. Internally, he thinks that maybe the only way to improve his super speed, SS+ proficiency, is by using it himself. Later at a park inside SH Hospital, Siwoo stretches out his body and feels that his condition seems to be fine now. He wonders how fast he can move while using super speed, SS+. The system notifies him that his super speed, SS+ proficiency, is currently at 0%. Despite the lack of proficiency, Siwoo believes he can still accurately measure his current maximum speed. He then injects aura into his body and begins running. With each step, he moves with lightning speed, covering the distance in an instant. After stopping and catching his breath, Siwoo turns around to check how far he's run. He thinks that, since impulse = mass x velocity, the burden his body is experiencing must be immense. When he looks back, his eyes widen in shock at the distance he has covered. Siwoo, in shock, wonders if he's on a mountain. He takes in the familiar scenery and then realizes that he might be on Gwanaksan. He can't believe it. He's run all the way from SH Hospital to Gwanaksan in a single step. The system notifies him that his super speed SS+ proficiency has increased to 0.1%. In disbelief, Siwoo mutters that this is insane. He wonders what kind of speed he's dealing with, and more importantly, what will happen if his proficiency increases? Will he become even faster? Or will he be able to control this speed more freely? Siwoo reflects that the only way to find out is to increase his proficiency. Still, he decides it's best to refrain from pushing his speed to the limit for now. He's already lucky enough. Siwoo thinks about how, if he had crashed into a building, not only would people have been hurt, but the building itself could have been destroyed. He imagines the cost of repairing a building in Seoul and wonders how he would even pay for that. Realizing the danger, Siwoo decides that practicing his super speed inside a dungeon might be the safer option. He then resolves to leave the hospital and head out. The scene shifts to the inside of a dungeon. Kim Yi-jun starts the camera to begin recording. A B-plus class monster, the Devildom Hound, roars loudly as it surrounds Siwoo. Kim Yi-jun thinks to himself that the Devildom Hound is one of the beasts from the demon world that invaded Earth in the past. The Devildom Hound roars again and leaps at Siwoo to attack. Kim Yi-jun, concerned, calls out Siwoo's name. As the monster approaches, its roaring and speed increasing, Siwoo stands still, unmoved. He doesn't even flinch at the incoming attack, remaining planted firmly on the ground. Kim Yi-jun, worried about Siwoo's safety, is terrified, thinking that even Siwoo couldn't possibly withstand the Devildom Hound's subsonic attack. Just as the Devildom Hound is about to strike, Siwoo grabs its neck and tightens his grip, choking the monster. The Devildom Hound screams in pain. Siwoo swiftly pulls one of the monster's arms off. Kim Yi-jun, witnessing Siwoo fight without a scratch, watches in shock as his eyes widen. Siwoo then grabs the Devildom Hound's head and, moving with blinding speed, throws the monster away. He continues to attack another Devildom Hound, moving with lightning speed. Kim Yi-jun trembles in disbelief, thinking that if Siwoo's speed exceeds even the Devildom Hound's subsonic capabilities, there's no chance for the monsters. Siwoo continues to eliminate the Devildom Hounds, killing each one within seconds before moving to the next. All that can be seen are flashes of light, and the monsters dying, Siwoo barely appears at all. Once the Devildom Hounds are all defeated, Siwoo dusts off his hands and looks over at Kim Yi-jun, who is staring at him in disbelief. Siwoo smiles and extends his hand, asking if he captured it all on camera. The system notifies Siwoo that his super speed, SS Plus proficiency has increased to 0.38%. Siwoo smiles upon seeing the notification, thinking that as his proficiency grows, both the limit of his speed and his ability to control it will improve. He's already fast, but the thought that he could become even faster excites him. Siwoo wonders if, once he completely masters it, he might even surpass Hercules. He turns to Kim Yejun, showing him the recording, and asks what they should do about it. Kim Yejun apologizes, looking uneasy. Siwoo watches the recording and thinks that even editing won't fix it. The video only shows a blur of speed, so there's nothing substantial to work with. He realizes it might have been too much for Yejun to keep up with his super speed with just his eyes. Siwoo decides he needs to increase his proficiency so that he can adjust his speed to match the recording. Looking at Kim Yejun, Siwoo thinks that he'll need to train him too. Since Yejun is a hunter with an A+ class trait, he should be able to keep up with Siwoo's super speed with some practice. Siwoo smirks as he looks at Kim Yejun, thinking that Hercules once said, "When one's body is ill, it's their head that suffers." He believes that if he keeps making Yejun work, he'll eventually learn on his own. Siwoo then wonders where they should start. Just then, Siwoo's phone vibrates. Checking it, he notices a message from an unknown number. The person introduces himself as Park Jae-jin, the president of SH Construction. He mentions that he received Siwoo's contact information from director Han Mina and wants to inform him that the construction materials he requested are ready. Siwoo reflects that, as expected from SH Group, they have already gathered all the rare materials. Looking up at the sky, he smiles, thinking that it's finally time to build his new house. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. He wonders if he gave his contact information to director Han Mina, but he only remembers receiving it from her. He wonders if she asked Han Charon for it. Siwoo then exits the dungeon and heads home. When he sees the materials, Siwoo is surprised, says that they really did gather everything. Park Jae-jin explains that since director Han Mina specifically requested the materials, he took them out from the warehouse. Siwoo asks for clarification, and Park Jae-jin explains that their company always prepares materials in advance so they can start construction immediately when needed. Siwoo smirks, thinking that it's no surprise SH Construction managed to gather the materials so quickly. Park Jae-jin, the president of SH Construction, mentions that he heard Siwoo plans to build a house using only monster byproducts and asks if that's correct. Siwoo confirms, stating that it's indeed the plan. Park Jae-jin acknowledges that using monster byproducts would certainly make the building more durable, but points out that durability alone isn't what makes a building. Siwoo smiles, saying that if it doesn't work, he'll simply change it. Park Jae-jin is taken aback by Siwoo's words, his jaw dropping as he thinks about how much these materials cost. He reflects on how difficult it was to gather them, and how proud he was to have done so. However, upon seeing Siwoo's nonchalant reaction, he realizes that Siwoo likely has no experience in building. Park Jae-jin grits his teeth in frustration, thinking that he was so confident that no matter the construction request, there would be no problem. But seeing Siwoo's attitude, he begins to question his assumptions. He then thinks about how director Han Mina was truly impressive. Despite having no need to, she still insisted on learning the on-site work. She was proud of the cement smell on her body and proved her dedication by working on-site herself. Park Jae-jin then asks Siwoo if he has ever tried building anything. Siwoo admits that this is his first time, though he has experience making his own equipment. Hearing Siwoo's words, Park Jae-jin grows angry, thinking that architecture isn't something that can be built by simply hammering away like a piece of equipment. It's an intricate art that creates a living environment optimized for humans, encompassing engineering, sociology, and even the humanities. Park Jae-jin grits his teeth, feeling frustrated as he thinks about the audacity of Siwoo showing up and saying he wants to build a house with just a hammer in his hand. He wishes he could curse him out loud. As he reflects on Siwoo's name, Mang Siwoo, Park Jae-jin wonders how he got in touch with director Han Mina. Judging from the way she earnestly asked him to help Siwoo build a house, he begins to think that perhaps she didn't just want him to provide construction materials, but to teach Siwoo everything about construction as well. Looking at Siwoo, Park Jae-jin asks if he has drawn up a blueprint. Siwoo confirms that he has a rough one. Park Jae-jin then asks if Siwoo has found a suitable plot of land for his house. Siwoo scratches his cheek awkwardly, admitting that it's also roughly done. Park Jae-jin can't help but be angry, but he patiently explains that architecture is never a job that can be done roughly. He emphasizes that for architectural design, one must first understand the kind of land on which the building will be constructed, factoring in knowledge such as civil engineering and human psychology. The design must create an atmosphere where the residents can feel beauty and comfort based on the purpose and use of the space. He continues, saying that no matter how aesthetically pleasing a design might be, it's useless if the actual occupants are uncomfortable. Park Jae-gin then proudly asserts that the design process must also consider the philosophical and psychological impact and perception of the actual residents. He explains that by adding technology and engineering to the imaginative design, the impossible is transformed into a real building through a series of processes that eliminate, replace, and implement what was once unachievable. Pointing at Siwoo, Park Jae-gin tells him that architecture is the culmination of all the disciplines that mankind has developed. Siwoo, hearing all of this, pales and realizes he may have underestimated the complexity of the task. Park Jae-gin, noticing Siwoo's reaction, asks about the blueprint Siwoo mentioned earlier. Siwoo, scratching his head, confirms that he has one. Park Jae-gin asks to see it, and Siwoo hands over the roughly drawn blueprint. Siwoo then asks for his opinion. As Park Jae-gin looks over the blueprint, a smirk appears on his face as he thinks to himself that it's obvious what a rookie's design would be like. However, after further inspection, he becomes speechless. In disbelief, he wonders how Siwoo managed to draw such a complicated blueprint. Park Jae-gin, trembling in disbelief, finds it impossible to fathom. Having been in the construction industry for decades, he has never seen a more perfect blueprint than this one. It's a divine design that seems to integrate the pinnacle of all knowledge. Park Jae-gin, unable to process the perfection, asks if Siwoo truly said he was just a hunter. Siwoo, awkwardly scratching his head with a smile, explains that he also runs a YouTube channel. Park Jae-gin, confused, asks what YouTube is, and if it's a construction channel. Siwoo smiles awkwardly and denies it, clarifying that it's a channel related to hunting. Park Jae-gin is silent for a moment, gritting his teeth in frustration. He reflects that a blueprint is just a drawing, a mere representation of what someone imagines in their head. Yet this one has completely stunned him. Despite his internal thoughts, he agrees to begin construction immediately, though he privately doubts that turning such a perfect blueprint into reality will not be as easy as it seems. He worries about Siwoo's on-site work, suspecting it may be sloppy. Siwoo, however, wastes no time. He climbs the building and announces that he's going to break it. Using his super strength, he lands a powerful punch that shatters the structure in an instant. Without missing a beat, Siwoo jumps to the floor and casually dusts off his t-shirt. Park Jae-gin stands frozen, his jaw hanging open in shock, completely stunned. He's left speechless as he watches Siwoo's demonstration of raw power, wondering if a house could truly be demolished by a single fist. Then, in a move that only further astonishes him, Siwoo effortlessly lifts a heavy construction material with his bare hands. Park Jae-jin's disbelief intensifies as he watches this display, thinking that it's simply impossible for a person to lift such a heavy load with ease. Siwoo, selecting a spot to begin, recalls what Hephaestus had advised. He needed to dig the ground first. With a surge of aura surrounding his body, he summons his super strength, raising his leg high before slamming it down with tremendous force. The ground beneath him cracks and shatters. Park Jae-gin watches in silence, his face pales in disbelief. He's stunned, internally thinking that whoever the person instructed Siwoo to dig the ground didn't tell him to destroy it. Still in shock, Park Jae-gin murmurs that he knew hunters had superhuman strength, but what he's witnessing seems beyond reason. In shock, he thinks if it's really the strength a human can exert. Siwoo, unfazed by the impact of his actions, notes that the ground is now dug and it's time to place the materials. Moving with lightning speed, he effortlessly hurls the construction materials into the designated spots within his mind, without missing a beat. Park Jae-gin, still unable to recover from the shock, mutters that he thinks it's best if he leaves now. Kim Yi-jun, arriving enthusiastically, calls out to Siwoo, offering to help. Park Jae-gin, with his head down, he walks away gloomily, the weight of the situation hanging over him. Siwoo, glancing over, asks if Yi-jun can assist with moving the materials. Yi-jun, eager to prove himself, attempts to lift the heavy materials but is unable to budge them. Stunned, he says, "It doesn't even move." Determined to succeed, he turns it into a challenge, proclaiming, "Let's see who wins, he or the material." With a loud yell, Yi-jun exerts all his strength, but not only do the materials remain unmoved, the surrounding materials shift and fall, causing a cascade. Yi-jun is struck beneath them, trapped under the weight of the fallen construction materials. Si-woo rushes over to Kim Yi-jun after hearing the noise, concerned about asking what's wrong. After seeing him, he asks why he's lying under the construction materials. Yi-jun can't respond, only letting out pained noises. Si-woo, surprised, thinks to himself how a B-class hunter could be so weak and makes a mental note that Yi-jun should start exercising more. He lifts the heavy materials off Yi-jun, who cries out in pain as he does. After removing all the fallen construction materials, Si-woo inspects Yi-jun's condition. Observing his right side, Si-woo realizes that the weight has crushed it, from the shoulder down to the ribs. He sighs, thinking that despite the severe pressure, Yi-jun hasn't been seriously injured. He tells Yi-jun to simply use his super regeneration. However, Yi-jun can't get up, continuing to let out quiet cries of pain. Si-woo grows frustrated with Yi-jun's apparent exaggeration and tells him to stop overreacting. Yi-jun finally looks up and explains that while he can regenerate, he still feels the pain and points out that the injury involves dislocation. He believes he should go to the hospital. Si-woo is puzzled and asks why he would need to go to the hospital just to regenerate. Yi-jun explains that regeneration wouldn't work properly if the bone is dislocated. Realizing the situation, Si-woo mutters that Yi-jun should have told him sooner. Taking action, Si-woo performs acupuncture on Yi-jun's neck, then asks if he feels any better and if he can now regenerate. Kim Yi-jun attempts to regenerate and is surprised when it works. Shocked, he asks how Si-woo managed to do that. Si-woo explains that a misaligned body causes blocked qi veins, and by puncturing his acupoint, he was able to open up those veins. Kim Yi-jun, still confused, asks about acupuncture and qi veins, but Si-woo simply responds vaguely, saying that it's something like that. Si-woo waves his hand dismissively and tells Yi-jun to rest and recover as he walks away, heading back to work on the house. However, Si-woo suddenly stops, turning around looking at Kim Yi-jun calls out his name. Kim Yi-jun then responds to Si-woo call. Si-woo asks if it's alright for Yi-jun's limbs to get broken a few more times. He reassures him that he will treat him immediately and suggests breaking them a few more times for good measure. Kim Yi-jun, taken aback and confused, asks what Hyung is talking about. Si-woo, without hesitation, lifts the construction materials and tells Yi-jun that, now that things have come to this, he intends to make him stronger. He adds that this might be the only chance Yi-jun has to receive this lesson. Without waiting for a response, Si-woo throws the construction materials toward Kim Yi-jun. Hearing Si-woo's words, Yi-jun's fear rises and his voice cracks as he calls out to Si-woo. As the heavy materials fall upon him, Yi-jun screams in pain. At that moment, the system notifies Si-woo that his proficiency in divine medical arts has increased to 33.27%. Listening to Yi-jun's screams, Si-woo smirks maliciously, saying to himself that he's doing this for Yi-jun's own good. Si-woo continued building his house, thinking to himself that it was almost finished. He had initially estimated it would take 2 weeks at the latest, but to his surprise, it was done in just 3 days. As he worked, a sudden scream interrupted him. Turning toward the source, he saw Kim Yi-jun, who was once again injured, his legs and hands trapped under construction materials. Trembling and crying out, Kim Yi-jun begged Si-woo to save him. Si-woo assessed the situation calmly and noted that only Kim Yi-jun's right arm was caught this time. He then mentioned that there might be a way to make the pain less unbearable. Tearing up, Kim Yi-jun cried that he felt like he was going to die. Si-woo quickly applied acupuncture to his neck, initiating the healing process through regeneration. As the pain subsided, Kim Yi-jun grumbled that it didn't seem like Si-woo was helping him at all. Si-woo, maintaining a blank expression, pointed out that he was indeed helping, and that progress was being made. He urged Kim Yi-jun to observe his own improvement, how he could now carry 2 items when he couldn't even manage one before. Kim Yi-jun, startled by the realization, admitted that it did feel like he was getting stronger after each treatment. Si-woo, watching him with a faint smile, reflected inwardly. Despite Kim Yi-jun's slow learning speed, he was undoubtedly growing little by little. Si-woo observed Kim Yi-jun and thought to himself that, although he was learning differently compared to Han Charon, it was a relief to see him gradually acquiring Taiji. Si-woo reflected that Taiji was a power even an S-rank talent couldn't easily master. Considering Kim Yi-jun's A+ rank talent, it should have been virtually impossible for him to learn it. However, with an awkward smile, Si-woo noted that Kim Yi-jun's super regeneration trait made it possible. By using his divine medical arts to heal Yi-jun's broken limbs repeatedly, Si-woo was able to forcibly instill the power of Taiji into his body. Watching Yi-jun, Siwoo smiled again and thought, they say that if one's body isn't well, their mind will suffer. But Yi-jun managed to grow from B class to B plus class without any suffering. Glancing at his mobile, Siwoo commented aloud, not that he's even aware of that. Internally, he added that this process had also helped him improve his divine medical arts proficiency. The system notification chimed. Divine medical arts S plus proficiency increased to 45.81%. Siwoo mused that at this level, he might be able to improve Seoa's condition. He decided to try concocting a new herbal medicine but quickly dismissed the thought, realizing he would have to feed it to her. As these thoughts crossed his mind, another loud scream erupted from Kim Ye-jun. Kim Ye-jun, once again struck under the construction materials, called out for Siwoo to save him. Siwoo briefly considered it was time to wrap things up. Lifting the construction materials away, he offered his hand to Kim Ye-jun to help him up, telling him to rest since he was going to finish the house now. After that, Siwoo continued working on the remaining sections of the house. The system soon notified him that he had built a cozy home. Siwoo ridiculed the notification, wondering if this was cozy to Hephaestus. When Kim Ye-jun saw the completed house, he was in shock and asked if Siwoo had really built it. Siwoo replied, asking if he hadn't seen it for himself. Kim Ye-jun admitted he had, but still found it unbelievable. The system then notified Siwoo that his proficiency in God's metallurgy had increased significantly. The new proficiency level was 29.57%. Siwoo, in shock, marveled at the increase in just one go. He briefly considered whether he should focus on increasing his proficiency by building more houses, imagining he could continue breaking and rebuilding until it reached 100%. But he quickly dismissed the thought, recalling how difficult it had been to build this house. Farming for construction materials again was out of the question. Kim Ye-jun then asked if Siwoo wasn't going to hold a housewarming party. Siwoo, confused, asked what he meant by a housewarming party. Kim Ye-jun stated that since Siwoo had just built a new house, he must throw a housewarming party. Siwoo, after thinking for a moment, admitted that what Ye-jun said was true, and added that he should send invitations to people close to him. However, denying his own words, Siwoo thought to himself that he had received a lot of help from others to build the house. Looking at Kim Ye-jun, Siwoo said that what he suggested definitely made sense. Ye-jun then asked when the party would be held. Siwoo, thinking about the remaining preparations, estimated that it could be in 3 days. Kim Ye-jun agreed, saying he'd see him in 3 days and would let his sister know too. Siwoo, slightly surprised, asked if he was just going to leave like that. He told Ye-jun to at least let him buy some food. But Kim Ye-jun ran off, saying he was fine, and asking Siwoo to give him a lot of good food on the day of the party. Siwoo, confused, wondered why Ye-jun ran away so quickly, and suspected that Ye-jun might think he'd overwork him again. Siwoo then contemplated who to invite to the housewarming party. He concluded that it wasn't guaranteed that people would attend just because he invited them. Perhaps it would end up being only him, Blackie, and Seoa. At SH Construction, Park Jae-geun knocked on the door introducing himself. Han Mina told him to come in. Seeing Park Jae-geun, Han Mina asked how the house construction was going and if everything was proceeding well. Park Jae-geun hesitated before responding that, regarding the construction, it was already finished. Han Mina, surprised, asked for clarification, questioning what he meant by, "It's finished." Park Jae-geun replied that it was literally completed, and admitted that Siwoo hadn't even needed SH Construction's help. Dumbfounded, Han Mina asked what on earth he was saying, that the house was already done. Realizing, she asked in shock if the construction hadn't just started 3 days ago. Park Jae-geun, with a blank expression, explained that Siwoo had simply lifted construction materials with his bare hands, flew through the sky, and crushed the ground as if it were tofu. Confused, Han Mina asked what on earth he was talking about. Park Jae-geun admitted that he wasn't sure himself. Han Mina was left speechless, internally wondering what on earth Park Jae-geun had witnessed. Meanwhile, Siwoo brought Seoa to the new home. Seoa looked around in surprise. Siwoo asked if she liked it. Seoa responded that she loved it and asked if this was really their house. Blackie, too, let out a questioning woof. Seoa excitedly noted that the ceiling was so high, the living room was spacious, and there were so many rooms that it didn't feel like their house at all. Turning to Blackie, Seoa asked if it wasn't amazing. Blackie woofed in agreement. Seeing Seoa's reaction, Siwoo thought in relief that she seemed to like it very much. Seoa said that Siwoo had mentioned holding a party, and asked if that was correct. Siwoo confirmed, telling her that he had invited some people as well. Seoa then suggested they go. Siwoo, confused, asked where. Seoa replied that they should go buy some food for their guests. Surprised, Siwoo asked if Seoa intended to cook and whether she would be okay doing so. Internally, Siwoo considered that while Seoa was good at cooking, her condition was still not entirely stable. Smiling, Seoa reassured him that she was fine and could manage that much. Relenting, Siwoo agreed to go, thinking to himself that perhaps thanks to the care she received at SH Hospital, her complexion had improved and she seemed to be in better condition. Seoa cheerfully told Siwoo and Blackie to come along. Blackie responded with a happy woof. Elsewhere, Oh-Juwon repeated Myung Siwoo's name like a mantra, his anger building. Furious, he thought about the man who had destroyed their Pandemonium branch in the Seoul area and even ruined the years-long plan to mass-produce illegal awakeners. Seething with rage, Oh-Juwon, Pandemonium's scar-level executive, internally screamed Siwoo's name and demanded to know where he was now. One of his men hesitantly reported that they had located him. Oh-Juwon ordered the man to guide him there. The man, taken aback, asked for clarification, nervously confirming whether the branch manager truly intended to go in person. The man hesitantly said that if the branch manager went forward himself, the inspector general would be alerted, making the situation far too dangerous. Juwon stopped walking, turned back, and glared at the man. He angrily remarked that this was the second time the name Meng Siwoo had reached his ears, and then ordered the man to lead the way regardless. Suddenly, another voice interrupted. A man stepped forward, suggesting that the branch manager leave the task to him. Jo Bukcheon, a Pandemonium fracture-level executive, said it was unnecessary to use an ogre-killing sword to deal with an orc. Juwon, walking away, firmly stated that Myung Siwoo was not Jo Bukcheon's opponent. To ensure there was no room for error, he would handle the matter himself. Jo Bukcheon, smirking, replied that if that was Oh-Juwon's decision, he would comply. However, he added with a laugh that there seemed to be an issue at the school. Hearing this, Oh-Juwon's eyes widened in shock. He calmed himself and asked what Jo Bukcheon meant. Jo Bukcheon explained that the hunting dogs of the Inspection Bureau had an exceptional sense of smell, and sarcastically asked if they didn't already know that. Before he could continue, there was a sudden flash of movement. Juwon, using his power, delivered a powerful punch to Jo Bukcheon's stomach, sending him collapsing to the floor. The force of the blow was immense, leaving Jo Bukcheon stunned. Juwon, releasing his aura with a serious expression, stated that he would forgive Jo Bukcheon's joke this once. Jo Bukcheon, trembling, quickly apologized. With a cautious voice, he explained that the school had made excessive movements in their search for a suitable human to be sacrificed for resurrection. As a result, Baek Seonjae had caught on to their actions. Hearing this, Juwon asked about Baek Seonjae. Jo Bukcheon elaborated that the school had attempted to block him, but since Baek Seonjae had stepped forward personally, their efforts were in vain. He added that this was precisely why he had come to the branch manager, because Juwon was the only one capable of stopping him. Juwon, processing Jo Bukcheon's words, thought angrily about the implications. The plan to cultivate illegal awakeners wasn't just a standalone operation. It also served as a stepping stone for the larger scheme orchestrated by the school. Releasing his full aura in anger, Juwon's expression darkened as he thought about the possibility that, if this involved the school, the Red Shadow might also be watching. Speaking aloud, Juwon remarked that Myung Jigwang had lost to Baek Seonjae as well. Turning to Jo Bukcheon, he asked if he could handle the situation. Jo Bukcheon, with a confident smirk, replied that there was no comparison between him and Myung Jigwang. He assured the branch manager to leave everything to him. Siwoo looked in surprise, unable to believe what he was seeing. In shock, he asked Seoa why she had cooked so much. Seoa smiled and replied that if there weren't any guests coming, she should at least prepare enough for them. Siwoo hesitated, asking if it wasn't too much. Seoa reassured him, saying it was better to have too much than not enough. Just then, Blackie woofed as he came over with his plate. Siwoo chuckled, saying that Blackie must be hungry. Blackie woofed in agreement. Siwoo remembered just how much Blackie could eat and thought, what will the guests eat if he eats everything? He then apologized to Blackie, sadly woofing, went back with his bowl. Siwoo promised he would give him something else, to which Blackie woofed happily. Seoa asked when the guests would arrive. Siwoo replied that he had told them to come at dinner time, so they should be there soon. At that moment, Siwoo noticed unauthorized entities approaching. Checking the notification, he muttered that they must be here. Kim So-eun and Kim Yi-jun arrived at the party with some gifts, greeting Si-woo with, "They're here." Si-woo asked why they had brought so many things. Kim So-eun says that it was a housewarming party, so how could they come empty-handed? As she looked around in awe, Kim So-eun asked if Si-woo had really built all of this himself. Kim Yi-jun, scratching his head awkwardly, asked if they had arrived too late. Si-woo reassured them, saying they had arrived just on time. Kim Yi-jun remarked that he thought they would be late since his sister had been making a fuss. Kim So-eun, embarrassed, quickly asked when she had done that. He replied that she'd been insisting on dressing up for the visit to Hyung-nim's house. In response, Kim So-eun, flustered, punched her brother to stop him from talking further and demanded to know when she had ever said that. Blushing and brushing it off, she added that he shouldn't pay attention to anything he said. He wasn't in his right mind. Unfazed, Kim Yi-jun continued with his antics, writing her name in his blood with a dramatic flourish, labeling her cause of death, Kim So-eun. He teased that she was only acting this way because she was embarrassed. Kim So-eun, now growing more annoyed, asked if he wasn't going to shut up. To her, beating the blood to splatter, adding to the awkwardness of the moment. Si-woo, watching the scene unfold, awkwardly laughs. Just then, Seo-ah walked in and greeted them. Seo-ah, with a smile, says that it's nice to meet them and introduces herself as Si-woo's sister. Kim So-eun, in shock, asked if Seo-ah was truly Si-woo's sister. Seo-ah confirmed with a nod. Still processing, Kim So-eun was about to introduce herself and explain her relationship with Si-woo, but was interrupted by her brother, Kim Yi-jun. His face flushed with confidence, eagerly greeted Seo-ah, saying, "It's nice to meet her," and he adds that he is the man who supports Si-woo Hyung the most, Kim Yi-jun. Seo-ah, slightly taken aback but still polite, responded, "Nice to meet him too." From behind, Kim So-eun shot a frustrated look at her brother. Suddenly, something flashed in Kim So-eun's mind, and in that moment, Blackie woofed. Kim So-eun turned and saw the puppy, exclaiming, "A puppy!" She couldn't help but scream loudly, "It's so cute!" But as soon as she did, startled by the scream, Blackie ran away. Kim So-eun, devastated, watched as Blackie abandoned her. Si-woo, with an awkward smile, thought about how Blackie had done the same thing when he met Seo-ah. Turning to Si-woo, Kim So-eun mentioned that Mr. Palgwang said he couldn't come, probably because he was busy with the seminar. Si-woo replied that he also called him saying the same thing. It seemed that the seminar must be important. Kim So-eun continued, explaining that they called it a seminar, but in reality, it was a blacksmith competition where blacksmiths from all over the world gathered. She added that there was a prize for the winner. Si-woo, surprised and curious, asked about the prize. Kim So-eun confirmed that Mr. Palgwang was very determined to show off the skills he learned from Si-woo. She went on to say that the prize varied over time, but she had heard that Master Aurelian himself would be awarding it. Si-woo, surprised by this, remarked that it made sense why Mr. Palgwang was so determined. He wondered if he should participate too. As they continued talking, the system suddenly notified him of an unauthorized entity approaching. Si-woo asked Kim So-eun to give him a moment, though she looked at him with a puzzled expression before stepping away. As the door opened, Si-woo called out, "She's here, Ah-yoon." Jung Ah-yoon, the landlady's daughter, appeared, her expression one of surprise as she took in the scene. She asked how Si-woo knew she was coming. With an awkward smile, Si-woo replied that he had his ways. As he looked around, he asked if she had come by herself and inquired about her mother. Ah-yoon explained that her mother had work and couldn't make it. Si-woo, with a light-hearted tone, said it would have been nice if she had come. Seo-ah, noticing Ah-yoon, was surprised and called out to her. Ah-yoon greeted her warmly, noting that it had been a while and asking if she had been well. Seo-ah replied that she was, and she remarked on how much time had passed since they last met. Ah-yoon mentioned it had been over a year, which surprised Seo-ah. Kim So-eun, still processing the situation, called out to Si-woo in surprise, asking if he had invited all his housewarming guests on the same day as the game. Si-woo, scratching his head awkwardly, confirmed he had and questioned if that wasn't the case. Internally, he thinks that he had never thrown a housewarming party before. Kim So-eun, holding her head in confusion, tried to explain but struggled to find the right words. Just then, the system interrupted again, notifying him of more unauthorized entities approaching. Si-woo, smiling awkwardly, turned to Kim So-eun and asked her to give him another moment. On the other side, a grim scene unfolded. The area was scattered with lifeless bodies, and the Hunter Inspection Bureau's investigation team meticulously examined the remains. The man with black hair appeared visibly frustrated by the chaos caused by the pandemonium bastards. The team leader, Park Taemin, cursed aloud at the thought of the attackers targeting an entire village. His voice sharp, he demanded to know what the investigation had turned up. Kim Dong-woon, a member of the team, reported that the search was complete. Taemin asked if there were any survivors. Kim Dong-woon fell silent, and Park Taemin, understanding the grim meaning behind the silence, muttered another curse, angered by the devastation. Taemin then inquired about the search results, wondering if anything unusual had been discovered. Kim Dong-woon replied that there was one oddity. Every single corpse in the village was male. Park Taemin was taken aback and asked if there were no women. He also wondered if they had figured out the attacker's objective. Kim Dong-woon explained that they hadn't found any leads on that, partly due to Oh Ju-won's interference. Taemin, somewhat resigned, agreed that it was a fortune that they survived. He shifted the topic and asked about the whereabouts of the Inspector General. Kim Dong-woon answered that the Inspector General had gone after Oh Ju-won. At that moment, Baek Seon-jae arrived and announced that the others were here. Park Taemin and Kim Dong-woon greeted him respectfully. With a grave expression, Park Taemin asked about Oh Ju-won. Baek Seon-jae responded that Oh Ju-won had managed to escape, revealing that he was far stronger than they had anticipated. Suddenly, Baek Seon-jae lost his balance and collapsed, sending shock through both Park Taemin and Kim Dong-woon. Park Taemin immediately catches him and asks if Baek Seon-jae was all right. Baek Seon-jae let out a laugh, brushing off his collapse, explaining that he had simply felt dizzy for a moment. He quickly apologized for causing such a spectacle. Park Taemin, however, was horrified as he looked at his hand, now drenched in Baek Seon-jae's blood. His eyes widened in shock, and he called out loudly, "Sir!" Baek Seon-jae remained silent for a brief moment before assuring Taemin that he was fine. He urgently requested that Taemin keep quiet about the incident to the Inspection Bureau. With a serious expression, Baek Seon-jae continued, saying that if it became known that the Inspector General had been defeated by a criminal, it would cause unnecessary panic among the citizens. He forced a shaky laugh, still trembling, and insisted there was nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, on the other side, Oh Ju-won, badly injured, his subordinates came to him. One of them, clearly concerned, called out to him, asking if he was all right. Oh Ju-won, still shaken, inquired about the status of the school. The man reassured him, saying that thanks to his intervention, the ongoing ceremony had not been disrupted. Oh Ju-won then asked if the Inspection Bureau's guards had noticed the ritual. The subordinate confirmed that, thanks to his efforts, they had managed to keep it completely hidden. Silence followed as Oh Ju-won absorbed the information, his mind racing. His anger flared as he recalled the first time he and Baek Seon-jae had fought. He thought about the rumors he had heard and realized they had gravely underestimated his opponent's true power. A maniacal grin slowly spread across Oh Ju-won's face as he chuckled bitterly. He thought to himself that it was still rather cheap that he had only figured out his abilities by sacrificing his left eye. At Siwoo's housewarming party, he greeted Deoku, who confirmed her arrival. She then turned to her siblings and told them to greet Siwoo. The two siblings, smiling, asked how he was doing, and Siwoo welcomed them warmly, telling them to come inside. As they stepped into the house, Deoku's younger brother and sister were in awe, commenting on how nice the house was. The younger brother turned to Deoku and asked if they could live in a house like this. Deoku's younger sister questions him, asking how much he thinks such a house would cost. The younger brother asked her for an estimate. Deoku's younger sister replies, "Probably over $1 million." The younger brother gasped at the amount and, with curiosity, asked how many chickens they could buy with $1 million won. Then, turning to Siwoo, he asked bluntly if he was rich. Deoku, embarrassed, scolded her younger brother, quickly apologizing to Siwoo for his naivete. She bowed repeatedly, explaining that he was still young and didn't understand such things. Siwoo, awkwardly laughing, reassured her, saying it was all right. Siwoo, internally reflecting, noticed how everyone he had invited seemed to be here, except for Mr. Seo Palguang and Ayun Mother, who had said they couldn't make it. He wondered about the others, and as he turned to his guests, he commented that it looked like everyone was here and encouraged them to go inside. However, as he did, Siwoo couldn't help but wonder if she would show up. He had invited her out of courtesy, but he wasn't sure if she would come. Kim So-eun, noticing the simple decor, asked if he hadn't bought any household goods. Siwoo explained that he had just finished building the house recently and had only hastily put together a table and chairs for the occasion. Curious, Kim So-eun asked if he had made them himself. Siwoo was about to respond when his phone suddenly buzzed. Kim So-eun, noticing his distraction, asks if isn't he just said everyone had arrived. Siwoo, still glancing at his phone, confirmed that it should be the case. Before he could say anything else, a notification from the system flashed. Unauthorized entities are approaching. Pandemonium fractures at the executive level as Joe Buxian asks, with a sharp edge, who the son of a bitch has brought over and who they might be. The man responds, stating that he thinks Siwoo with his acquaintances, but their identities remain unknown. Joe Buxian stays silent, a smirking smile crossing his face as he sighs, internally musing that the bastard doesn't even realize the situation he's in. The man warns that things could spiral out of control if they make the wrong move and asks what they should do. With a sinister tone, Joe Buxian questions what else there is to do and commands that they kill them all. Smiling, he instructs everyone to get ready. Kim So-eun asks Siwoo if he didn't say everyone was here. Siwoo responds that it should be the case. Suddenly, the system notifies them of unauthorized entities approaching. Later, at the dining table, everyone falls silent and sits awkwardly, stunned into stillness. Kim Yi-jun, Daeoku, Kim So-eun, and Ah-yoon share the same tense demeanor. Seo-ah clears her throat and whispers to her brother to do something. Siwoo replies that he guesses he should. Awkwardly laughing, Siwoo suggests they briefly introduce themselves and volunteers to go first. He begins by saying, as they all know, he is Maing Siwoo. Seo-ah then introduces herself as Siwoo Appa's younger sister, Maing Seo-ah. Ah-yoon follows, introducing herself as Jong Ah-yoon, the homeowner's daughter. Kim So-eun introduces herself as the company representative, Kim So-eun, and Kim Yi-jun follows by stating he is her brother, Kim Yi-jun, as well as the cameraman who closely assists Siwoo Hyung-nim. Daeoku awkwardly introduces herself as Kang Daeoku, the editor of the World Conquering Man's channel, adding that the other two present are her siblings. Daeoku's younger sister introduces herself as Kang Daeok-yeon, while their younger brother introduces himself as Kang Daeok-hyun. Lee Min-jung then introduces herself as Lee Min-jung, explaining she is in charge of the 4th team of the Seoul Branch Inspection Bureau. Finally, Charon introduces herself as Han Charon, the SH Hunter Guildmaster. Siwoo, staring at Han Charon and Lee Min-jung in disbelief and shock, thinks to himself that he only sent them invitations out of courtesy. Who would have thought they would actually come? He reasons that maybe their schedules aren't as tight as he initially thought. Seo, awkwardly laughing, tries to ease the tension by suggesting that they stop with introductions and start eating. Everyone remains silent until Daeoku's younger sister, drooling at the sight of the food, asks if they really get to eat this. Her younger brother, equally mesmerized, says he wants to try the grilled beef ribs. Daeoku, taken aback with her jaw dropping, exclaims that they can't possibly do that. Siwoo, smiling, reassures her that it's fine, as the food was prepared for everyone to enjoy. Seo-ah agrees, adding that she worked hard making it. Encouraged, Daeoku's younger siblings eagerly start eating. Her younger brother exclaims that the food is delicious, while her younger sister tells Daeoku to try it as well. Daeoku, still hesitant, awkwardly replies that she'll enjoy it, then starts eating. Seo-ah urges everyone else to dig in as well. Kim So-eun then suggests they move on to the housewarming gifts. Kim Yi-jun proudly announces that he'll reveal the gift they brought. Excitedly presenting it, Kim So-eun announces that they've prepared ogre tendons, turning to Siwoo to ask what he thinks and if he likes it. Siwoo responds that he was actually in need of this, and internally thinks that he was just about to start building his own equipment after completing the house. Siwoo, surprised by the value of the gift, asks if it isn't too much for a housewarming present, remarking that ogre tendons must cost around 100 million won each. Kim So-eun, brushing it off, acknowledges Siwoo's point but clarifies that it's not just a housewarming gift. Confused, Siwoo asks what she means. Kim Yi-jun explains that although it's not much, they prepared it as a token of gratitude for saving him last time. Siwoo insists that it's too much, but Kim So-eun requests him to just accept it. Ah-yoon says that her gift will seem so shabby in comparison. She explains that her gift is a set of materials for the qualification exam and special admissions, suggesting that Seo-ah should start preparing for college too. Laughing, she looks at Seo-ah and offers to help her prepare for the exam, encouraging her to work hard. Seo-ah, holding the notes, thanks Ah-yoon and promises to do her best. Daeoku, hesitantly presenting her gift, hands it to Siwoo. Surprised, Siwoo asks if it's a camera. Daeoku explains that since he mentioned his cameras kept breaking, she decided to buy him one. Siwoo, holding the gift, silently thinks about how she must have remembered what he mumbled in a video. Despite not being in a good financial situation, she still bought such an expensive camera for him. Brightly smiling, Siwoo thanks Daeoku and promises to shoot videos with it from now on. Hearing this, Daeoku's face flushes slightly with a blush. Siwoo then calls out Kim Yijun's name. Kim Yijun responds, and Siwoo asks if he knows he can't break this one. With a serious tone, Kim Yijun promises to treat it as his duty and protect it with his life. Meanwhile, Lee Min-jung apologizes, her face showing visible guilt and sadness, as she admits that this is her first housewarming party, and she didn't know she had to bring a gift. She expresses her shame at facing Siwoo empty-handed. Taken aback, Siwoo awkwardly laughs and reassures her that it's okay, and he's grateful that she came at all. Despite his words, Lee Min-jung continues to wear a saddened expression, apologizing again. Siwoo, pale and flustered, struggles to comfort her. Han Charon, observing the situation, remains silent for a moment before speaking up. She asks if they weren't supposed to bring household goods as gifts. Siwoo, taken aback, responds with a mixed expression, asks about the household goods she means. Han Charon opens her mobile and shows it to Siwoo, asking him to take a look. Siwoo, glancing at the screen, asks in confusion what the Karafni sofa is. Kim So-eun, taken aback, calls out to Siwoo in shock, asking if he just said Karafni sofa. Siwoo, still confused, asks why. Kim So-eun asks to see the phone for a moment. After examining it, she gasps and exclaims in disbelief, Karafni sofa and Harry Watoon wardrobe? Siwoo, curious, asks if they're expensive. Kim So-eun responds that they're not just expensive, but probably cost a few billion won each. Siwoo, stunned, repeats the words, a few billion won, in disbelief, and asks what kind of furniture could possibly cost that much. Kim So-eun explains further, saying they're not only incredibly expensive, but also incredibly rare. She shows the items to Siwoo, still shocked, and explains that Karafni furniture produces only 10 pieces a year, while only 1,000 Harry Watoon wardrobes were ever made. These items are exclusively sold to VIPs at the SH department store's headquarters. Siwoo, turning to Han Charon, asks how she managed to get them. Charon calmly replies that director Han Mina, who is in charge of the SH department store, personally selected the gifts for her. Hearing this, Siwoo remains silent, staring at her in disbelief. Kim So-eun leans in and whispers to Siwoo, suggesting that if it were her, she'd choose one of the two, the Karafni sofa or the Harry Watoon wardrobe. Siwoo, whispering back, agrees, saying he's thinking the same. However, Han Charon abruptly drops a bombshell, stating with a questioning look, they're all his gifts, though. Her words leave everyone dumbfounded. The room falls silent as the shock spreads. Lee Min-jung stares at Han Charon in disbelief, unable to say a word. Kim So-eun, also stunned, looks at the list again, her expression filled with confusion and amazement. Siwoo, in complete shock and disbelief, asks, all of them? Siwoo loudly lists off all the furniture and appliances, a closet, a chair, a desk, a robot vacuum cleaner, a refrigerator, washing machine, dryer, dishwasher, TV, stereo, iron, toaster, drawer, display cabinet, bed, cotton blanket, cushion, pillow, mattress, quilt, and air fryer. Han Charon confirms all of them are his gifts. Hearing that everyone's jaw drops at the sheer number of items, Han Charon, looking around with a confused expression, seems uncertain about the reactions. The housewarming ends with that meal. Later, Siwoo heads to the supermarket, remarking seriously that it's expected from someone in the SH group to give him such extravagant housewarming gifts. He reflects on how different their world must be. Then, with a sudden realization, he wonders if these gifts couldn't possibly be dowries. Siwoo begins to think that Han Charon's aunt must be misunderstanding that he and Han Charon are dating. He's puzzled, asking himself why it seems like the misunderstanding is only getting bigger and bigger. He mutters that he doesn't know anything anymore. As Siwoo walks home, he contemplates that Han Mina is the one who misunderstands on her own. Just then, his system alerts him to unauthorized entities approaching. He wonders if it could be Mr. Seo Palguang or Ant. But before he can think further, the system sends an urgent warning. Aggressive magical power detected. Switching to emergency mode. Siwoo's face pales in shock as he reads the notification. The next moment, an attack hits his house, with a blast trying to destroy it. Siwoo, stunned, exclaims, "What the hell?" With this, the manhwa concludes, leaving the story on a suspenseful note. Whether there will be a second season or not remains uncertain. Thank you for following along and watching till the end. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more content.